Well, good morning, everybody. It is now 10 o'clock, so this meeting, this hearing is now in session. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the microphone working? Good, thank you. Right, and Mr. Phillips, again, can I ask you to explain the emergency exit arrangements?
Certainly, sir, and apologies for those that might be finding this a little repetitious now, but there is no fire drill expected today, so if that bell rings, we have to evacuate the building by the doors behind you, go downstairs and assemble by the second lamp column at the end of this path here. And as and when any adjournment is called by the inspector, there are drinks facilities and ladies and gents on this floor. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And mobile phones, could they please be switched to off or silent? Thank you. And recording, as I explained before, it does help me when I come to write my report to have these hearings recorded. But are there any objections to this particular hearing being recorded? No? Good, thank you. Well, now there
Can I just make a point there, sir? Yes, we will be recording this as well. It's not to repetition you, we will be recording this whole hearing as well. Okay.
Well, I've got no objection to that, but the council's recording will be the official one.
Okay.
You're happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right. Well, now, as I said, there are one or two people here for the first time. I would like to welcome them to the hearing, and I think that being the case, it would probably be useful if we were to introduce ourselves. So,
David Phillips for Hastings Borough Council.
I'm Karen for Hastings Borough Council.
Alan Blackwell, representing C-Space Hastings.
Adrian Kerrison, NCS, advising the Council on viability issues.
Mark Weston, East Sussex County Council.
Murray Gibson, Hastings Borough Council.
Martin Newell, Friends of Specklewood and Management Trust and Charity.
Isabel Berweta, I have to present. Isabel Berweta, Specklewood.
Ian Sear, All Community Land Trust.
Keith Holridge, representing my clients, Mrs. Lawson and Mr. Lawson sat with me here. I had asked for him to be able to sat at the table and speak today.
right.
That's okay.
Don Wise, representing the protected species of wildlife. All Wimbledon, All Community Land Trust.
Morning, Jarvis, Central St Leonard's.
Thank you. Well, we do have a rather heavy agenda today, so I am going to ask everybody please to keep to the points on the agenda. There's no need for any repetition. I think unless there's any matters that... anybody, yes, Mr. Newell.
We don't seem to have an agenda passed around at the moment. We don't have a copy of it.
Well, they have been on the website for some time.
On the signing in table.
They're on the signing in table. Yes, Mr. Holly.
Yes, I'm not sure this works.
Turn it off once. That one.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Turn it on. Then you can use the other one. No, you just turned it back on again.
No, it's off.
Is it? Okay, sorry.
Right. Can you shout for the time being?
Is that better? Yeah. I'd just like to raise a procedural issue in relation to focus area 12, and it's 5:15 on the agenda. I have a copy of the programme officer into the correspondence. I have made a freedom of information request to the council in relation to Councillor Chowney's involvement with my client's land The council have refused to answer the request on the basis that it would take too long to research. I have asked them to give me a timescale and a cost estimate of that, and they've refused to respond. I'd like to suspend 515 inclusion of my client's land until the hearing in January, if that would be acceptable, to give the council time to respond to this most important matter.
Mr. Phillips, did you wish to respond to that?
Only to say we would resist that most strongly. I don't see any justification for it whatsoever.
Right. Well, I think what we'll do, Mr. Hobbage, I will deal with it as far as we can today, and if there's a need to take up any remaining points, we can do that in January.
Could I just ask the council why they're refusing to answer the questions?
We have indicated, sir, that we believe that the request would take in excess of 18 hours, and that's one of the exemptions from freedom of information. Mr. Hollidge has come back again, and we are looking to see if there is anything that we can provide within that. But he's asked questions that will go back to email traffic to about the year 2000, I believe, when Councillor Chaney was first elected.
Right, okay.
But it has no bearing, in my view, upon the Barley Lane mission site, which is the prime concern of Mr. Hollidge.
Well, we will deal with Barley Lane as far as we can. Right, can we now turn our attention to focus area 11, Hillcrest and or Valley, and I noticed, are you hearing me okay? It just seems to be echoing a bit, but right, well, let's look at it. Yes, I see, Mr. Phillips, on 5.11.13, you say that the allocations in this focus area have attracted only a handful of representations, most of which are in support, e.g. the Ivy House Lane employment allocations. So I also will be relying on the guidance, procedural guidance on examining local plans, which at 2.11 says that the right to appear and be heard is limited to those people who have made representations seeking a change to the plan. And that being the case, I'm hoping that we can get through these proposed allocations in Hillcrest and Orr Valley fairly quickly. So, can we start off with HOV1, the former Stills factory, Orr Valley, and the resume or your response to each of these sites, Mr. Phillips, is on page. It's at Appendix A, isn't it?
That's correct, sir. In addition to the Matter 5 general comments, Appendix A gives a very detailed site, which Mrs. Cameron is happy to speak to, sir, and indeed to respond to any of the comments that come from those people that have made representations.
Right. Well, in fact, on HOV1, you're saying that no representations were made on the revised development management plan consultation published in March 2014. So I'm taking it as that nobody is seeking any change to that HOV1 former Stills factory. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Lyons.
There's just one very, very important fact that it's not Mr. Phillips and Co. have completely left out. There's wildlife issues along the eastern boundary. Along there, there's some badger sets and also common lizards. I'd like Mr. Phillips to please answer why hasn't that been and compared and put into the context here, please.
Okay. Did anybody else wish to say anything who has made representations on the matter? No? So, Council, may I have your... Well, first of all, do you wish to amplify and add anything to your written response on HOV1?
I think, sir, unless you have any specific questions of us, bearing in mind what you have said about brevity and regulations in respect of those that have made representations, not unless you have specific queries, sir, but in response to Mr. Wise, obviously at policy HOV1 criterion 3, we do again, sir, ask for an ecological constraints and opportunities, including specific reference to the nearby local wildlife site, and incorporate conservation and mitigation measures. So I believe, sir, that his concern would be covered by that. I don't know whether Mr. Davidson wants to talk about the fact that the BS references that he referred to the other day in respect of environmental matters are clearly also covered by such ecological constraints and opportunities plans.
I think Mr. Phillips has adequately articulated the Council's position in relation to protected species more than anything.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Wise?
There's also, along where that's very pointed, there's Japanese knotweed along there as well, as the badger says. Why hasn't a proper ecology survey been done on the site?
Mr. Hawks, ecology surveys would be undertaken in accordance with the new British standard and in accordance with the planning strategy policies and the policies within the development management framework when a planning application comes forward.
Yep.
The ecology information would inform any potential application coming forward.
Right, unless there's anything else to be said on... yes.
Mayor, if I may, sir, the Japanese knotweed is something that is known to sea space and has been being treated over the last 3 years.
Right.
Have you treated the badger sets as well?
No.
Right, unless there's anything more on HOV1, can we move to HOV2, described as Ore Valley? And Council, did you wish to amplify your written response in any way?
Thank you, sir. Well, just briefly looking at all of these sites together, the Council considers that over the planned period, all the proposals in this focus area have been positively allocated in line with the National Planning Policy framework. Some of the sites, as we go through, may require some minor modifications in relation to the new planning obligations, planning and practice guidance that was issued on Friday. But we'll come on to that. That will be HOV9 when we get there. And I do have some other minor changes to HOV3, which is the Mount Pleasant Hospital.
Yeah, can we just deal with HOV2? First of all, and then we'll move on to HOV3.
Of course. Well, so just to really reiterate what's been said on previous days, that all of these sites have been carefully considered through the SHLA, the Strategic Housing Land Availability process, which was undertaken in accordance with the guidance issued by the CLG in 2007, which offers clear and strong guidance that the starting point for land availability assessment should be land allocated with planning permission and existing housing allocations, and a copy of that set can be provided if necessary. This has probably been covered in previous focus areas, but the point is repeated again in the new planning practice guidance that lawyers Eversheds commented this summer. Make no mistake, the planning practice guidance contains national policy, and the planning practice guidance housing and economic land availability assessments, March 2014, sites and existing plans or with planning permission will usually be considered suitable for development, sir. And again, the PPG reiterates the importance of achievability, which is measured by both economic viability and the capacity of the developer or the landowner to sell the development over the planned period. So in the case of Focus Area 11, which covers, as you know, HOV 1, 2 and 3 are all owned by Sea Space. My colleague Annabeth will here to represent them. The Council has considered the constraints of development across all these sites and taken appropriate policy action to address it by revoking the design codes that were previously considered to be restricting development opportunities, altering the infrastructural requirements and creating more opportunities and access to local wildlife sites, such as that Mr Wise referred to already. My colleague Mr Blackwell has explained in his statement, which is also attached as an appendix to the Council's matter statement, the commitment of C-Space, who still own the parcels of the land, which includes this on HOV2, HOV1 and 3, to sell the sites for residential allocations. And so this site, along with HOV1, the former stills factory, which is described as Ore Valley, makes significant brownfield opportunities which will address social housing needs and housing needs in this focus area and the wider Hastings town, and consistent with the regeneration objectives in the development management plan and the planning strategy, as well as the community strategy, national policy. So my colleague Mr Adrian Kerrison, who's also sitting at the table with us today, has undertaken a viability assessment for all the sites in the town and provides further supporting information which confirms the works that such as C-Space are proposing can turn these potentially marginal development sites into new sustainable communities for local people to enjoy with a better choice and mix of housing for the town. Evidence from Mr Kevin Borman in our statement has also been provided, who can't unfortunately be with us today but has been here on previous days, has been provided to show the wider regeneration initiatives by Hastings and the Bexhill Task Force. For instance, supporting the case to reduce journey times to London with the extension of HS1. So just very briefly, these brownfield opportunities sort of offer to tap the potential for brownfield initiatives such as the Garden Cities prospectus launched by the Deputy Prime Minister, which also fully support brownfield regeneration and the revitalisation of redundant previously developed sites such as these, HOV 1, 2 and 3. And so we're happy to take any questions on behalf of myself and my colleagues.
Right. I see that there's the council is referring to just one consultation comment from Timothy Jemison. Do you wish to say anything on that representation? He says, because of the adjacent college, surely this site might be better developed as a techno-park complex with the emphasis on the training, apprenticeships of young people and the skills and employment programme aimed at more jobs in Orr. Network Rail's potential Hastings to Ashford line enhancement might trigger the viability of NR Training Centre. Did you wish to comment on that?
If I may, sir, very briefly, I mean, Mr. Jemison, I'm assuming was the same Mr. Jemison who was with us yesterday.
Presumably.
And he was talking about the connectivity between the college campuses.
Yes.
I think, broadly, sir, we see that we are accommodating, and indeed Mr. Sharma alluded to the fact that we are seeking to do more for the educational and training establishments, but in the centre. These sites do afford the opportunity for the cycleways and networks that he was speaking about, but we would see this as more important, bearing in mind where we are providing elsewhere for the educational elements. This is more important for the provision of in particular, family-sized housing. And you will see, sir, or you may already be aware of one initial phase that was completed some years ago, which we believe has been successful in providing that provision within this area.
Right, yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Just a general point. I mentioned in a previous meeting that we believe there was an EC ruling on HVO3. I just wanted to ask the gentleman from C-Space if he was aware of that and he could elaborate on that.
On HVO3?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just coming on to that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still on HVO2, although I think we've probably come to the end of our consideration of HVO, but I'll bear that in mind. Yes. So, if there's nothing further on HOV2, Can we now go on to HOV3, which is the former Mount Pleasant Hospital on Frederick Road? And again, I'll give the council the opportunity, if they wish, to amplify, elaborate on their written response. And I see that at 3:15 no representations were made to the revised development management plan consultation in March 2014. But is there anything further that you wish to say on HOV3, and then I'll come to you?
So it was just a grammatical error that's in 3.4. It should say the site was originally developed as an isolation hospital, but fell into disrepair rather than despair. I think my colleague, Mr. Blackwell, has more up-to-date information about this.
I'm tempted to say I know the feeling. Right. Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yes, I'll ask the question again. Unfortunately, this will be repetitious, but could the gentleman from Sea Change let us have some information about the EC court ruling on the land and how it affects the land and why the actual development was stopped some time ago on that land?
I am not aware of an EC ruling on the land. The reason that the development stopped was because there was a change in priorities. This site, sir, was going to be the first site to be delivered under the Millennium Communities Programme, which all these sites belong to. But in discussion with the Homes and Communities Agency, it was felt that there was more benefit to the community to develop the lower site, the ex-Network Rail site at the bottom of the valley, because Seaspace had been instrumental in persuading the college and the Learning and Skills Council to move part of their college campus into the Ore Valley as part of the overall regeneration effect in that area, and also, of course, that it opened up the approach to Ore Station, which is seen as a key transport element, and which was previously approached by a very narrow lane, or pathway, which was not overlooked at all and considered quite a threat to particularly female members of the public. So we changed our programme there.
Right.
We are now, to update the hearing, so we have in fact now marketed the Mount Pleasant Hospital site. We placed it with national and regional estate agents at the end of October. We have had quite a lot of interest in this, and we have now set an offer closing date of the 9th of January, so that we will then understand what interest there is in the land.
Can I just, at the risk of being not quite wording for it, but with due respect, do you not think that you should be aware of the EC ruling before you put it on the market?
I would like to understand what the EC ruling is.
Could you provide it, Mr. Newbold?
I think we may be able to. Yes, I'll try.
I mean, presumably you mentioned it, so you must have seen it.
I know it exists, yes.
Right, well, I'll leave that to you. Right, anything further on... Yes, Mr. Hodge.
Just a quick question. I just wonder whether the existing road that's been built on this site, whether there's an ambition to extend that further as per the original intentions to connect up with the lower Ore Valley.
Yes, so if I can come back on that one. The development of that site being the first one was under the Urban Design Code required by the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister at the time. And it was intended to run that road down through the eastern side of the valley to improve connectivity. However, once we looked at it in more detail and went out to public consultation on this, it was clear that the cost benefits of that would not be sufficient to allow that expense to be undertaken, so it has been dropped.
Has it not been dropped because the fact is that C-Space forgot to check that the land immediately in front of the road is owned by a housing association who refused to sell it to them?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Yes, Mr. Wise.
Well, I think the gentleman over there's got things a little wrong.
Sorry, which gentleman are we referring to?
Sea change. The thing is, right in the beginning, Mount Pleasant Hospital used to deal with all sorts of problems that needed arsenic as a cure. When they started work on that site, they found out that on the east side there's big layers of where the arsenic, because they used to, up until 1980, they used to burn the bits and pieces, and arsenic, unfortunately, was used a lot for venerable diseases problems up until then. And one of the reasons why it stopped, and this is the truth, is the fact that arsenic was found on the site, and who would want a house with, built on that sort of area. On the other hand, on the west side, following the wall along, there are a number of badger sets, and they drove also from the site, Mr. Davidson will remember, they drove all the common lizards down into this southwest corner, and in a very wet area which wasn't suitable for common lizards, and since then they've sprayed it several times to get rid of the lizards.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Yes, I mean, bearing in mind that there are no representations which have been made on this allocation. So very briefly, if you've got any queries of the council, I'll ask them to take. Yes, Mr. Price.
I'm sorry, I haven't got my map with me, so I'm having real trouble working out which HOV3 or HOV2 is. But is this the one in the Specklewood Valley?
Well, it's the former HOV3 is the former Mount Pleasant Hospital, Frederick Road.
Is it the one surrounded by the absolutely massive metal fence that's excluded? Ah, right. I just wanted to say that seemed an extraordinary thing to have a whole site surrounded by a massive fence excluding the public for some 10, 20 years from enjoying the wood and everything else in that space. I can't really comment because I haven't actually seen the site because I couldn't get through the massive fence. But was this brought for a few quid by C-Space because the developer went bust?
But you've made no representation on this site.
Mainly because it denies the public any transparency or ability to actually have a look at a site when it's owned by a limited company that on behalf of the council, and they deny anyone access to what is a greenfield site and a wood and a quite nice wildlife area. The kids around this might have quite liked to play in that over the years, but seems very unfair, is just my point.
Mr. Hollidge, you had a point.
Yeah, it's just a general point in that it seems to be one rule for C-Space and the council and one for others. And I'm just wondering whether the council would be prepared to accept in policy HOV3 that a full contamination assessment is undertaken on the site. Quite happily worded for you if that helps. To deal with this issue of arsenic, because I think the borough, the council taxpayers of the borough will be picking up the bill when the council is subsequently sued if they sell this land with contamination that they haven't declared.
Right, okay. Yes, Mr. Sear.
Interestingly, this was the subject of a campaign by All Valley Action to try to reduce the housing density on the site some years ago, and obviously that has now reduced, which is good. My point actually is that it's on a very dangerous road, and it's getting busier and busier by the minute, and I think there's a very strong case for any site development to take into account some road improvements on Frederick Road, and particularly some realignment of the road to create a footpath on the eastern side, because there are very significant dangers for people crossing the road there. I'd like to see this included in the design brief.
Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Just finally, I would just like to say on the point that there's no representations, it's quite possible that the local people thought that this would never happen because of the fact that it's been fenced off from them because of this contamination, and that's why you haven't got any responses.
Well, I don't know why we haven't got any responses. Council, do you wish to comment on that? And presumably you're referring to policy DM5. Oh.
Yes, so DM5B, sir.
That's the one, yeah.
So, Mr. Wise, DM5B is the policy that requires robust information in respect of any contaminated land. And you'll recall at previous hearings there were some people trying to argue against being that prescriptive, and I think that was one of the instances where the inspector was suggesting that the wording of the policy should be, as it were, worded in the negative. Permission will not be granted until. So I would remind Mr. Hollis that that's already, thank you for your kind offer of drafting a policy, but I believe it already has been. With regard to Mr. Price's comments, and whether Mr. Blackwell wishes to comment, the safety issues on sites are a significant liability for landowners. And whilst I'm certain that many children might like to trespass on private land, some of them could get into difficulties and dangers, and the landowner would be liable if it wasn't securely fenced. It is not a matter of trying to keep people out for the sake of it. Mr. Sia made the comment, and I'm grateful for him that he has acknowledged that the lesser density now at least is something that he welcomes. He did mention the need for transport improvements, sir, and it may very well be the case that following the conclusion and carrying out of the transport statement that is required by criterion 7 of this policy, it says that proposals should indicate how the conclusions and recommendations of that have been incorporated. So if that study were to show that improvements are needed, I don't know if my colleague from the County Council wishes to add, but if that study showed that improvements were needed, I would assume that that is what they would be requesting when they are consulted on any application that comes forward. So.
I mean, presumably the transport statement, and I mean that's mentioned in a number of these policies, the transport statement would look not only at traffic generation, but the proper means of catering for it, both within and outside the site. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it would have to take into account pedestrian, cycle, any form of access to and from the site, and implication, and to make sure there is a safe way to get to and from the site by whichever means you choose.
Okay. Yes, I think.
Yes. How long has the council known about the arsenic? How long have you known about the fact that there is arsenic in that place? How long?
Well, I think that the fact that the contaminated land element
I just want to know whether a year or 2 years or...
Well, from a personal perspective, Mr. Wise's initial comment to me is the first I've heard, but I think from the contaminated land perspective, I don't know if Mr. Blackwell wishes to comment, but with any brownfield site there is likely to be some contamination, hence the need for a policy.
So how long have you known?
I've told you, I've just heard from Mr. Wise.
Oh, so you didn't know?
It's a former hospital site, so there is likely to be contamination.
So you haven't been able to find out how to get
That's the purpose
rid of arsenic?
I think the council's point is there is a risk of contamination and it should be dealt with in one way or another.
Yes, but I'm a little bit surprised because this land has been on, sort of free like this. Nobody's been looking after it, and suddenly it comes out that it's for sale, and through Cluttons, and they are reputable people. And suddenly we hear about the arsenic, so there is something that is not quite clear. So who is representing Cluttons?
Sorry, who is?
Is there somebody representing Cluttons? the fact that, you know, this land which is going to be for sale, which is on sale, for sale. Is there somebody, is that you?
I mean, I think the council's made it quite clear that if there is a risk of contamination, it will be dealt with, presumably, as part of the planning application procedure, I would have thought.
If I may, sir, just on points of clarification. Certainly when we first looked at the site, there was a full site investigation undertaken. We did not find the sort of levels of arsenic that have been mentioned. However, there were hotspots of PAHs, and there was an element of removal of contaminated soil at that time. As far as the fence is concerned, I would confirm that that was done obviously from a health and safety point of view, because once the site was started to be developed, there were problems potentially for children or what have you playing on the site getting injured. Finally, the question of the road improvements. There was originally a Section 106 agreement between the council and C-Space in relation to the whole of the All Valley. And when we were considering that this particular phase would be the first to be started, we undertook a considerable amount of road improvement works, highway improvement works, to facilitate that 106 agreement. Obviously, any person who is putting in a new planning application, which is not going to conform with the outline application, they will have to go through exactly the same 106 agreement for any further road improvements that may be considered necessary by our highways colleagues.
Well, I do want to press on. I mean, bearing in mind there are no representations on this particular site.
It is just a point though, sir. I mean,
right,
if he's just saying that there are hotspots in the area and the fence was put up for health and safety reasons, why on earth are they trying to put houses on it? Because there's going to be accidents.
Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yes, just to respond to Mr. Phillips, I wasn't actually suggesting to rewrite the wider policy on contamination. I was just referring particularly to this site and policy HOV3, where there is a requirement for an ecological constraints and opportunities plan. There's a requirement for a flood risk assessment. There's a requirement for a transport statement. It seems logical there should be a requirement for a contamination assessment and remediation plan. The fact that it's been left out is rather suggestive that the council don't want to know.
Yes, Mr. Price.
I think it's odd that the whole of this land needed to be excluded by a massive 15-foot spiked fence. But I do acknowledge what the gentleman over there said. I think C-Space should be commended for all the time they spend entirely voluntary without being paid a penny for working on this type of scheme to put in housing just because they believe in it. I think that's very commendable, but that's all.
Right, well, on that happy note, Mr. Phillips, do you wish to respond to the points? I mean, particularly the one about contamination. As you say, we've got DB5, isn't it? Yes.
That's correct, sir. I think generally there are a number of policies that are what I would refer to as overarching policies. And you yourself, sir, in previous hearing sessions have indicated and suggested to us that we need to impress at the front of this document the primacy of the development plan, which includes all of the adopted planning strategy policies as well as the others in here. And indeed, in previous discussions, you also felt, sir, that providing that was done as a minor modification, we would not have to include at the end of each policy the reference to all local plan policies will be considered. So in that respect, sir, I don't think the specific element of contamination policy is necessary or appropriate in this particular case.
I think you've got to leave it to my judgment, Mr. Hollidge, quite honestly.
Well, it just seems odd that there's requirements for ecological flood transport, but no contamination on a site which is supposed to have contamination on it. It's quite easy to refer to overarching policies, in which case can we take out the ecological constraints, can we take out the flood risk assessment, can we take out the transport statement? If you're not going to take those out, then you must put in a contamination assessment, and you must draw it to people's attention, particularly developers who might embark on buying this site, find out there's heavy contamination on it, and sue the council for not telling them.
Okay.
Nothing further to add. I mean, I think in respect of both comments from Mr. Price, which we welcome, but also comments from Mr. Newbold, as Iona Cameron has said, these are significant brownfield opportunities. And if we were not looking to maximise those, with respect to Mr. Newbold, it may be that other more sensitive sites would have to be looked at to provide more housing.
Yes, Mr. Wise, briefly.
Just very quickly, half of that site was a greenfield site originally, the bottom half, where children used to play and football and all sorts of things. And it's only on the east side that the contamination was originally done, because that's where the people dumped it. And then the silly idiots, whoever they were, shifted a lot of the stuff up along the top then and contaminated more of the site. I can honestly tell you that, and we're going back quite a while. Thank you.
Right.
Just very briefly, sir, for Mr. Wise's benefit, there is in the appendices, Appendix A of the Development Management Plan, a design brief, which does show an area that will be reserved for green space to protect the wildlife in that site.
Right, can we move on now to HOV4, the Cheviots Cotswold Close. And again, I'll invite the council to expand if they wish on their written response. And I note that there's two responses from the Park Lane group and also from you, Mr. Ingleton. Yes. So, council, did you wish to expand on your written response?
So really, the HOV4 is well underway, and you can see on site that development has already started, and the site was cleared originally by Amicus Horizon, and it's now being developed by the Park Lane Group.
Okay. Mr. Pickup is not here, but you are, Mr. Ingleton. Did you wish to say anything?
I see what Mr. Pickup says here. He wants it taken out of the allocation. I want it to stay because it should go against the 3,400 homes that we had to provide. I did make a representation on this particular point. I've mentioned it before, but I'll go through it again. What happened was, in the development plan in April 2013, there was a capacity of 63 on a 1.23 hectare site, 51 dwellings a hectare. The application was put in for 79, an increase of 16, which equals 64 dwellings a hectare. So what we've got is that the capacity was raised from one comparison to the next one, and Park Lane have got a very good development number on that site. This site was a particularly bad site from the point of view that there was no pre-application public consultation for the 79 dwellings. No objections, mainly because people didn't know. And this was passed on a delegated decision, and it didn't come to full planning committee. So I'm just making the point that it was one of these sites where in fact the developer got a real big leg up on it, and they've done incredibly well. These are the same developers that don't actually want to build to the minimum size spaces, the sizes of rooms and things that we had before. And also the developer didn't provide any social homes there at all, and I think there's some sort of payment going up towards it, but there were no social homes there at all, so they're all private homes.
Well, as I've said before, Mr. Ingleton, I mean, it's not my job to review council's past decisions.
I'm just reporting what actually happened, and the other factor is I don't want it taken out of the housing allocations.
Sorry, you don't?
I don't want it taken out of the housing allocations
that point.
because.
Did you wish to respond
very, very briefly, sir, to agree with what I think Mr. Ingleton is asking, is that it's stated as a policy, sir. You will see from the site that, construction has started, but it is often the case in the development industry that construction could cease. We may get a revised scheme, we may get an application to vary one of the conditions. So in that sense, we believe it should stay as an allocation, and in that sense it will also meet Mr. Ingleton's other concern that the numbers would count against the overall strategy figures. My understanding is also, sir, he is correct that it was the Park Lane director who was here who was raiding against some of the space standards, but I think we have covered that. And that is also likely to remain, albeit in some slightly amended form, in the plan. As for the social homes, there is provision that can be made for commuted sums to provide off-site if that case is made, and I can only assume that that might have been what happened here. But I think what Mr. Ingleton has also confirmed is that, he described this as a big leg up for the developer. I think it just goes to exemplify so that in some cases we might achieve somewhat less on a site than we feel. In other instances, something more might be achieved. But other than that, I can't comment on the specific decision or indeed, the reasons behind that.
Okay. Right, if we could, yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, I just want to say, don't think you'd have any agreement with actually leaving it in there because it's already been built on. It seems a bit of a nonsense to take it out.
Right, so
the allocation.
You want the allocation kept in?
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Because it's already got houses being built on it. You can't stop something that's already underway. And if it's got the allocation on it and they're building the houses, there you go.
Okay. Right, HOV 5, 87 to 221 odds on Farley Bank, HOV 5. And again, I'll ask the council to amplify if they wish.
Thank you, sir. Yes, again, this is another one which is also well underway and is expected to be completed late this year or early next year. It's Amicus with Skull Crown Homes are developing 29 new homes for rent in 4 blocks.
Okay. And Mr. Ingleton, you've commented on that one.
Yes. What actually happened with this one, the developers came to the local people and asked what they would like there. We managed to get 2-storey homes of various sizes, so 2, 3 and 4 and 5 bedrooms were in there. So what we've been able to do is to get proper 2-storey houses for people to live in, for families and what have you, whereas before there was going to be 44 flats. So, working with the community, we get a sensible answer.
Right, okay, HOV 6, which is Or Business Park, which is Or Business Park. Again, council, do you wish to elaborate or expand on your written response? And I know that no representations were made on this on the revised DMP consultation in March 2014. But, anything?
Thank you, sir. Yes, it does have planning permission, this site, and it was recently up for auction. My colleagues in development management informed me that they've had some early pre-app discussions regarding this site, so an application is expected to be coming in very soon.
Anybody want to say anything on HOV 6? HOV 6, is that one that you have commented on, Mr. Ingleton? No, I don't think so, but don't let that stop you.
Great. Well, what I was going to say was, if there's going to be an application, please let it be round 19, please. Thank you.
Council, did you wish to respond?
I think we can't determine what the applicant chooses to apply for. We can certainly
both determine the application and provide advice as to whether something may or may not be acceptable at pre-application stage. But your point is noted, sir.
Can I also say it would be rather nice if there was a pre-application public consultation on this size of development?
Well, I'll ask the council to note that. Right, HOV 7, which is Upper Borough Road. So, council, did you wish to amplify?
So I have no further information to add to what's already in my statement.
And we have a representation from Park Lane Group. So, unless anyone wishes to say anything on HOV 7, yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yeah, again, it's just a general point that applies to this site and a couple of the other ones in this area. It shows a power line crossing part of the site, which is part of the power line running down through the Ore Valley. There is considerable scientific information available now, which spells out the dangers of building close to power lines or underneath them in terms of the danger of cancer in young children and teenagers. And I'm just wondering how the council are addressing that issue.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ingleton, yes.
The power lines in the previous 2004 plan, there was an intention to underground them. And that was something that obviously the people known about and recommended. And that seems to have slipped out of this local plan now. And I have made an objection about that, but Mr. Hollidge has brought it up earlier, which is fine. We would like the underground to be considered as the 2004 plan.
If I may, sir, the representation was essentially asking for the site to come out. I understand for the reasons that we previously indicated in respect of very many sites, we would ask that the policy remains. Mr. Hollidge makes various comments about considerable scientific information. I'm aware, sir, when the government produced its guidance on these matters, including on, I think, the Scott report on telecommunications, there's considerable scientific information in the other direction. He asked what the council is doing about it. I would suggest to him, sir, that it will be the developer to show the council how it is addressing these issues, and provided that they can do so satisfactorily, then it is probable that a suitable scheme would be granted on an allocated site. Whilst Mr. Ingleton has pointed to a previous intention to underground, I am aware, sir, that undergrounding, and maybe Mr. Hollidge would be happy enough to confirm this, is very expensive, and if a developer does not have to do it, it is unlikely that they would do so philanthropically.
Do you think there is any cause for mentioning these power lines somehow as a criteria that due regard must be taken of?
I think my colleague is happy to comment on that, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I think that might be a sensible suggestion. I think in relation to power lines, the Health and Safety Executive as well as National Grid usually expect to be consulted, and the National Grid website provides some really useful guidance for developers about how to design around these types of situations. Previous experience on trying to relocate power lines proved to be incredibly expensive and very difficult to achieve. So I suspect it'll be a question of designing around a suitable scheme.
I'm just wondering if it's something that could be added to policy DM5. You're looking at land instability there and contaminated land. Is that a thought I could leave with you?
Certainly, sir. Happy to consider that.
Yeah. But thank you for that point, Mr. Hollidge. Did you wish to add anything?
Yeah, just come back to Mr. Phillips. He's talking about telecommunications. This is not telecommunications. These are high voltage power lines running down the valley. There is considerable scientific information that proves the causal link between these power lines and cancer in young children and teenagers. And I don't think it's, I agree with Mr. Phillips, it's a very costly exercise to ground them. Last time I looked at it, it was something like £1 million per pylon length between them. Developers are not going to bear that cost, and they're not going to, they're going to make full use of the site. I think it's on the onus is on the council to ask for this to be mitigated, and it should be included in policy HOV 7. Otherwise, I think the council are washing their hands with it.
Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
Can I just add the fact that you wouldn't expect a developer just to underground the part on their site. This runs right the way down the valley. There are lots of other homes that are affected by this, and some of the homes were in fact sold by the council in the last 3 or 4 years to people to live underneath these lines. And it's got to be a proper scheme to underground these things, because it is a dangerous thing for people to live under them.
Mr. Price.
There's mention of HOV 7 and HOV 6, and in fact a lot of these HOVs being adjacent to local wildlife sites, but it doesn't really clarify what that is. Is that an SNCI? And if it's an SNCI, I think the protection is notional, and the developers can do whatever they like to that SNCI. But I wouldn't mind just knowing what local wildlife sites these are adjacent to, and whether any they've thought of the NPPF section 108, 109. The planning system should contribute and enhance the natural and local environment by minimising impacts on biodiversity and providing net gains in biodiversity where possible. And it goes on. I just wonder if
we looked at that when we were dealing with the natural environment, in fact, but I'll ask the council if could you just deal with the point about the designations roundabout, which presumably are shown on the proposals map.
Yes, sir. On the large policies plan, you will see all of the local wildlife sites. At the natural environment hearing session, Mr. Davidson, and he may well wish to come in, he confirmed, particularly in response to concerns being raised by Mrs. Stevenson, but about another site, but more generally, that the terminology SNCI has now been superseded following DEFRA guidance that came out, which required us to look at those sites with a view to then designating under the new terminology of local wildlife sites. And Mr. Davidson did actually confirm that the DEFRA guidance provided a stiffer test in terms of the quality of what was on that site. And he explained, I think, to Mrs. Stevenson and to others that was the reason why some of the former SNCIs had actually dropped out or not been allocated as local wildlife sites. If I have got that wrong, I don't know if Mr. Davidson wants to come in on that. No, he's happy that I've accurately said what he said last week, sir.
Right, thank you. Yes.
It's just really just as an assistance to Mr. Price. In the design briefs, again, and the appendices of the development management plan for the HOV1's former stills factory shows the location of HOV7 being very close by, and the design brief for that whole area shows the extent of the local wildlife sites adjacent to it.
Sorry, that's page 240. I'm happy to show you the document during the coffee break if that helps.
Thank you. Right, can we, yes, HOV7 still. Mr. Wise.
Yes, I'm sorry to go back, but I can honestly tell you that HOV6, there is no wildlife on that site, but I noticed how quickly they shifted over the factory site. They're all empty. Now, the thing is, I agree that residential site, put homes on there is good, but nobody seems to say why people aren't using the factories. I know one factory people moved, that was the Coles drink people. They moved their CO2 plant, you know, for doing the bottles under the beer, that sort of thing. They shifted that to Bexhill Road. But the others, they're nice buildings.
Okay.
So why weren't they occupied? It goes to show that people are not interested in industry there because it doesn't work. Do you follow? And that goes for other places in Hastings. We're not an industrial site as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Price.
Very briefly, thank you to the two lovely people that helped me with my answer. What I'm unsure of with all this, so the local wildlife sites that are adjacent to some of these development sites, is I understand the protection is notional and it's entirely up to Hastings Borough Council whether they allow the developer to develop it. So can the developer reduce, or the owner, reduce the quality of these sites by poor management and then submit an application that would bring in some of these local wildlife sites and build on them? That's my first site, because they seem to be able to manage them exactly how they want to and clear them whenever they want and mow them. It just seems no consistency between Harold Road and Barley Lane at the moment. The guy's clearing it, a whole site, and that's can be quite good because it can be a management in its own right. The removal of the SNCIs, which are now local wildlife sites as per the DEFRA guidelines, there seems to be no notification to people like the Sussex Wildlife Trust and the Sussex Biodiversity Centre, who seem to have their maps out of alignment with the council's maps.
Well, we have looked at it all in dealing with the natural environment. I really do want to focus on these particular sites, Mr. Price. So is there anything further that you want to say on HOV 7?
Is the wildlife site afforded any protection apart from what Hastings Council want to enforce? Because their record of enforcement isn't terribly good.
Okay, I'll put that point. Yes, Mr. Newbold?
Just a point of what Mr. Phillips said. Thank you for reminding us about the downgrading of the local wildlife sites. I believe Mrs. Stevens actually asked the council how many of these sites had been downgraded, and I don't think she actually had an answer for that. And I think Mr. Price is quite right. There was concern from the Sussex Wildlife Trust that this was being done in the wildlife meetings.
Right, okay. Yeah. Mr. Wise?
Yes, the next door, the other side of the road, is badger sets, all sorts of things, and also a site where the council put a hibernacular for common lizards that when the overflow after the terrible disaster that happened at Fairlight in there. So, but the only thing that I could suggest is they put up one of these like they have round the Mount Pleasant Hospital site along that road. If you want to really protect the wildlife, you'd have to put up a big steel fence. Okay. Or, I mean, the children are going to use that area for play anyway, so you either sort of say, well, it's not going to be very important. But what people seem to forget is there's wildlife everywhere.
Right. Council, do you wish to respond to those points?
I think regarding Mr. Price's initial concerns, yes, I can confirm that rather unfortunately the protection of local wildlife sites is notional. Providing that work is undertaken and there is no breach of planning control, there is no enforcement action available to the local authority to consider. I would, however, sir, concur with his concerns that on occasions I have been more than aware during my career that some landowners either mismanage or fail to manage their land, and subsequently come in with an argument that the ecological or nature conservation interest is now diminished and therefore the land should be allocated for some other purpose. That, as I say, is something that I have known. Mr. Newbold has talked about the downgrading of SNCIs. Now, I think in fairness, you've heard that it was DEFRA's government guidance that said we looked at those, the criteria was stiffer, and if they didn't meet those criteria, they wouldn't be allocated as local wildlife sites. So I think that was something that was basically arising from government guidance. I know that Mrs. Stevenson is still suggesting that, can I have a list of ones that have dropped out? Once we are not in these hearings, sir, I'm perfectly happy, and I'm sure Mr. Davidson would be, to give her that number. I have recently confirmed to her, literally yesterday, in request of how many SNCIs are there. I had to reaffirm that, in essence, there are none at the moment because they are now superseded by the terminology local wildlife site. But in terms of what I think her question is, which is how many didn't make it to become local wildlife sites, we will address that when we are free of the hearing sessions.
Okay, thank you, that's very good.
I don't know if Mr. Davidson wishes to add to that. So.
I think I've heard.
You've got it.
Right. HOV 9 107 Lorraine.
Sorry, can I just make a quick point?
Oh, sorry, yes.
I don't find it acceptable for the council to be providing information after these hearings. This is a public examination. All this information should be heard now. It's completely unacceptable for the council to say we'll answer it afterwards.
Mr. Phillips, be fair, he said after the hearings the examination goes on until my report is submitted. But thank you for reminding me, it's a good point. May I have that information as soon as it's available?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Holly. That was very helpful. Right, HOV 9 107 The Ridge. And again, I'll invite the council to amplify, bearing in mind again that no representations have been recorded on this site. Does the council wish to add anything on HOV 9?
So really it's something for the council to consider further, but there is a clause for affordable housing on this site, the 20% provision. And obviously the council is considering the implications of the new planning and practice guidance from Friday, which suggests that property or developments of less than 10 units or 10 homes will be excluded from having to provide Section 106 agreement of affordable housing.
Mr. Hollidge?
Yeah, just to make the same general point about again, you've got high voltage power lines running through this site and a connection with cancer in children and teenagers. And again, what are the council going to do in terms of policy HOV 9, including a requirement not to build under or within a certain area of these power lines?
Anything further? Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
I may be wrong, but I think that's the tunnel that's going underneath there.
Oh, it's the tunnel. Yeah, it's a tunnel, isn't it?
Yeah. I do apologise. I know there is a pylon fairly close to that site. Yeah. In fact, it's in somebody's back garden, isn't it?
The pylon is the one top left of the plan that you see, sir, outside of the allocation site. The brown.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Line.
Yes. So, what actually is as a matter of information? What's the tunnel for?
Railway tunnel.
Going to Ashford.
Oh, it's that one. Ah, right. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's very deeply set.
Right.
There's also one other point. This is another business, a very thriving business that used to make steel fences, all sorts of wonderful things that's gone. in Hastings. We're not just an industrial site anymore.
Right, yes, Mr.
Yes, on this planning practice guidance, is it possible that we can have this as part of the examination library? It's been referred to twice now, so can we have the documents attached to that, please?
The answer to that is yes. I gather it came out
2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had an opportunity of looking. I mean, I've no doubt it's on my computer at home at present, so I'm sure it'll be a very interesting weekend reading.
Yeah.
So, anything further on HOV 9? So, I'm not sure what happened to HOV 10, but we now go on to HOV 11, which is the Ivy House Lane Northern Extension. And we have, let's see, just yes, we do have a couple of responses, including one from Rother, and they support the policy, subject to limited minor amendments requested. Do you wish to expand on your response?
I think, very, very briefly, sir, in respect of both of the next two allocations, HOV 11 and 12, the representations, the only representations we received have been of support. In respect to HOV 11, we found appended to our matter 3 on employment and the representation of support that came from an individual. In respect to both of the allocations, Rother District Council has supported the policies and the allocations, subject to minor modifications which we have made and were published in the schedule in July.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Holledge?
Yeah, perhaps I could ask Mr. Phillips or Mr. Davidson if they can give me a justification for building on a site in the High Weald area of outstanding natural beauty when they're trying to resist development on local wildlife sites. This is obviously much more valuable than that in terms of ecology, etc. And there is protection for these sites. How can they possibly justify this?
I think, sir, I'm happy to comment. I don't know whether Mr. Cameron will in a moment. Firstly, we remind Mr. Holledge that A and Bs are not designated for their wildlife interests, for their landscape, their national landscape character and quality, whereas local wildlife sites are designated for their nature conservation interest. Okay, so putting that one to one side, if you look at the tests within the framework, so in respect of development in A and Bs, it does require that we look at major developments firstly outside of AMBs and only look within where there are not deemed to be any alternatives. Now, unlike some of the references that we will hear later on today regarding emission sites, we have specifically, with Rother, identified here a need to extend an existing employment allocation. And in your matter 3, sir, you asked us quite specifically an additional question about the prospect of low-cost small starter units. And both in our submission and indeed in Mr. Shaw's, we confirmed that whilst some of the more major allocations along the Queensway Gateway were to attract the big inward investment, there was an opportunity here, sir, we felt, for that small-scale, local, incremental growth. The sort of businesses that Mr. Wise has just indicated are being lost on some sites. So insofar as we are looking at a small extension to an existing site, sir, there are no alternatives other than to look to allocate adjacent to. Whereas in respect of housing provision, we do feel and can show, sir, that there are alternative sites outside of the A&B, and therefore, sir, we believe that that is wholly compliant with what is required of us by the framework. We would also point out, sir, that Rother District Council are fully supportive, and indeed the allocations come with some measure of looking to achieve a more holistic and more appropriate management of some of that fringe A and B around these sites. So also in looking to the elements required of us, conserving and enhancing the A&B. That's the response to Mr. Holledge's questions.
Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
It rather makes a mockery of the council's position that they seek to exclude development on local wildlife sites which have no statutory protection. Yet the site, I mean, semantics about whether it's ecology, landscape or whatever. But this is an area of outstanding natural beauty. Yet the council see fit to build on it. And they talk about a small scale development. Well, it's 5.8 hectares. It's 70,000 square feet. This is not a small development. It's a huge development in an area of outstanding natural beauty which the council seek to build on. It just frankly beggars belief that they can sit there and try to justify it in terms of their overall position on landscape, ecology, etc.
Well, I'll bear that point in mind. Yes, Mr. Price.
Just briefly, what happens to the path and the track? I just wonder.
Sorry, what happens to the...
There's a path and a track running through the site. Are they going to be rerouted, or I just wondered?
Yes, I think Mr. Newbold, you were next.
Sorry, that was my comment as well.
Right. Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Sorry, yes, there was one other point. I noticed there's nobody from Rother District Council here today, but I do deal with sites in their area, and last time I looked they had a particular policy which resisted any development on sites adjoining areas of outstanding natural beauty, and I wonder how they can reconcile that position with allocating and supporting this development in an area of outstanding natural beauty. It's rather a contradiction in terms.
Right. Do you wish to respond to any of the points which have been made?
Mrs. Carroll first, sir, and I'll come back if necessary with any others.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yes, just to elaborate, this is a site that's been carried forward from the 2004 plan and has supporting evidence for its need, as Mr. Phillips has correctly outlined. There have, since that time, been a number of assessments on its value in terms of its A or B contribution, and the borough-wide landscape assessment for 2008 identified this area as a landscape with a capacity for change, and to use the words of the authors, has a high level of informal access by local people and an air of dereliction. Further landscape assessment concluded that it's run down, needs a facelift, and it's unworthy of its AOMB status. Further work was then commissioned jointly with Rother, and identified that there are long-range views across the site, and there are things that need to be protected. And the policy criteria there appropriately recommends action for that, but that the area does suffer from urban fringe problems, illegal dumping, and that this is a real opportunity to create a stronger definition to the urban area and enhancement of the AOMB. So just to confirm again, Rother District Council have supported and worked jointly with Council over the evolution of the policy for this area, and there is a design brief again in the appendices. Sorry to keep referring to that, but that's page 242, which shows the park and the tract, the historic tract to be retained through the centre of the site, and a substantial proportion of the northern part of the site to be retained as open space.
Anything further? Yes, Mr. College.
This is Cameron's comments, but enhancing, the fact that it's designated an area of outstanding natural beauty speaks for itself. And I don't think enhancing the landscape by the addition of 70,000 foot of industrial buildings is really sort of a very considered position. It's just typical of this council, is policy on the hoof to suit themselves on the sites that they want to see developed, and they will make the policy fit to that purpose.
Right, well, unless the council wish to respond to that, or there's any other comments on HOV 11 and 12. On HOV 12, this is the double dashed lines. Is that the tunnel again? Do we know? It is. Good.
Sorry, on HOV 12, if I could just make the same points. The brown dotted lines are I believe the high voltage power lines, which you'll see crosses the northern part of the site, so I'll make the same comments there. In terms of this site being developed, the fact that the tunnel actually runs through the site is a considerable constraint to development. I'd like to see what Network Rail's responses have been. Their standard response is usually you can't build it's either 10 or 15 metres either side of the tunnel. That doesn't seem to be taken into account on this. And again, this site is within, I believe, an area of outstanding natural beauty. So the same comments apply. This is a wholly unjustified allocation for all those reasons.
Do you wish to respond?
I think just very briefly, sir, no representation has been received from Network Rail. Obviously, I welcome the general purported level of environmental concern from Mr. Hollidge, and it'll be interesting to see how he responds to what has recently happened on his land at Barley Lane.
Okay.
In respect, my client's land is not an area of outstanding natural beauty.
No,
and has been housing allocation for over 30 years and were full support of the council and sold by the council.
Well, we should look at Barley Lane later on today. I look forward to that. Sorry, Mr. Newton.
Yeah, just a quick point. Is it not possible that as this tunnel goes under here, and it is a major point of the development, it should not be part of the listings on the back to say that there's a tunnel under here, just to make sure that everybody's aware that it's there, including would-be developers of the site? Because it's a fairly major point if you've got to contact Network Rail and to go into all the investigations about it. They're very slow, they're quite expensive to get them out to do things. It should be a part of this brief at the back as well.
Okay.
I think a reference to that in the text would be appropriate if that meets Mr. Newbold's concern.
Okay, thank you.
Good, right, yes.
Could I just make a point on the railway tunnel in terms of actually being able to develop this site? I think what you'll find is that it'd be very difficult to develop it because any developer would need to take out a substantial insurance policy in case of any damage to the tunnel itself, and I think that in itself would be prohibitive of any development on this site. This might be my experience on similar sites like this.
Right, thank you. So that does bring us to the end of our consideration of focus area 11. I propose now to adjourn for about 12 or 13 minutes to 25 to 12, and then we will turn our attention to focus area 12, which is Clyde Vale and Orr Village. So hearing adjourned until 25 to 12 by that clock. So if I could call everybody back to their seats. So I'd like to now deal with the Clyde Vale and Orr Village. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites which are being put forward. I think if everybody agrees, it might be useful to deal with CBO 1, 3 and 4 together. Is that, does that make sense?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right. Mr. Phillips, you're happy with that?
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, I think it does make sense.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Good. Right. Council, you've prepared a very comprehensive statement for which I'm grateful. Is there anything that you'd like to add or amplify? There's just one point on CBO1, Victoria Avenue, on 1.4. You say that outline application for residential development of 34 new homes, garaging and car parking and community amenity facilities was granted at planning committee subject to a legal agreement in February 2014. So if you could just confirm the status of that permission. I mean, what is the life of it? When would it lapse? Bearing in mind the legal agreement. And also, there was another point on 4.2, and this is CBO4 Church Street, where you say a planning application has recently been received, and it's for 5 units following pre-application consultation earlier in June 2014. And again, if we could have an update on that application. So I'd invite you to amplify your statement, and if you could deal with those 2 points. While you're doing so, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, shall I just deal with those now while they're fresh in your mind?
As you wish.
Okay. Yes, indeed. In relation to CB01, Victoria Avenue, the outline application was approved at planning committee, subject to a legal agreement. But that legal agreement has still not yet been signed. I spoke to the legal officer yesterday, and she has some concerns about the land ownership in the area, which I think has been raised by some of the objectors. And she's still looking into that, waiting for confirmation that the applicant does indeed own all of the sites, and is able to sign that agreement. And that's also the position of the county council. They're waiting for that confirmation. But I do understand that the site is for sale at the moment with Riverdale Properties. I think they're based in Ipswich.
Okay. And then there was CBO, well, 4.2 paragraph, CBO 4, Church Street.
I'm sorry.
Just wonder what the latest is on that one.
Yes. Yeah, that's been registered, sir, but not been processed yet.
Right.
So just in relation to amplifying our statement, really it's just to reiterate that the allocation of local green space in this area is to protect the majority of the area referred to locally by many people as speckled wood. Is consistent with national planning policy as set out in the framework in 2012. In 2004, the local plan for the whole of the Upper Orr Valley area was recorded as A01 in the Schlar and was allocated for housing for a considerable number of units, over 150. But following sustainability appraisal of the emerging draft development management plan, 2012, 3 options or alternatives were considered for the area in accordance with the SEA directive, which requires plans and proposals to be considered against economic, environmental and social implications and have alternative options. And the consultants' views were set out in the report. Further focused consultation was then arranged and was described in the consultation report. In essence, following that, the council sought to strike a balance between meeting the needs for development with the aspirations of the landowners who had permission to develop at CB01, previous permissions. But a local green space designation was then applied to the majority of the area and approved by Cabinet in 2012.
And that's the area, presumably, which pretty well sits within CBO 1, 3 and 4.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah. And this approach to plan making, sir, in this focus area is consistent with the MPPF and PPG and local plans and PPG and open spaces, as well as the others for housing and employment and availability assessments. And the council has sought to respond to local concerns by designating this vast majority of area, whilst retaining some smaller parcels with established planning history to meet social and economic needs. So, if I may just draw attention to the PPG on open spaces. in which it suggests that local green space designation will be rarely appropriate where the land has planning permission for development. Exceptions could be where a development would be compatible for the reasons for designation, or where planning permission no longer capable of being implemented. And so in relation to these two exclusions, I suppose, or exceptions to that, first is that development compatible with local green space designation is unlikely to be residential, given that local green space is considered in policy terms to have the equivalent of greenbelt status. Elsewhere in the framework, it talks about designating a local green area as a green space would give it protection consistent with the greenbelt, but otherwise, so there would be no residential expected within that area. And the second part is where planning permission is no longer capable of being implemented. Again, referring back to the housing and employment land and availability assessments, sites with planning permission are allocated for housing should normally be considered as developable unless there is clear evidence that schemes will not be implemented. As the site has just gone on the market and is being disposed of and has almost planning permission with the Section 106 agreement. And lastly, sir, the guidance for open spaces does recognise that plans must identify sufficient land and suitable location to meet identified local needs. So management of the local green space will remain the responsibility of the landowner, and local communities can consider how to, with the landowner's agreement, they might like to get involved, perhaps in partnership with that organisation. So, following the PPG and the others that are obviously available to us now, we also have additional information provided to update us in terms of the wider areas, in terms of the ecology study, and references made in the policies to each of the individual sites requiring an ecological opportunities and constraints plan. A minor modification might be suitable that refers to a wider ecological opportunities and constraints plan for the whole area. And that is suggested in the ecology study, which has just been completed. And my colleague, Mr. Giles Kerr, will be happy to answer any questions about that. Some copies of the wider ecological opportunities and constraints plan suggested are available on the back wall.
Right, okay, we'll have a look at that during the course of the hearing.
So, I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay, well, I'm sure there will be some. Right, well, look, I would like to give various people an opportunity of speaking. Can I turn first of all to the Orr Community Land Trust? I'd like to hear from you, Mr. Sear, first, if you're happy to do that. I've got one or two. I mean, I've read obviously through your through all this, and I'd like to congratulate you on what you've produced. It's so easy to read, like the photographs, etc. So thank you very much for that. First of all, you say in this little leaflet of yours, the Trust is a membership organisation involving residents and supportive organisations. How many members do you have?
I think currently we've got around about 40.
40?
At our height, we had about 50.
Right, so I put 40 to 50. And the other thing is you mention under paragraph 8, partners and stakeholders, and you list the actual and potential partners and stakeholders, and you say they include a number of people. I did wonder if you'd been working with the Friends of Speckled Wood. I don't see them noted on that list. So have you been working with them with a view to perhaps having a joint approach to this hearing? Thirdly, you mentioned Japanese knotweed, and you say that that has or is being treated with injection, I think you say. I mean, do you see that as a problem for development or potential development, is it a problem as regards the Trust's aspirations for speckled wood? Fourthly, I'd like to ask you, how do you see CVO 1, 3 and 4? Now let me put it another way. Do you think that CVO 1, 3 and 4, if developed, would they thwart the Trust's aspirations for speckled wood? And fifthly, I'm particularly interested in footpaths, whether there's any statutory footpaths as on the definitive map, and if there are any more informal footpaths. I will of course be having a site, I will of course be looking at the site. It will be an accompanied site visit to which obviously you will be invited, and we can look at things like this and anything else which is relevant on site. But if you'd like to either take me through your proof and your exhibits, if you wish to amplify or expand it in the light of everything that you've heard so far, and also if you could answer those 5 points that I've drawn your attention to. So, Mr. Sear, please.
Thank you for your comment about the material we provided. I think, before I answer the questions, and I think it's worth saying that the leaflet that you were reading from is one of our earlier leaflets, so things have moved on a bit since then in some ways, even though it sets out the principles we've been working to, but it is a slightly older leaflet, and it certainly predates the formation of Friends of Speckled Wood anyway. But I think if I could just say overall, All Community Land Trust is at the end, if you like, of a series of groups that were set up to campaign to save speckled wood, which goes back to 2005. The first group that I was involved in was a speckled wood group, and that worked alongside the Sad Owls group. And Dave Emsley isn't here today from Sad Owls, but that group was set up around about the same time. And the work really was done to raise initially local residents' awareness to the fact that speckled wood, as we decided to call it, had actually a large amount of area of land designated for housing. And a lot of people in the area didn't realise that, because nothing had been done to the valley for many years. In fact, the valley was effectively abandoned back in the 60s and 70s when the housing in Church Street was demolished as part of some clearance, and when the allotments and small holdings that occupied most of the at that point relatively open valley were abandoned. And it was after that that the woodland, the new woodland grew up and eventually became very dense. So people just saw it as a wood next to where they lived, and a wood that did have some footpaths through it, but certainly a visual amenity and a pleasant place to be beside, and a nice change from the relatively dense environment that does exist around there. So after raising awareness and using leaflets, newsletters, meetings and publicity, we then saw the support of other organisations locally and across the borough. Ward councillors were and have always been very supportive and have both helped with support and with active participation and ideas, if you like. So we've generated support all across the borough and certainly all around Speckled Wood. And really our work was to campaign to get to the point we're at today, effectively. This is the big chance to see at least a large part of Speckled Wood protected, because until it's protected, the future lies in the balance. Anything could happen. It's a wasted asset. It's a tremendously valuable piece of green space in a relatively dense area with very little access to green space. And although it's valuable in its own right, it can be enhanced hugely. So the campaign was to make people aware of that, and we've worked with the Shaping Hastings consultation right the way through, effectively. From November 2006, that was our first submission. In fact, there were specific meetings, or one specific meeting organised in Orr by the strategic planners to let local residents know what the plans were. So campaigning was the main part of it, engaging with the Shaping Hastings process, opposing development applications, and our position is very clear on that. We do support the Council's proposals to protect the best part of speckled wood, well, a large part of speckled wood, but that doesn't mean to say we support the applications. We most certainly don't, and we've always opposed developments on anywhere in speckled wood, particularly the first site, the Victoria Avenue site, which is probably the most, well, certainly the most damaging development that could happen in speckled wood, because it effectively cuts the top of the woodland off. But in spite of the fact we've opposed those development applications, and will continue to do so, we still welcome the fact that the Council has listened to the local community, used the Shaping Hastings programme, and listened to other organisations, and have come up with a plan to at least protect a part of it. So better that than nothing.
Yes.
But if it was to change, we'd like to see the whole of speckled wood protected, if that was a possible change. The other thing we did was we realised that we would want people to value and use the wood, and so we started a process of clearing footpaths, clearing the stream, and clearing decades of collected rubbish. Some of it was quite recent. There was a lot of fly tipping in one area, and some of the rubbish went back to the days of the small holdings and the allotments. We didn't clear it all, but we did clear a lot and opened up the stream. And there is, to answer one of your questions, an extensive footpath network in the woodland, both running along beside the stream and running across the valley. That was what they called the old school footpath that allowed the old school footpath that allowed the children on the north side of the valley to cross over to the school in School Road. Two schools, one followed another. That one shows up on very old maps going back to 1930, and I think before that. So is the path beside the stream. And then on the upper part of the valley, behind Old London Road, where the allotments and small holdings were, there were a lot of access tracks. Greystone Lane is the principal one, and that was originally scheduled to be built right the way through as a proper road, but that never happened. But those tracks have been used for a long time. And of course the other side of the valley is Church Street, the street that originally had housing on it. It was demolished. And that's been in constant use. That's been used all the way through. It's a very important track. So we did a lot of this work, including teams of volunteers and help from the Prince's Trust. Teams of young people came in and spent roughly 2 weeks, I think it was, clearing the worst of the rubbish. And so that was quite a sort of inspiring piece of work. If you have, we've got some pictures showing them in their overalls, sort of wading through the stream, clearing rubbish. I haven't got any in there, I'm afraid, but I have got pictures elsewhere. Now that worked brilliantly, and we even found the closed-off part of the School Road footpath that was completely overgrown. We had to cut through that, through the old timber set to open that up. And since those paths have been opened up, then they've been used, which means they don't need as much maintenance as you might otherwise expect. In fact, the paths are much more open, a lot of public rights of way in the countryside, but they aren't actually public rights of way.
Sorry,
they're not actually public rights of way. They're not on a definitive map as such, but they are, I think, in the on the Order Survey. Sorry,
yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a close look at those maps as we go through. I think what I would like to do, when I've heard from everybody, or perhaps before I've heard from everybody, perhaps we could go around the maps and those people who have presented them can explain what they say, what they show. But please continue.
Okay. So, as I say, we opened up the woodland, we produced plans of the footpaths, and we organised guided walks. And all the way through this period of time, because what happened in fact was a speckled wood group and Sad Elms joined together to form All Valley Action. And then from All Valley Action, All Community Land Trust was formed in 2009. And All Community Land Trust was formed specifically to be a vehicle that could acquire land. Our intention is we've started a process of registering as a charitable incorporated organisation, so that we can hold land. And that was the purpose of setting it up, to continue the campaign and to be a means, a community-owned project, if you like, for owning land in the valley. In 2012, Friends of Speckle Wood group was set up, and they've done a lot of work as well in terms of clearance and making use of the woodland issues. Well, it's not for me to say, this would be for Martin to say what they've done, but they have done a lot of work. Sandals have continued as a group. But what we've done over the last 2 years, particularly in the lead up to this inquiry, or to the approval, if you like, of the development management plan, is we've been looking at specific projects that we intend to develop, providing the protection is given. The most important one is the All Village Green project, which is something we've been talking about for some years. But we did get some funding from the big local fund for North East Hastings, which is a special localism grant, to get a report, a design report on the Village Green, which is in the area behind Old London Road, below the existing green. And that, we carried out a survey, and we got a huge positive response for that. And that's very doable, and it's very much a way of creating much needed community facilities in an area where there is no accessible children's play space in the centre of Borough, and very little open space anywhere. This would actually provide that. And also we plan a performance area as well. But of course any of these projects will depend on what the community actually wants. All of our work is based on engaging the community and seeking their views, so we come up with ideas and we find out whether that's what people really do want. The other major piece of work is the All Valley Greenway, which ties in with the Greenway plan for Hastings, which now links into the walking and cycling strategy, which has been approved by both local authorities, and of course the routes network, which is in this local plan. And the good thing about that is there's now no real disagreement about where the routes should go. And the important one from our point of view runs up through Speckle Wood. Not only will it provide a walking and cycling route, but it will provide disabled access to the valley floor. And we've been working with the Disability Forum, who are extremely keen on that, because it will open up access to green space. Not just in Speckle Wood, but below it in the lower part of the valley, which quite simply doesn't exist at the moment. In other words, it will really open up the woodland for people who can't get into it. So they're the two big projects. We've actually got funding for the design work on the All Valley Greenway, which goes right the way down to Orr Station and runs up the other side of the valley to Broom Grove. So it's got two prongs effectively. And there's an extension to it which runs up to the Academy, so it's a very connective project. And with some significant government funding that's been allocated for the routes network in the Local Enterprise Partnership Growth Fund, there is no reason to think that this can't happen, along with developers' contributions, particularly to the site next to Frederick Road. So this has really got the potential to happen. We have a plan for a food growing project by reinstating the old allotments. So we have a lot of important projects behind the land in Old London Road. And so that piece of land is very important indeed. And it's very accessible because it has theoretically a vehicle access route to it. So I think that was my sort of, if you like, summary of where we've got to and what our plans are. But then coming back to your questions, I think the footpath one I probably answered. In terms of membership, we do have a fluctuating membership, but beyond the membership we have a lot of supporters, we have a wide mailing list, and we do organise a lot of community events that other people come to. And in terms of partners, we have tried to engage local organisations and borough-wide organisations such as the local housing associations, Orr Valley Forum and the big local, the local schools, colleges, Hastings Environment Network, who were very supportive initially when we set up the Orr Valley Action, and many other groups. I think in terms of the way the groups work, we all work somewhat differently, but we all have basically the same aim, which is to protect speckled wood. We might have slightly different views about what is then done with it, but certainly the aim is to protect it. So in that respect, I think we work in parallel rather than with the other groups. The Japanese knotweed, we did take on treatment work of Japanese knotweed in the area of speckled wood to the west that leads down to Frederick Road. That's an area of unregistered land, and we effectively adopted that since no one appears to own it. And we did use the approved treatment method in discussion with the Environment Agency for treating the knotweed by injection. We know it's a huge piece of work, but really it's a drop in the ocean, and we wouldn't pretend for a minute that has done more than just... It has actually cleared a bit of the knotweed, but it does seem to have stayed dead, if you like. It takes about 3 years to do it, but it's limited. The ecology report that's been done, the recent one, I think makes a very valid point that it needs to be tackled. This is the council's ecology report, rather than our own, which was done just for the village green, effectively. Makes a very good point that it needs to be tackled across the borough. We would accept that. And a lot of the points made in that ecology report we think are very good ones, so we very much see that as a useful contribution. But as I say, the work we did was limited, and it made us realise just how much work is involved in doing the proper job on Japanese knotweed. So it's certainly a constraint to development, and in some areas it's extremely dense and quite a problem. I think I've probably answered most of the questions now. So as far as the 3 development sites are concerned, we don't support them, and we very vigorously opposed the CVO1, the Victoria Avenue site, which, when the first application came in, we managed, I think partly due to our lobbying, to persuade the council to turn it down, but it was overturned at appeal, and we did put a lot of resources into arguing the case to refuse the application, but that was overturned at appeal, and then it was renewed, and then another application much more recently was made, which again we've opposed. It's a great shame about that project. We don't think it's realistic because of the shape of the land and the cost of doing it. We think that it's just being used as a speculative land ownership project. We don't think there's any real intention to develop it. And so it does seem to me that there probably is a case within the planning guidelines for saying that it's undevelopable and therefore could be included in the protected area. And if that could be done, we would be extremely pleased to support that.
Right. So basically you're saying there's a bit of a planning history on that one.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, that was hugely contentious, but it still is hugely contentious. So many of the trees would have been cut down to allow the development. It would have required a massive amount of landfill to be brought in to create a causeway down to it on what's already unstable land. I mean, quite frankly, I haven't met anyone who thinks it's a site that should be developed in any way. That's certainly the worst one. The other 2 sites, which we oppose, are less intrusive. There is a huge argument against any large development because we understand the county council will not accept a large site accessing onto the old London Road, which is an extremely busy and dangerous road. And I think we can understand why the council have come up with the current designation based on the issues they're facing. And the 2 small sites are less intrusive, if you like, than certainly the Victoria Avenue site. And the footpaths I did mention, so I think I have covered your questions, unless you think I've missed anything.
Yes, if you could say a little bit more, if you can, about how would allocations CVO 1, 3 and 4 thwart the Trust's aspirations for speckled wood? If you could go into that in a bit more detail, I'd be grateful.
Could I ask my colleague Aubrey to...
Yes,
ask my colleague Aubrey to answer that?
Yes, right. But you're okay for the time being?
I'm happy that I've...
Right, good. Mr. Ingleton.
What I was hoping you were going to do was go through the various ones, and I could make the points, particularly as we went through to each site rather than in general.
If you'd like to do that, yes. I mean, I am grouping them together because that seemed to be the agreed way, and But yes, I mean, if you want to go through CVO1 and then 3 and 4, that's fine.
Okay.
But I would like you to address my question about how the development of these sites would thwart the Trust's ambitions for speckled wood.
Well, the first thing is from Victoria Avenue. If you stand in Victoria Avenue looking down, this is a huge area, a large amount of trees, and to take that away would be really bad. The particular point about it also is this is made up ground at the top of a gill. And to put Victoria Road or Victoria Avenue in, lots of spoil had to be put in and made up so that the road could be put in. Now, if you take the trees down, the trees are retaining the soil that's there at the moment. And we've had examples in the town itself, or where in fact trees have been taken down and there's been a lot of ground settlement, and that's happened up at the country park, which people know about, Rocklands and where have you. So these trees are in fact supporting the ground that's actually there. Right. So that's my first point, is that to lose this part, which is designated here for, it says 51 but it's now 34 houses, is a particularly bad problem for us. Now, if I can go into the situation as far as the application was concerned, I'd like to do that. What happened was, it's a 0.77 hectare site, and it was said a possible capacity of 51. The site, as I say, is steeply sloping. It's got a 40-degree slope and made up in Victorian times. It is not possible to construct and obtain suitable foundations. Planning permission was given about 6 years ago, and this is when I wrote in 2013, and nothing has happened. And the previous applications have run out. So what we did want was a full environmental assessment of the area, and the council and local developers are using outline applications incorrectly when present applications have run out of time. Outline applications are used to retain the value of the site. They do not provide full planning permission to develop the site or enable the development to commence. I've got a question here that says, have Hollyberry Holdings signed the Section 106 agreement? I understand that they haven't, and the site is up for sale. The other main point about it is that in our area we have 7,500 inhabitants, and we are very densely populated with rare open spaces. I said the site is heavily wooded with steeply sloping gradients. Southern water have been indicated as insufficient sewage and water capacity to serve the site, and we still don't know where the nearest point of adequate capacity is. No development before the infrastructure required to serve the site is available. Any new full application must comply with the NPPF, the new local plan and current planning policies. What happened was, there was a rushed, in April 2004, there was a rushed outline application for 34 houses in Garrigin, changing from the flats that there were before. We're pleased that there weren't going to be flats, but this is a situation where in fact it's a contentious site. There was no pre-application public forum, and I make the point that it's part of the speckled wood gill, and the site is made up soil at the end of the gill in Victorian times. There's a 22-metre fall front to back, and the site slopes approximately at 40 degrees. The access road will not comply with the manual for streets and will not be suitable for refuse and emergency vehicles. The MPPF, page 28, items 120 and 121, it says about to present unacceptable risks from pollution and land instability. Planning policies and decisions should ensure that the site is suitable for its use. At the moment, somebody is saying that the outline application has been produced and passed, is enough once they've got a legal agreement under Section 106. I make the point very clearly that there's not. A full application has got to go in to show that the ground is suitable for development, and also that you can get the roads in and all the things that go with it. Local groups have objected. Over 1,000 people have objected to it, and all the local councillors are against the proposals. The planning was only passed on a casting vote of Councillor Daniels, who was the planning chairman at the time. The application has been hedged around with so many conditions that when full application is produced, it will not produce a viable scheme. And I think if this goes ahead with only a Section 106, I think the council will probably in the future, if there's any settlement or any problems or people buying houses on this site, giving permission on the basis that it is given or talked about at the moment, there will be a large risk of legal problems and expenses that go with it. And they really ought to make sure before they go ahead with this scheme that they are sure that this can actually happen. Thank you.
And did you wish, that's on CDO 1, did you wish to say anything on CDO 3 and 4, in that we are looking at these three sites together?
I do. Right. CVO 3.
That's land at the rear of Old London
That's
Road,
right.
isn't it?
Yes, it is. Portsdale Properties and their successor do not own all the site. There is a small private ownership, unregistered lands and rights of way and footpaths crossing the site, plus the rights of small businesses in the area. The proposal is back development on a difficult sloping site with narrow access onto the busy A259 Old London Road. Any proposal must comply with the current manual for streets, and full access will be needed for refuse and emergency vehicles. The East Sussex Highway should be fully consulted regarding the access, and their report must be satisfactory before putting it up as a site allocation. No planning application has been put forward by the developer in the last 10 years. No maintenance has been carried out by the landowner in the last 10 years. No discussion has been held between the landowners and local groups in the last 10 years. Local conservation groups have carried out path clearing and maintenance over the last 10 years. The point about drainage is made again, and also the site I don't think is sustainable, sound or viable. I did make some points because I thought that the landowner may be here, and I did make some points about here about the 10 dwellings, and we think they are back development, and they shouldn't go ahead. You want one more, do you?
Yeah.
You're rushing me.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm sorry.
No, don't say that.
And which was the other one? CVO 4?
CVO 4, that's Church Street.
Right. I've got the stuff, okay. Right. The proposed greenfield site is a woodland and scrub. It has woodland and scrub at the entrance. The Specklewood is owned by the Government's Home and Communities Agency. This would mean as destruction of trees and wildlife habitat and Church Street and Greenway and the cycle routes across the site. The triangle of green space in the Clifton Road and Greville Road area, they are trying to put a house on there, which is in fact within the 20 metres expected of the nearest home properties. So it's been squeezed on almost to a verge to get a house on there. I make it the point about the 7,500 inhabitants in the focus area, densely populated. What we thought would be useful was that this area is to be a public access for visitors to Specklewood and should be left undisturbed, and provide some minor car parking facilities. people all over the country know about Specklewood, and we've had people tell us about, from other countries about it. There is a new outline application for 5 dwellings. It's an undeveloped green site. It's an irregular shaped plot which is bisected by Church Street. I mentioned the part about the triangular green area, and it's far too close, and it's within the 21 metre accepted space between houses. The drain situation has not been clarified. There's no development should come before the infrastructure to the services. The site is not sound and viable. Homes and Communities is a government department and seem to want to avoid the prior proper procedures so they can sell on the site. So they're coming up with an outline application to try and get permission and then sell the site. It should be taken out of this site allocation and allowed to be part of Specklewood Green Space. Thank you.
Can I just press you a little bit more on by asking you how the Trust's aspirations might be thwarted or prejudiced by the development of these 3 sites? I mean, are you saying that these 3 sites are an intrinsic part of Speckled Wood? Or is that the point you're making?
Generally I am, but I'm saying the worst one is the CVO1, which is the one on Victoria Avenue, because that is a major part of the site. And on a site visit, which we hope to have you be accompanied, you'll be able to see for yourself. And we think that is an area that ought to be saved. And it's got a 40-degree slope. The one from the old London Road is a difficult access, and we think once you've got an access onto it, there will be problems in the future where people may decide to come back and like to develop. The owner of the site, Mr. and Mrs. or owners of the site, Mr. and Mrs. Valami, haven't attended today, so we don't know what their views are. But so we think that it doesn't need to be developed there, because they didn't want it to be developed, because I did read what they said. They weren't keen on that, for that bit to be developed, for that number. And also the one down at the bottom, it just seems to me that there's a government department trying to make a profit on a small site there like that, whereas in fact it really would be worthwhile if they just gave into the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, now, Mr. Newbold, you've been very patient. I'm grateful to you for that. I've got your statements here. Thank you for them. You have set out in, under focus area 12, 2.3 to 2.21. I mean, can I take it that really is the thrust of your objection to development on Specklewood sites?
Pretty much. I have prepared a verbal statement to go a little bit further with explanation as well. Yeah. But yes, certainly that was some of our issues with it. I will answer the question you asked the other parties. Yes, I do believe any development in Specklewood would be a very bad thing. I think there is some remit for a classroom to be put on part of the site, and that's the only permitted development I would see that would be beneficial to it at all. If I go on, I can. Would you like me to go ahead with my?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I mean there's no need to repeat what I've already heard. I'm sure you will. And there's just one question I had for you. The Friends of Speckled Wood, how many friends are there?
636.
Right.
Okay. Speckled Wood is a community asset first established as a public open space in 1930 when all of the green infrastructure in Hastings was laid out. The public had already enjoyed access to the area for centuries earlier because of the various footpaths crossing it. During the First World War, allotments were established and that further increased the usage together with roads and paths providing access. Government policy encouraged more allotments to establish nationally and during the war, the plots were generally in keeping with the requirements. Later this was embodied in law as part of the Defence and Realm Act, DORA, which gave the government powers to take over land in 1917 under the Cultivation of Land Order. After the war in July 1923, Hastings Council accepted a free gift of the Green besides the Salvation Army, and included several conditions, included that they preserve the land forever as open space. In March 1924, a further plot of land behind one of the already given was under identical conditions. The allotments were still active in 1950, were slowly abandoned, and cultivated parts of the woodland slowly returned to their natural state. The whole area then remained open, and the children of all have played on this site for over 50 years with no maintenance from the landowners. There have been many existing paths leading into the woods from Victoria Avenue, Clifton Road and Sandham Road and Frederick Road, and all green, making it readily available to greet many residents for the wide area. The Ore stream continues to flow openly through the woods, although much of its length now runs culverted. It is important to wildlife that the valley cannot be overemphasised. Our trust became involved in 2012 when we met the council's challenge to include a large proportion of speckled wood in the emerging development management plan. Our organisation created paperwork and an online consultation alongside the councils, offering a fourth option: no development or housing. 1,231 responses were returned in favour of no development, and the matter was taken to the Emerging Plans Cabinet meeting, with the potential of the site being designated as a local nature reserve. The recommendation of the Cabinet was that the site would become a local nature reserve, which I think we've had agreed over here. Councillor Peter Chowney remarked at this meeting, with sensitive management it could become worthy of a triple SI. It certainly has all the potential. It could easily have triple I status. Nothing was done further by the council. Natural England was not contacted. See the statements from Natural England in my documents. To date, there has been more than 3,600 objections to housing on this site. In 2013, the Friends of Specklewood Management Trust and Charity worked with the council to remove a large quantity of dumped waste material from the site. This was an attempt to clean up the site. Over 50 skip loads of material was removed at no gain to the trust. We have been told the site did not qualify as a park. The site was not then inspected by the Parks Departments, despite all this hard work by the community. On the 25th of November 2014, we heard from Mr Murray Davison on the process to gather information on allocated sites in the Emerging Development Management Plan by assessing each allocation's viability. This process, we learned, started with the Green Infrastructure Map, the GLI, and via P. Sampson's newly created Report on Ancient Woodland Survey 2008 to 2012, the HBC DMP 65 Local Wildlife Sites Review. It seems Speckled Wood CVO1, CVO3 and CVO1, CVO3, CVO4 was neglected, and no adequate reporting was completed for the site. Subsequently, police became involved in an incident with a disturbance of a badger set in 2014, which could have been prevented with better ecology. During Matter 4 hearing, I spoke about the absence of speckled wood from the reports that the council had filed. I read out a long list of documents in relation to this issue. There were some 10 documents with only 2 mentioning the site allocations. The information was unchallenged by the council. I refer you to the council statements HBC 10B under Matter 10, Introduction to Focus Areas 11, 12 and 13, paragraphs 5. Okay. On page 1, it is clearly written the whole plan, together with site allocations, was subject of viability testing under the NCS consultants to ensure deliverability, viability of sites selected. Library reference HBC DMP 164, which is dated 20th of June 2014. In tandem with this exercise, the plan's policies and site allocations were also subject to a detailed sustainability appraisal work. If you refer to the Ashton Japanese Knotweed Survey 41914-01, Rep ID 2063-60, which is dated September 2014, how can the NCS consultants have done complete viability studies with up-to-date information in their hands? Their report seems baseless in respect to these CVO1, CVO3, CVO4, known as speckled wood. We also were told the gentleman had not visited the site. I refer you to the Council's statement HBC 10B on page 6, paragraph 5.12.6. It is written, it is important that this area retains its natural form both to provide green space for the local community and provide a wildlife corridor. Following on from this, it is written the development of the site CVO3-4 also contributes to this aim. I've already stated on the 20th of November 2014 during the first Matter 5 hearings that case law supplied in a Kent County Council Planning Law Update Issue 6 December 2030 refers to PHN Properties Limited regarding the Secretary of State, Communities and Local Governments 2012. It's noted as EWHC 1998 Admin, which indicates the High Court held that where fulfilment of Section 106 agreement would depend on activities carried out on the surrounding land of a development which the developer owns, then a planning inspector is entitled to refuse planning permission as there is no guarantee that activities would be maintained in the event that the land was sold. Further on from this paragraph, it is written these opportunities would be identified by the design brief, Hastings Green Infrastructure Study 2012, pages 18 to 19, library reference HBC DMP 155. In fact, this just repeats the development of the DMP sites CVO3 and 4 can also contribute towards achieving this aim, which has been addressed in the case law PNH Properties. No information was given. I refer you to the Council Statement HBC 10B on page 8, paragraph 5.12.15. The site allocations for this area will create more sustainability and balanced communities by protecting, conserving and potentially enhancing the majority of the woodland as green local wildlife site. The paragraph then uses NPF planning strategy to say that the development would be considered consistent with these objects herein. It is clear from these pages 1 to 8 that the Council has failed to identify the community needs, pushing forward housing when it is clear that 99% of the consultations show that is not what they want. The Council is not... sorry, can I go back to that? 99% of the consultations show that the Council is not recommended to follow the MPPF guidelines and to look at other alternatives to encourage use of the natural community asset. The statement fails to outline the need for a wet classroom on the site and facilitates school use of this area. I'm already aware that schools are training woodland school teachers to this end, and a formal proposal from the school building built by the children of the local schools as part of their coursework will soon be on the table. The location CVO4 is only suitable location for this room and toilet facilities, bearing in mind CVO4 has a huge development of underlying protected species tunnels and the site covenants that limit the number of residential units. It is not fathomable why the Council is overlooking the potential site for the contribution it could give for the schools of this area. A registered letter to the Council Legal Department has pointed out that our Trust charity feels that the current process is disadvantaging them in favour of the Council. The letter details problems with statements and evidence not appearing online, not being offered the same facilities to the Council in respect of display boards, referring to commenting Council statements HBC 10 paragraph 1.21 in reference to missing files, HBC DMP 177 from the Development Management Plan. I believe this is the document that my partner over here has to his left. This has actually come in after the submission date.
So which document is that?
This, what they're referring to at the moment.
Mr. Hollis, I think Hollis is referring to the survey that was undertaken by my colleague here from the Ecology Consultancy.
Is that one of the documents I've asked for?
No.
I think
No, it's not, sir.
The programme officer has that, sir.
Right. Okay.
As I said, that was missing from the core examination list and basically it was an inclusion in the actual council statement to say it was there when it wasn't. Discussion with the council to reach common ground in relation to the site and the activities discussed in relation to the cabinet meeting 5th of November 2012 have all been referred back to the council, stating the matter should be brought to the inspector's attention. There has been no indication why conversations with Natural England have not been opened into respect to the local nature reserve issue. There has been no information coming forward from the council in regard to why prospective windfall issues and Mr Keith Holledge's client's land were not raised. I had a Freedom of Information request asking the council when it first learned of housing windfall and Keith Holledge land swap proposal. This hasn't been given to me so far.
What land swap are you referring to?
It was a potential land swap that we took to the cabinet meeting where we asked whether Specklewood housing allocation could be land swapped. The matter was held.
Land swapped with what?
Well, that was the question. If there could be a possibility, it could be swapped. At the meeting, we were told it couldn't be swapped because there wasn't any allocations available. But it seems that it's quite possible that these windfalls were available and we weren't told about them. I go on to the individual allocations. In 2012, the Friends of Specklewood Committee agreed the majority of the allocated site was fenced off from the public with fallen trees to establish a wildlife sanctuary which was protected by its own steep 60 degrees walls. The existing footpath was widened and is now used heavily by pupils coming to and from school. The site is owned by multiple owners and a recent outline planning application has not been completed due to its Section 106 agreement which cannot be signed. It is noticeable from a site walk that there is a fence-locked area on this site just off of the footpath. The Council Statement Appendix B for the Focus Area 12 by location fails to inform of the 50 years of poor planning which this site has been given. The details of these planning applications are listed in my statement, Rep 2163 at Volume 2, Statement 6, pages 6 and 8, inclusive, where all 50 years of bad planning choices are outlined. It is clear to most people why planning on this site has failed, yet questions are being asked why this site was given renewed outline planning in February 2014, when it was known to the Council that the organisation purporting its own site was a British Virgin Islands company. Recent investigations by leading journalists has found information relating to Holbury Holdings having no autonomy and no directors or no owners. Even more alarmingly, this BVI, Holbury Holdings Limited BVI, was created by another BVI in 1998. At the time, the development company in the bottom of the valley went bankrupt. We have been told an American fraud investigator is reviewing this BVI chain. CVO3. This allocation has no public road networks. There is an existing bridleway and many registered footpaths crossing this land. The site was originally taken out of open space for the majority by the school in School Road for additional playground, Rep 216317, page 5, and some land settlement allotments. The green space has never been built on and is part of the collective site of Specklewood. The upper area of the valley is important natural foraging area for the protected species in the valley. The area is walled by housing and is only open space for houses in the area. The Council's own statement, HBC 10B, page 6, 5.16, denotes the site's importance to remain a natural form. It also identifies it as a part of a wildlife corridor and green space for the public. It can be noted from the land registry paperwork that this area was an asset of Portsdown Property Limited, which held the land assets as a debenture in 23rd November 1996 against Lancaster Mortgage Corporation. The last company debenture was listed 24th of May 2007 with the title Assets Intact. There is CCJ attributes to this organisation available on company check on internet. Portsdown Property Development Limited dissolved 14th of April 2009 with their last return made up 31st of May 2007. According to the Land Registry HT 12102, change filed 2007, Portsdown Property Development Limited said the land asset was
valued paid 2nd of December 2005 at £21,000. It can additionally be noted on this record that the ownership changed from Portsdown Property Development ownership to Veryman Valley Army and Portsdown Property Development Limited ownership. Portsdown Property Development Limited dissolved 14th of April 2009. The Trust acquired the land registry for HT 12102 on 17th of May 2014. The register shows the latest title was prepared 16th of June 2008. The proprietor has been changed solely to Veryman Valley Army. The register states the title was purchased 23rd of May 2008 at £50,000.
Mr. Newbold, can I bring you to the point that I have to deal with? Are these sites suitable for development?
Well, I believe this is part of
this. Just a
this.
moment, bear with me. That is the basic question that I have to deal with, and I'm asking for your help to assist me in that. And I'm not sure how all this business about land ownership, etc., is helping out. I mean, if the point that you're making is that the land is divided up with a number of owners and there could be a problem of land assembly, that's fair enough.
No, I believe there could be a problem with land ownership and there's something else going on. This is what I was just coming to.
Well, I'm not sure that this is going to help me, quite honestly.
Well, I've got one paragraph left on that. It is unexplained why this land title and assets have been passed to Mrs. Valley Army at 25% of the value of the debenture filed by Portsdown Property Limited. Now, I was hoping that Mr. Valley Army was going to be here to actually answer this. Excellent. Our council wrote to us when he heard of this June 2014, stating it sounds rather dodgy anyway. We expected the council to investigate this. It seemed the only thing which was done was to put the allocation in front of the inspector.
Okay.
So onto CBO4. The allocation is a brownfield site and is covered with problems of remnants of foundation, and crisscrossing with these foundations are protected species tunnels under the allocated site. There are covenants on this site restricting the amount of house allocations with which the DMP allocation exceeds. The prospect of only two house allocations affords the benefits to an average 10 people through the housing requirement based on 2.4 children. There is a local plan to build one classroom on this site with toilets which could be funded by the community. The pilot scheme which the alleged landowner HCA ran clearly ruled this option out. It was ignored by the planning department, whose sole interest seems housing. There is contamination on this site. It was used as a tip. Historically, all bonfire societies use this site as a community area to have one of their 3 bonfire sites in the village. Council's own statement, HBC 10B, paragraph 6, 5.12.6, denotes the site's importance to remain in its natural form. It also identifies it as a part of the wildlife corridor and green space for the public. 31st of October 2012, I wrote to my council. I understand that the BAP in 2003 was set up to investigate the possibility of developing parts of the Speckled Wood. I'm aware from a reliable source they bought no land. I've asked my councillor on several occasions how this land was passed to Cedar and then to HCA. There was never been any explanation. I have been told there is also a pot which is given to the council to bring housing in on CVO4 to reality. This would have been better used as a foundation for the community schoolroom. Just to summarise, I stand here before you representing 3,600 members of our community, demanding our right to the land which was given to us in 1930 to be recognised. This whole matter relates to our children's rights and to what they were promised. I hope the inspector can see what is really going on here between the smoke and mirrors by people trying to remove land that was given to the children of Orr. Thank you. I'm quite happy to make this available to the programme officer after this meeting.
Well, we've got it recorded, so... Right, does anybody else wish to add anything fresh to what has already been said? Yes, Mr. Wise.
Now, there's a government circular that says the presence of protected species is a material consideration when planning authority is considering, a planning authority is considering a development proposal that, if carried out, would be likely to result in harm to the species or its habitat. Now, unfortunately, speckled wood has several problems that people probably don't understand. First of all, during the war, people on the east side used to keep pigs in their gardens. So there's 6 or 7 pieces of concrete on that site, different sites, different levels, where pigs were used to be kept, and the badgers have all gone underneath and made badger sets underneath those. And the most important piece of that little valley is the streamline, because it's at the moment pure water, right? If we build up the top or anywhere on it, it's likely to get the water polluted, because people can keep dogs, cats, all sorts of things, cars will probably spill a bit of oil, all sorts of things. And there's so much wildlife because you've already done some of these areas where the wildlife is coming from, Parker Road, right? And the speckled wood now is overflowing with oodles of wildlife. Hopefully, maybe when you'll be lucky when you go up. No, you won't be lucky if it's in January, because the slowworms and common lizards will be in hibernation, but you will be able to see some of the badger sets.
Yeah, but in fact, I mean, hopefully you'll come on the site visit,
yes,
and you can point them out to me.
And the other little thing, please, planning permission will not be granted for development close to the boundary of an existing woodland of more than 1 acre in area. Yeah, that's comes under preserved woodland. Policy NC15 preserved woodland. You'll see that.
Thank you. Mr. Hollidge.
Sorry, it's still not working. Sorry, I was going to make a point which might help clarify what Mr. Newbold was trying to get across, I think, in that these sites obviously suffer from an inordinate amount of issues in terms of ecological constraints, badger sets, protected species, Japanese knotweed, land ownership, restrictive covenants, etc. And I think what the essence of what he was trying to say there was that in terms of paragraph 47 of the NPPF, these sites are not deliverable or developable within 5 years. There's absolutely no possibility of that, and therefore they shouldn't be included in this document.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Hello. I think this site could be a good local nature reserve, but the council don't own the site, which is a bit of a problem really, so I wondered if they could buy it, buy some of the land off some of the landowners if they can ever find out who owns the land. In particular, I think that CV1 and CV3 are going to really destroy this valley, because if you can imagine the site, which you will see it, I guess, but steep sides, a valley with a gill woodland gill stream running right through. In winter, animals find food when there's snow right down in that valley because it keeps it frost-free, the fact that the stream is down there. Now, although I've heard from Giles in a separate meeting that the valley maybe cannot be thought of anymore as gill woodland, I wonder if it could be managed more like gill woodland and made to have more value. If you look at a Google map of this area, it will stand out that there is another bit of green space alongside this. However, that is sea spaces fenced off land with the 15 feet high spiked fence. And once that's built on, and this is built on, the value, the area won't have enough green space to serve the community, I don't feel. The planning permission of CV01 in particular is a bit dodgy as far as I can see to a Virgin-backed company. Why does it need to be Virgin Islands-based company? I don't know, okay, we could debate that, I'm not here to do that, but it seems to be that it was deliberately rushed through prior to this consultation. There was a long-term campaign for no building in the valley that was in place and quite established by a number of prominent politicians. Some sites, I think, should not be built on. And although we've got the wonderful PR of ecological consultancy with various buzzwords like constraints and opportunities maps and mitigation strategy, these people often work for developers or, with an aim of ensuring that houses get built. If CV1 in particular gets built, it will start the erosion of the value of the site. The site, because it's enclosed by this valley, can be thought of as an encapsulation. In particular, if you build at the north and the south end, it's no longer like a valley, I don't feel. When I visited the site, I've nearly finished, but when I visited the site, I was walking through it and happened to be intercepted by Dave Hemsley of the Sad Owls. And there was a little kid playing in a stream with his Wellington boots. And he came running over and he said, "Can you? What are you doing?" He thought we might be some official capacity, and I said, "We're just looking at the woodland and saving it from development." And he said, "Oh, please don't let them build on our woodland." And I think that really is the point, is that it provides such good ecosystem services. Ecosystem services seems to be something overlooked by the planning system, but it's very valuable for people. You know, they have lessons in this wood. They're taught about the environment, which doesn't seem to happen in many other places. And they record creatures, and it's getting quite a good species list on the site. And the other point, the last final point I'd like to make is that there seems to be a habit of accepting planning applications that are identical to previous ones, and when CV01 went through, it was the same as the previous one that had been refused as far as I can see. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. Are there any... Yes.
Yes,
I've got your statement here. Thank you for that.
Yes.
If you wish to
yes,
add to it.
I was wondering if I could have the answers to my questions. I mean, it's very short what I've done, but I'd like to have the answers, please, if the council would answer those questions.
Right, and for it's
I just want to know the percentage in terms of housing that speckled wood represent.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
If, for instance, speckled wood was left alone, how many? What would be the percentage in building terms lost?
Right, I see.
So why would it be? What would it be?
Right.
Would the council answer that?
And these are the questions that you put on your
yes.
notified
I mean, some of
statement.
them have been answered here, but it's just I wanted to know the percentage it represents.
And before I turn to the council, are there any fresh points? I mean, we will be looking at the maps in just a moment. Yes, Mr. Price, anything further?
I forgot to mention that we've the ecological opportunities and constraints map that Giles is going to show us is very good. I like it, but just a point, which is the local wildlife sites. We've already seen that they offer no statutory protection whatsoever for the site.
And we want to one or two points that I'd like to make here. I mean, I will be visiting the site accompanied by Council's representative, Mr. Newbold, Mr. Sear, Mr. Wise. Did you want to come as well, Mr. Ingleton? You'd be very welcome. Yes, I think that's probably about it. The programme officer will be devising a programme of accompanied site visits. There's about 10 so far. They'll probably take place, or most of them will, in January. And the purpose of those meetings of those site visits, is for people to point out what they wish to see, obviously rather than further evidence of representations, which today has been the place for that. And the other thing I'd like to say, I mean, there have been certain suggestions, but I can assure everybody that I am independent of everybody, and my judgment will be purely professional and objective, and I hope that assures everybody. Been doing it for nearly 30 years. Yes. Before I turn to the council, anything fresh?
Sorry, can I just speak on behalf of Mrs. Valley?
Mrs.
Valley?
Yes, certainly, yes.
Sorry, apologies, she couldn't be here today, so I'm a friend of theirs and I'm just represented in their absence. I just want to say, picking up a few points that have been passed around, the ownership is very clear as far as their land is concerned. It's the majority of the land that fronts Old London Road down to the stream, and that's very clear on the land registry. They assembled the land between 2004 and 2008, and essentially it was old shrubland, self-seeded shrubland with some woodlands at the back. This is what it was allocated, or still is allocated for housing on the basis of trying to bring the site forward. We still think it is deliverable if it remains allocated. There's a couple of issues revolving around access, but if it remained allocated, we think we can open up those discussions and carry on. And the main point I want to just make is that I think there's an opportunity for a win-win for everybody. If it is kept allocated, we can build housing, badly needed housing, which is what Hastings needs. And we could also gift or facilitate some of the area that's open to Specklewood or to the community, and bring back that valley to public use. At the moment, it's all in private use. It should be fenced off in theory, so it can't really be classed as open green space. That's really all I wanted to say.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to turn to the council now and invite them, if they wish, to respond to the points which have been made.
Thank you, sir. I will begin, and then others will add more. I know that Mr. Kerrison has got something to say on the viability matters that have been raised. If I may go first into a number of the points that were raised in Mr. Newbold's statement, sir. He, I think, alluded to the fact that the document or the council failed to identify a need for a wet classroom. Mm-hmm. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say there was a proposal to build one which will be coming forward shortly?
That's my understanding. Interplay are working on a report. They're one of the biggest children teaching groups in our area. They are working on, they're very strapped because they're obviously having to deal with government legislation changes to what they do. So it will be coming out very shortly.
And that was on CVO4?
That's on CVO4.
I just wanted to point out, sir, the difficulties that Mr. Price has already raised about land ownership. That land, CVO4, is in the ownership of the HCA, which is the government body that Mr. Ingleton alluded to. If they are not willing to be party to that, I'm just again questioning, sir, where and how that can possibly be delivered. There is an application, as has been alluded to by Mrs. Cameron, sir, and that is on behalf of the landowners, the HCA. I think it is perhaps also important, sir, in respect of the fact that we heard yesterday and this morning about Mr. Pickle's recent announcements that it may only be in future through bodies such as the HCA and RSL that on small sites the local authority will have any opportunity at all to deliver affordable housing. Mr Newbold then, I think, alluded to the fact that there was no satisfactory explanation of why there hadn't been any contact with Natural England regarding the prospect of designating Speckled Wood as a local nature reserve. I just wanted, if I may, sir, and it is available on the council's website, to refer to the cabinet decision that he mentioned, and it was a cabinet meeting of the 5th of November 2012. And the recommendation of cabinet, which was passed, was that, and please sir, don't take this third word as presumptuous on the part of the council, but it said that upon adoption of the development management plan in 2014, the council seeks landowners' agreement to the declaration of a local nature reserve in the area of land designated as green space in the adopted DMP. So I think just to reassure Mr Newbold that that has not been forgotten, but we have said there's this process to be gone through first, and whatever we may or may not be left with regards to allocations, land in or land out, that is when the cabinet resolve would be the appropriate time to take that forward. Within that cabinet report, sir, at paragraph 11, there is a clear reference to the other item that Mr Newbold referred to, which was the prospect of a deed, a land swap, or indeed compulsory purchase. And it makes much of the fact that both versions of the request for acquisition of housing land in Speckled Wood by the council does contain significant costs have not been considered in current or proposed council budgets. At this stage, it is not known if current landowners, particularly those with current consents, would have any interest in this, in addition to the costs involved in compensating owners expecting a return from housing development. The land swap option also reduces the council's anticipated income from the sale of HBC land. In the light of the worsening financial situation, the dramatic reductions in central government funding, this cannot be recommended. We would expect protracted negotiations and possibly legal action before completion of any transaction. In the light of the reasonably imminent replacement of the 2004 local plan and the significant increase in the green space proposed, it is sensible to consider protection of the green space when it is designated as such, rather than attempting to forcibly acquire housing sites. So I think, sir, in fairness, that was adequately addressed by that cabinet decision.
Could I just come in then?
Well, I've got a few other things that I think you do ask for responses to. You did mention equally, Mr Newbold, that in essence you were representing, I think, over about 3,600 people demanding the right to land given to the children of all, I think was your phrase.
Yep.
Now, obviously, since that time, circumstances have changed, and we have indeed heard not just from Mrs. Valiami's Mackenzie friend today, but we also heard from Mr. Valiami earlier in the hearings how he had amalgamated or considerably amalgamated a number of the parcels of land over a period of time. I think in that sense, Mr. Price also alluded to the fact that L&R, great idea, but unfortunately the council don't own, and that is a significant issue with trying to achieve what I believe are the broad ambitions of all of the various parties who have spoken in support of seeking some retention of Speckled Wood. I think that in that sense, all of those people that have spoken specifically, Mr. Ingleton, Mr. Price, Mr. Newbold, Mr. Berriotta, one quite respects their ability and prerogative to object to individual planning applications. But I think Mr. Sear was closest to the work that he has outlined through their trust in terms of actually achieving something of the objective that most people seem to be striving for. He was clear, sir, that he would have preferred no development, and he was also clear, sir, that in particular they had objected quite vehemently to the Victoria Avenue. He also alluded, I think, to the fact, and Mr. Price did, to the fact that that had a planning history, including a history on appeal. We looked, therefore, sir, at various other comments, and you pushed people as to say whether and to what degree these allocations would be an absolute showstopper for the overall ambitions to protect some of the green space. Whilst a number of people have expressed particular views that some of these allocations and indeed some of these resolutions to grant permission may be more damaging than others, I think two of the individuals in particular confirmed that the allocations CVO1 and CVO4 were less damaging, but nobody, I will submit, sir, came forward with an argument that suggested the totality of looking to preserve some of Speckled Wood as publicly available green space would be thwarted. Mr. Price, as I say, used the phraseology that the local nature reserve would be nice, but the council don't own. A bit of a problem. He alluded to the fact as to whether the council might consider compulsory purchase or something similar. I think at the moment the cabinet resolution is clear that if the prospect of green space remains within the plan in whatever shape or form, that the council is prepared to speak to the relevant landowners in order to see if it were possible to move the LNR argument forward. Coming then back full circle to Mr. Newbold's comment, that would, I would suggest, be the appropriate time to enlist the support of other bodies such as Natural England, and it may indeed be the case, as has been also alluded to by Mr. Price, that with enhanced management, the actual nature conservation status of some of this land could be increased. We've heard reference made to basically lack of management, I think, by any of the companies over 10 years, and I don't think people would particularly say there had been any dispute about that. Mrs. Berriotta asked a very specific question about the percentage of housing to the overall totals that would come from these three allocations. Within the plan, looking at the indicative capacities, there will be a total of 67 units. I would, however, just point out, sir, that the permission that is resolved to be granted by Victoria is some 35 as opposed to the 51 indicative in the plan. So it is a range between, say, 67 and 50 units. That would have to be seen as an overall percentage of the figure required from the adopted planning strategy of at least 3,400 units. Before I pass on to colleagues, I would have to say also, though, that in terms of the representation that was submitted by Mr. or Mrs. Valiami, they have made as part of their representation, sir, it known that they believe that the plan has shown a distinct skew towards allocations over towards the east of the borough, and they believe more are required on the other side. With that, sir, if I can hand to Mr. Cameron and from there to Mr.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Well, just first of all, I'd like to go through each of the comments made. I want to repeat what Mr. Phillips has already comprehensively outlined. But first of all, I'd like to thank certainly Mr. Sear for the support and the positive engagement with the Council during the consultation process and also through the preparation of the ecology study. The Ore Valley Community Trust have lots of great ideas for the community and would obviously, like others, like to make the best use of the woodland areas at the moment. And most of these are all in keeping with the government's localism agenda and concepts of communities taking control and getting involved in valued open spaces and their assets. During the consultation, a number of suggestions that were outlined were also put to the ecologists, and many of these have been incorporated into the ecological opportunities and constraints plan, which Mr. Coe will add further details in a few moments. But one of those suggestions was an overarching management plan for the area that all the various volunteer groups that are running in parallel could feed into, certainly, sir, something that needs to be addressed is holistically is the issue of obviously woodland management and the appropriate treatment of the Japanese knotweed. It's clear that there is a plan, various plans emerging, and different means of the different groups to achieving their ambitions. But moving to some of the more specific, site-specific points that were raised, I think a couple of the groups referred to the extensive footpath networks across the area that have a long history, possibly connecting to the school, to the church, perhaps the reason why it's called Church Street. But I'm not aware at the moment of any public rights of way or any applications as deemed footpaths in accordance with the 1932 Rights of Way Act. Yes. Moving forward to Mr. Ingleton, and he referred to the loss of trees and soil stability and concern about steep slopes in CBO1, which is fair and reasonable. Obviously, a slope stability assessment report is something that we've sought to introduce by way of modification to policy DM5. And that would obviously be addressed in any future applications that come forward for that area. He also raised concerns about some of the utility companies and some of the services in the area. There are obviously strong objections, sir, but we're not aware of any similar objections from the statutory providers. We've not had anything from Southern Water to confirm that. No evidence, sir, that there is any concerns, although they have raised a lot of concerns on other policies and sought additional wording to that effect, but not on these particular policies. Likewise, highways, there were some highways concerns raised, and there's a colleague here from East Sussex County Council who I understand don't have any particular problems with CBO1 or CBO3 as they are drafted at the moment, but would have concerns about any larger allocations for the area in terms of access onto roads. In terms of viability assessment, which I think was first raised by Mr. Ingleton, who was concerned that the schemes are not viable. Mr. Carrison will pick up on that in just a moment. Also, there were concerns about liability raised for CBO4, rights of way there. Then I think it was Mr. Nebold from the Friends of Speckled Wood. And Mr. Phillips has already addressed his concerns about how the council is going to deal with the cabinet recommendation for a local nature reserve. He also raised concerns about the viability and that the assessment wasn't done with up-to-date information regarding Japanese knotweed, and I can confirm that Mr. Carrison didn't have that report to hand, but he has since had that report, and I think when it did come to light, it was in fact a confidential report that the council had prepared, but since has come to light via Mr. Nebold into the public domain, so we have shared that with the consultants. He also raised a High Court judgment in which he talked about Section 106s, and it is correct that that particular Section 106 was invalidated because it was incorrectly drawn up around the wrong site boundary. So it was a very specific case. Interestingly, reading that case, it did become apparent that the ecology didn't become a reason for refusal. No parties raised that, and that is consistent with Natural England and also the new planning practice guidance, which refers to the natural environment, and certainly following a hierarchy for dealing with any particular protected species. Avoidance, mitigation, compensation is the way to go, and my colleague Margaret Davison will be able to add further advice on that, and also the protection that's offered by local wildlife sites suggested. Sustainability appraisal was raised. Not all actions are taken forward in the sustainability appraisals. They are consultants' recommendations, which were considered by the council, and then local democracy takes action, there's debate, and then a decision is reached and minutes are made of those and recorded for public interest. So, IT, wow, we've all experienced delays of getting things up on the website. There is kind of backlog, but I think we should leave it there. Yes, and there was a long history about ownership, so I think you raised the point that I'm not really sure how relevant any of that is. I'm not a conveyancing lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that you can sign a Section 1 agreement whether you're abroad or within this country, and that land does change hands. I think we've all noticed since the credit crunch, quite a lot of small builders have had to face that. Mr. Wise, moving on. I'd like to thank him for providing his health guidance from Natural England, which he supplied to you, and I think that's consistent now with what's in the planning practice guidance. Badger sets have been identified on the Ecology Opportunities Plan, which Mr. Giles Cole can provide some more details with very shortly. Yeah, I think lastly, sir, I think the last few speakers were again referring to are the sites developable or deliverable, and I think we'll be addressing that very soon. And can the sites be protected? I think what we're offering here, sir, is the vast majority of the area to be designated as a local green space to reflect these concerns. It is clear that there's a valued open space and that there is desire to make the most of it. And there are some problems with developing it in any event, and the suggestions by the representative from Mr. Valiami about land ownership may be reasonable, but there are access problems from that site that would also preclude the development of that area. And now I shall hand you over to Mr. Carrison.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and taking up some points on viability, I think most of the issues raised would revolve around CVO1. But just to cover CVO3 and CVO4, which I think delivered 10 units and 6 units respectively, we've heard about the new planning provisions. The viability tests done obviously allowed for full 40% affordable housing. If those affordable housing requirements are removed, the viability of those two sites would improve markedly, and I don't think I've certainly heard anything on specific cost issues from any of the representatives that would lead to any conclusion that those sites aren't viable and would just become increasingly so. On CVO1, which had perhaps some of the more detailed comments on various costs, I think the council, and they set this out in their matter statement, had always identified there were significant constraints to development on this site. There are land stability issues, obviously sloping site with retaining structure foundation issues, and the knotweed issue. And it is correct to say that I hadn't seen the knotweed report when I did the appraisal, but unusually the council, when this appraisal was done, gave me a set of constraints that were costed. On this particular site, they asked me to make an additional allowance beyond the standard constraints of £500,000, which is in the viability appraisal that you will have before you for this site. And that was to address the issues that they were aware of. Now, within the knotweed report, there aren't any specific costs allocated to CVO1, more of a broad treatment of that and other knotweed within the area. But it would appear that approximately a third of CVO1 is covered in knotweed and requires removal. I've taken some advice on that from Gleeds, our construction consultants, and who said worst case it would take about £50 a metre to deal with knotweed. If you apportion that 0.77 hectare site, a third of that at £50 would equate to about £125,000 of cost to deal with the knotweed, and that would seem consistent with the Ashton actually report that you have in terms of quantum that they talk about. But in totality, the costs that have been, been allowed, if you like, beyond a standard developer's return and standard return to the landowner for CVO1, we've got £500,000 to deal with the issues I've discussed, including knotweed, £45,000 of ecological and archaeological cost. The viability appraisal shows, if you like, a super profit beyond standard returns of £90,000, and there is a construction contingency built in of £348,000. So the best part of £1 million is set aside within that appraisal to deal with some of these abnormal site constraints, and it would be my submission that that's more than adequate to deal with the issues that have been raised, and the site's perfectly viable.
Thank you. No, I hear from the council first. Anything further from the council?
Yes. My name's Giles Coe. I'm aware that I'm new to the meeting, so if I could just introduce myself and my involvement with the council and the project here. My name's Giles Coe. I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. I'm a principal ecologist with the Ecology Consultancy, where I manage a small team of 6 ecologists in our Sussex office, which was opened by myself in 2007. I've been working in ecological consultancy since 2003, and I have a very broad remit, but chiefly focus on survey mitigation for a range of legally protected species. I've held a Natural England survey licence for great crested newt since 2008, and survey licence for all UK bat species since 2009. My work has also included in obtaining and implementing European protected species mitigation licences for great crested newts and bats, and have held 10 such licences in my own name in the last 2 years. And I've acted as accredited agent under a further 20 EPSM licences since 2004. My work with badgers has included standard survey techniques such as set categorisation of sets and bait marking territory mapping. I have held and implemented a number of Natural England disturbance licences for badgers in relation both to development and damage to agricultural land and operations. In May 2009, the council contracted my company to provide an independent opinion on the ecological value of the Upper Orr Valley speckled wood. To that end, we carried out a Phase 1 habitat survey and provided a report that evaluated the relative nature conservation value of the site using 2 sets of criteria. One evaluation criteria provided by the Chartered Institute, the now Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, which evaluates sites according to a geographical scale, significance at international level down to a local level. And secondly, we used the DEFRA criteria for local site selection, otherwise known as the Ratcliffe criteria, used to identify sites of local importance for nature conservation. My 2009 report found that the area was dominated by recently established sycamore-dominated secondary woodland, and recommended that the council retain the central area as a green corridor. In September 2014, the council contracted us again to update the 2009 surveys and assessment. This included providing some outline recommendations for the future management of the area, both in respect of the proposed retained open green space and the proposed development areas, CVO1, CVO3 and CVO4. The detail, as part of that process, I had a series of short stakeholder consultation meetings with Friends of Speckled Wood, the Sad Owls and Orr Valley Community Land Trust, and I'd like to thank representatives from all 3 of those groups for attending at very short notice. That was appreciated. The aim of those meetings was to communicate the findings from the Phase 1 Habitat Survey and to outline some of my proposals for the future management of the area. As part of that process, I was keen to get some feedback for the proposals and to seek ideas from the 3 groups as to their aspirations for the area and if there were any particular ecology considerations that they wished to raise with me and have included in our recommendations to Council. And I thank in particular Mr Sear and his colleague Becky Sargent for providing some very positive input into that process. If I can respond to some of the things that were raised by the groups. I think there was anything particularly to respond to from the All Valley Community Land Trust. From the Friends of Speckled Wood, there's a few things that would probably be best answered by Murray Davidson, so I'll move on from those, notably the local wildlife site review, of which I was not party to, the green infrastructure study, and details around the mooted designation as a local nature reserve were brought up with the Council, Peter Chowdhury. One thing that was mentioned by Friends of Speckled Woods was SSI allocation. Now, the allocation of sites as SSI isn't something that happens overnight. There's a very well established and long process that is gone through. The country is essentially split down into areas of search, and those areas there are a number of areas of search around the Hastings area. From those areas of search, the teams looking at them will choose the best examples of the habitats of their type to go forward to SSI. In a submission, I believe submitted by Mr. Newbold as part of his representations, was a letter from local conservationist Patrick Roper, who's from the Sussex Wildlife Trust, and at the end of that submission, Mr. Roper stated very categorically, this is not SSI. The site does have value. In my opinion, the main value of the site for wildlife is in its position within the landscape and to provide connectivity within the landscape. While there are ecological issues at the site, and I would say that, I'm afraid, there are not inordinate ecology considerations as suggested by Mr. Hollidge. Inordinate ecology considerations would involve very significant receptors such as ancient woodland and European 2 annex species, none of which we believe are on the site. There's a few aspirations mentioned by the various groups in terms of classrooms and use of the area. And I can't see that any of these are incompatible with the current proposals before you, with the 3 areas designated out as housing and I believe it's about 75% retained as open green space.
Okay.
There was mention of protected species tunnels within CVO1. Now, while my survey was not a definitive survey for any particular species group, it was very much an overview of the habitats, I did take a look at the badger sets on the site, and in my opinion there are no badger sets within CVO1, and therefore no subterranean tunnels that would be impacted by the CVO4, what am I talking about? CVO4. CVO1, riddled with them, absolutely. Not going to contradict that, absolutely riddled with them. But CVO4, there are no badger tunnels in CVO4. Just going down my notes a little bit. Yes, CVO3 will be used as a foraging area for protected species. The whole of the valley will be used as a foraging area for one protected species or another. Probably the most notable, I think, that hasn't been mentioned to date, will be the use of the site by breeding birds. As not an isolated, but quite a large pocket of land within the urban landscape, it's likely to have acts as quite a strong repository for breeding birds, a strong resource for breeding birds during the season. The CVO3 provides a function as a wildlife corridor. Being at the edge of the site, it would provide, not strictly speaking, what you'd think of as a corridor. As a corridor, what you're thinking of is movement through a site from one area to another. So CVO3 being based on the outside of the site is de facto not going to act as a corridor. Just trying to... the stream within the centre of the woodland does look healthy. it does look like the water is of reasonable quality, and it looks like that there's certainly invertebrate interest within that water body, which suggests that it can be of reasonable ecological value. However, it is subject to stochastic flood events. There are below ground sewage pipes, I believe, that run through the area and can sporadically pollute the water there anyway. So while yes, any further development outside could lead to some runoff, I think that there is already some problems with the pollution along there. Mr. Price, and I'm really just dealing with the question that you brought up through there, through the last few statements. Mr. Price mentioned gill woodland. Now, I'm afraid that it's not gill woodland anymore. It might well have been gill woodland at some point. The stream, as it cuts through the centre of the site, just certainly looked like a gill, but it's had no wooded interest for several hundred years now. So it's apart from the recent establishment of secondary woodland. So I'm afraid that any management now is gill woodland is very much its characteristics come from woodland that has not been significantly affected over the years. So in order to traditionally it's an ancient woodland type, and so there's no real way of managing the secondary woodland there to bring it back into what you consider to be gill woodland. There was a mention of jargon there as well, and the ecological constraints and opportunities plan, yes, does seem like jargon, but that's a guidance within the current British Standard for Biodiversity, BS 4 2020, which came out this year, and is strongly recommended within that ECOP plans are produced for development. So it's a very good illustrative tool for looking at landscape.
Okay. Right.
I think I've answered the questions that were brought up.
Right, thank you. And I think Mr. Davison, did you wish to add anything?
I've got things to highlight. I don't think I've got anything further to add, insofar as I think the Council recognises just how enthusiastic and committed the local groups are. And as Mr. Phillips identified, the Council has made a commitment through its Cabinet report to work with the local communities throughout this process and after this process to see if we can designate this land either a local nature reserve or, notwithstanding that, as has been recommended through the report by Mr. Coe, the majority of the land will be designated as a local wildlife site regardless. So I think we're very committed to preserving as much of this land as possible and working with the local community into the future, and also ensuring that any developments that do come forward, as Mr. Coe alluded to, would comply with the planning strategy policies and the British Standard for 2020, which is a standard now for biodiversity and planning.
Right, thank you. Well, I'm looking at 4.15 of the procedure guidance, and it says, when the discussion has reached the point at which no more is likely to be said to assist the inspector's conclusions on soundness, the inspector will move on to explore the next issue, and I think the next issue is lunch. But are there any really fresh points? Because we have been going on this for close on 2 hours. So, very briefly, I'll go this way around. Mr. Newbold.
Okay, I'll go backwards with this. Firstly, it was a referral to Dr. Patrick Roper, and this brings in something that was talked about earlier by Mr. Phillips. There is a development plan which was actually put in, or a management plan was put in as part of the management process for this woodland, which was part of that cabinet meeting as well. I point actually to page 4 of that, which is a section with Patrick Roper. He talks about the fact that he went to Specklewood on a short visit, and he collected some insects sweeping along the stream. I have attached a list of the species recorded so far. Also collected about 25 insect species with some mosses and some liverworts, and it will take a little longer to identify, nevertheless this is the start of a biodiversity audit. He noted that there are 2 or 3 points worth mentioning. First, there is a colony of RM Italian lawns or ladies in Lake Cuckoo Point, close to the bottom of the steps leading to Victoria Avenue and the Speckled Wood. I also suspect this is a garden grass, it's a common plant in Hastings, Britain. And he goes on to say, but one thing that is quite common about it is that he says that the other interesting species were male meniscus midge, Dixomanuplis, the larvae of these midges that live on the interface between land and water, on the meniscus in other words, and are very sensitive to pollution caused by deterrents. D. nubilusis has been recorded at 8 sites in Sussex, close to beside the woodland and the wilderness streams which it breeds, throughout by means of no more common. He goes on to say that with some other species found is a clearly indication that the stream retains some of its wilderness spring-fed character, and that it appears to be unpolluted, at least by surface agents. I think this makes it of more than moderate interest proposed by WSP Environmental Limited, though they did acknowledge the stream provided a habitat for aquatic invertebrates. So I take that point that you said it's of interest, but it still is of interest. Okay. Recently, there has been, as we heard in previous meetings, there's been a big clean-up of the area, and South East Water has helped, and the Environmental Agency have helped to solve a lot of the pollutants that were getting into the stream, and that's a much better situation that we're in than before. Right. In regard to the SSSI process, and the fact that Mr. Phillips said that he didn't need, or there was no need to contact Natural England, I would have thought that it would have been part of the ongoing discussions of a site of such interest to actually have made some communications with them. That hasn't happened. In addition to that, and I take on board the long process that's needed to define a SSSI, I would point out that we have been in communications with DEFRA because there are problems on the DEFRA oversight with regard to the mapping, and that we understand is going to be re-evaluated shortly. And if all the data has been done on that DEFRA information, I would say that's now been superseded by this update. I can provide you the emails with that information. In addition to that, the DEFRA site, DEFRA website, which has details on listing SSSIs, has 3 or 4 links to informational documents which don't work. And as we've already seen with IT problems, this is a huge issue for moving sites forward, and I think this may be another reason why this hasn't actually happened to date. Okay. With regard to the viability of the land, with the Glee's assessment and the contributions and the amount of money that we're talking about spending on this site to bring it to a viability, I can't see how the amount of money that's being spent on this site for CVO1 is financially viable for anybody to build the number of houses that they're looking at. I've got the council's view on that. I've got your view on it, Mr. Newton. In regard to the cabinet meeting, Iana Cameron said right at the beginning of this meeting that her feeling was that this was a local nature reserve. I believe that can be played back if you need to. In regard the land swap or purchase, I believe that in a meeting a few days ago regarding the one of the other sites which are a large education establishments on, that we were told that there are £2.8 million coming into the council to actually promote or from education. My question is, if this is a huge amount of money, this £2.8 million is coming in, why is it not viable to actually put Speckled Wood into the realms of an educational establishment and spend some of this money on it to actually purchase it and put it back into the community? I think it's just one more point.
Right, briefly, one more point.
We've heard a lot about things that that Mr. Phillips said about the fact there was a skew, or Mr. Bellamy thought there was a skew. actually in the statement by Mr Phillips, I think he actually answered that quite eloquently, that he didn't feel there was a skew at all. And I don't think that
well,
point was
on that
made.
happy note of agreement between the two, I will move on. Mr Holly, briefly, any fresh points?
Yes, just a very quick point. Talking about what Mr. Cow, I think it is talking about ecological constraints, and I'm looking particularly at Victoria Avenue, CVO1. The fact that he admitted it is riddled with badger sex, I think actually just contradicts what he was trying to say and justifies what I was saying, that there are a number of constraints on this site. And when they're all brought together, this is a professional opinion I have for a number of developers, not only in this borough, but across the whole of the south east. And I don't know of any of them that would look at touching this site with a number of constraints, because quite frankly it would not be able to be brought forward within 5 years, and therefore under paragraph 47 it's not deliverable, it's not developable. And then just quickly on the viability point, you're talking about what is an allowance of £20,000 per unit to deal with the issues on this site. And when you couple that with a 40% affordable housing requirement, this site is not viable. And that's a professional opinion.
Right. Okay, yes, Mr Price, briefly, any fresh point?
How about this as an ecological opportunity? Don't build on CVO1 and leave the valley intact.
Yes, Mr Wise, briefly,
yes,
fresh point.
Very briefly. One, where is Mr Phillips going to shift the excluded wildlife from speckled wood if they build? Where's he going to put them? That's one. Two, there's never been, by Mr Coe, any proper ecology report survey done on the native reptiles, and we've seen quite a lot of slowworms and common lizards. Sorry. The other thing is Mr Phillips aware that badgers are the only animal, and Mr Coe, that destroy wasps' nests? So I can ask Mr Phillips, what's a little boy and girl's life worth? Because Hastings, we get swarms of insects every autumn coming into Hastings, like other areas across the south coast from the continent.
Right, okay. And Mr Ingleton.
I've got 2 points. One is in fact that the latest scheme is for 34 houses, and it is only an outline scheme. So the developer will have to come back with a full application. It's not possible on an outline to have a section 106 and sell on the site as if you've got full planning permission. So you need full planning permission to do that. And a lot of the things haven't been properly considered about the unstable land and also the piling. And what I was going to say was in the viability, how much was allowed for piling because you're going to need it. How much for making up the ground, because to get the slope that one needs from the county council, you're going to have a huge amount of made up ground. And it really comes down to how viable is this site. I follow what I said before.
Right, okay.
Can I just,
yes.
Just quickly, sorry, my calculation, £20,000 per unit was based on 51 units. If it's 34 that's been brought forward, the position is a lot worse than I thought it was, so it's even less viable.
Yes.
Sorry, just very quickly. I agree with Mr Horridge that Site 1 is probably not deliverable because of the cost involved. But I suggest that Mr Verivan's site, which is a lot flatter, is actually deliverable. You can actually get some 70, 80 units there. The initiative, everybody wants green open space, but I come back to the point, is in private ownership. So how are we going to achieve that by extending private ownership?
Well, Councillor, Mr. Newton,
No, it's
what
fine.
else?
Actually, no,
What
no,
else?
it's fine. Go on. I was just going to say that it wasn't flat.
Well, I should see myself. Right, well now, Council, I do feel that I now, after 2 hours and 5 minutes on this, I do feel that I've got all the information I need, which of course will be supplemented by my site visit, which I suspect may well be an important part of the examination of this project. But if you wish to take up any of the points which have been made since you last responded, I will prevent you.
If I might just very briefly, so that Mr. Wise does not come back, I will not personally be removing any of the wildlife from the site, sir. I do not have any of the licences that Mr. Coe has referred to. That matter will be addressed through the mitigation reports that are referred to in the policies.
No, I did not.
Your second specific issue, did you ask me where I was going to move the wildlife to? Yeah, I've told you, I'm going to put them anywhere, sir, and I've just told you why. My second point, sir, is that I do not believe it possible to put a price on any child's life, sir. That was the other question posed of me. And my third, sir, would be to concur wholly with your sentiment, sir, that we have reached the law of diminishing returns in respect of this particular discussion.
Good, right. Okay, so well, we've spent 2 hours and 5 minutes on it, and I do think that has been enough. So I will adjourn for lunch now. But if anybody wants to point out, well, no, I think what I'll do, I'll have a look at the maps during the lunch break. Presumably I can take them away with me as inquiry documents, is that right? And if I have a query about them, then I will take it up as need be, if everybody's happy with that. Oh, good point, thank you. Shall we say 2:30? That gives you, what, 50 minutes? Just a couple of things arising from this morning. Mr. Newberg, you handed your verbal statement to the programme officer. I've just glanced through this and it seems pretty much as you spoke this morning, so I have to accept that.
Thank you.
Right. Take that. And secondly, the rights of way map, presumably they're the statutory footpaths, so presumably bridleways, otherwise known as the definitive map. Right. Okay. I mean, what I would suggest is that all 4 maps be put together and we treat them as a core document. Is that acceptable? I think one of them is yours, Mr. Newbold, so if you're happy for it to be put with the other 3. Good. Right, well, we still have 2 more sites to deal with under Focus Area 12. And the first one is CBO2, which is land west of Frederick Road. And I will invite the council to elaborate on their response. So, Mr. Phillips, if you would please.
It will be
Oh, I see, right.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, this is a triangular site next to the railway tunnel, which is occupied by a bungalow, which does still appear to be occupied.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, I'm sorry I had to interrupt, but
yeah, it's also been referred to in previous planning appeals as Little Acres Farm, and it's quite close to facilities at War Village District Shopping Centre, and it's quite close to the bridge, and there's a petrol station there 200 metres away. And it's immediately adjacent to modern development at Cooks in a way, where access has been left from through Tuppenny Close. Has quite a complicated planning history, but it is my understanding that it confirmed with the development management officers that it does still have a live outline permission for demolition of the existing bungalow, which has been extended and doesn't expire until July 2015. I think there's an extant detailed planning permission, and there are a couple of appeals which have established that the site is a brownfield site, at the times in accordance with PPS 3, the Appendix D definition.
Right, so Mr. Ingleton, you had something to say on this one.
Yes, I've been involved in this one for a long time, and what's happened here is that, as I understood it, that the application was out of time. It says here there's a live outline permission for now demolition, which doesn't extend, so it expires till 2015. I've no idea how one arrived at that because my documentation says something different. So I'd be very interested in finding that out. The thing is, in the local plan 2004, the estimated number of units for a 0.6 hectare site was 25, which is 42 dwellings a hectare, far too high. As the new adjacent site was built to 33 dwellings a hectare nearby. The site is a sloping, difficult triangular site. It's back development and is along the line of the train tunnel, which causes further difficulties. After much dispute and several repeat applications, planning permission was given for 29 dwellings, although there were 2 planning inspectors who refused the development as it was too dense. This huge overdevelopment provided no front gardens, pavements, and a difficult road system and little green space. The density of the 29 units on a 0.6 hectare site is 48 dwellings. It's what we thought it was an ill-conceived development, one of the sort that was recommended by the previous planning officer. I assume that the site had run out of time, and I said what ought to have happened was that on 0.6 hectares, at 30 dwellings a hectare, it ought to be 18. The vehicular access, we also made the point that it would be far better, instead of coming all the way down Tuppenny Close, which is a very steep slope, and then coming to Frederick Road and all the way up to the ridge that way, if it was actually cut across at the top of the site. And we said it ought to be via the Cheviots, which is just across the railway line and that way there. No work has been carried out. I've got down here, planning permission was lapsed. I understood the developer had gone bankrupt and the site is owned by a bank. I said any new application must comply with the MPPF, the new local plan, and current planning policies. Southern Water have indicated insufficient sewage or water main capacity, and no nearest point for the adequate capacity has been given. And I don't know whether the site owner or the developer has signed Section 106. So my query is really, I don't think there's an extent permission on the site.
So, yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yes, this is a site owned by clients of mine, so perhaps I can clarify all the matters at hand. My clients haven't made any representations on this particular site because there is an existing planning permission which, as the council rightly say, doesn't expire until July next year. They are intending to start work early in the new year. There's no possibility of access across the railway, across the top of a railway tunnel, as Mr. Ingleton knows full well. The actual planning permission is for 30 units. This allocation indicates a net capacity of 29. It's actually permission for 30. And in relation to that planning permission, perhaps I just make some observations on policy CBO2. It's perfectly right that previous appeal decisions established it's a brownfield site with a 25% affordable housing requirement. In relation to point 2, there's no need for an ecological constraints and opportunity plan. An ecological assessment was submitted as part of the planning process, which found that there was nothing of any interest on the site that would require such a constraints and opportunity plan. In relation to point 3, the suggestion of a contribution for the improvement of existing play facilities in the surrounding area. there's actually no requirement for that because actually there is a provision within the scheme for what's called a LAP, a local area of play. That's actually within the planning permission. So that is irrelevant. And on point 5, there's no necessity for a transport report to say there's an existing planning permission which will be acted upon. I do have to make out a point, and it's a shame because myself and Mr. Ingleton have crossed swords many times in the past on this site. And up until now we've been getting on swimmingly at this examination, but I do have to take exception, and it's more to do with the council in publishing what Mr. Ingleton has said in 2.12, which there's the planning. There's no previous decision which has suggested that the numbers applied for were too dense. That's never been an issue. Planning permission hasn't lapsed. Yes, no work's carried out, but that's not been surprising given the current economic climate we've had over the last 6 to 7 years. Developer hasn't gone bankrupt. The developer still owns the site. Like any other developer, there is a bank interest in terms of charge on the land, because obviously there's mortgage finance involved. The site is not owned by the bank, it's owned by my clients. The fact that the council have actually published this, my clients are actually taking legal advice as to whether they should bring a claim for defamation against the council for publishing this. And we'll wait to see
how I think that's between you and the council.
Transpires, but it's just a general point that the council have been very foolish and foolhardy in publishing this because it does open them up for a claim of defamation. These points they could have quite easily checked and clarified and redacted, but there is potential litigation pending.
Well, as I say, that's between you and the council. Right, council, did you wish to respond to any of those points on CDO 2?
I think really, sir, only to reaffirm what we've said on many occasions. We will obviously check the planning situation because of Mr. Ingleton's concern. Mr. Hollidge has confirmed an existing planning permission. I don't know if that is the outline one that he's referring to, but we will check that, sir, for you. And I think that the other point to make, sir, is that obviously this is a scheme again that hasn't yet happened, and so we would wish to retain the policy, sir, in the event that that scheme is never implemented, the land changes hands, or we get a revised scheme.
Okay, right, thank you. Yeah, I think Mr. Hollidge, you had your hand up first.
Sorry, just coming back on that, obviously my clients are not objecting to the allocation. They are objecting to some of the points that are included in the policy, and obviously if a planning application were to come in at a later date, then obviously inspectors would have regard to previous consents that have been granted.
Okay. Mr. Ingleton?
Just want to say, I do check the applications on a weekly basis, and I don't remember this coming forward as an outline. It had a full planning permission which expired, and it says here that there's a live outline one. I know nothing about it. I'd like to know the dates, when, how and why. The number's gone up from 29 to 30. Didn't know that either. And I'm just saying it, as I can see it here, I don't think there is an extent outline permission.
I mean, this difference between 30 and 29, is it because the planning permission is for 30, but there's going to be a demolition and that makes it connected?
That may well be the discrepancy between the numbers, but certainly there has been, Mr. Ingleton has been through the whole planning process. He's been in attendance at appeal inspections. So I don't think you can actually say that he knows nothing about it. He was actually there.
Well, I think I'll ask the council if you could just check the
yes,
planning status.
I've heard Mr. Hollidge and both Mr. Ingleton, and they're obviously poles apart on what the situation is. So we will check and confirm through the programme officer with reference numbers and dates, whether a permission is there.
I'd be most grateful for that. And just to say that this as it's designed at the moment, they haven't got front gardens and aren't much in the way of footpaths, and it's a very dense site. If you look at the drawings, you'll see.
Okay, right. Mr. Newbold, did you wish to say anything?
No,
No,
I'm just having a look to see if I can find the information for you.
Okay, right. So if there's nothing further to say on CVO 3, if we could turn our attention to CVO 5, which is 309 to 311 Harold Road. And yes, and I see under 5.6 the Park Lane Group are believed to be the owners of the site and intend to complete construction by 2015. I mean, I've not looked at the land yet. I mean, does that mean that development has started on it? Do we know? So again, I'll ask the council if they wish to expand on their written response.
It's just to add a bit of information. So yes, the reserve matters have been approved and development is expected to start imminently. Is the latest that my colleagues in development management for the council have updated me with.
Right. Does anybody wish to say anything about CBO 5? Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
Well, just as well. What happened was, I seem to remember that Mr. Pickup said that there were several alternatives. They got permission for some flats and various other things. I'm just interested to know what in fact the scheme that he's put forward is for it.
Sorry, is...
What they're going to do, there was a choice when you read what Mr. Pickup says.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah. So he had permission for there's a capacity of 6 here, and it's gone up in different numbers as time's gone on. 6, 9 and 12, what I can see. And I'm just trying to find out what's what.
Mr. Hollidge, did you... Oh, you've got... Sorry. Right, yes, Mr. Price.
There's a local wildlife site nearby and the potential for significant ecology on site. Are they talking about the Clive Failenor local wildlife site, and is that the one that's been trimmed and levelled? It's being mown today, I think, underlying the fact that there's no protection of these local wildlife sites. Or maybe that's part of the management, but I just wondered what that significant ecology on-site potential is and what the local wildlife site nearby is. Please, thank you.
No, I'm not with you on that. So I'm looking... So where are we looking on CBO 5?
Mr. Roberts, I can respond to that if you wish.
Yes, certainly, yes.
There's a local wildlife site which runs down the whole Hollington Valley. Sorry, it's me. Sorry. There's this local wildlife site that runs down the whole of the Hollington Valley, part of which Mr. Price is quite right, has been trimmed to within an inch of its life. We don't quite know why. I don't think it's because if there's any suitable constructive management taking place there, but it does indicate some of the difficulties that we have in relation to local wildlife site allocations, is that private landowners may in fact, as Mr. Phillips said earlier, seek to destroy what lies on their land and then put in applications. The council can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. However, the significant wildlife resource that's actually on the site is a large badger set to the rear of that development site, which runs down the rear of the gardens on Athelston Road and borders that particular site. So it is a constraint to development which has been considered as part of the planning application process.
I mean, looking from the plan, it looks as if there's a large building which takes up about, I think, 90% of the site.
Indeed, and the levels are such that Harold Road is much lower than the back gardens at Athelston Road. So the back gardens at Athelston Road contain the Badger set, which basically goes onto the roof,
yes, I see.
the roof of that building that you see there.
Right. Thank you. Is there anything further on CBO 5? Council, did you wish?
It was only by way of explanation to Mr. Price's request. I did endeavour to see you at lunchtime, sir, but you disappeared, just to show you where. But if when we close today, if I can loan you this, if that's what you want. This is the local wildlife site,
Oh, yes.
and that little brown rectangle is the Harold Road
Right.
allocation.
Yes. Thank you. Right. Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
I found it now. It's on 5.12. It says about 6 dwellings back in 2011, 7 in 13, and 12 flats outlined in 2013. And I was just, again, I'm not sure what they're actually going to do on this very tiny site. If it's you know, the larger one, it's 133 dwellings a hectare in this little tiny row of relatively small houses.
Right. Well, I think that completes our look at focus area 12. We now go on to focus area 13, the last one. Sorry.
Oh, I said the better set just goes right down the whole side.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, focus area 13, which is the Hastings Country Park. Not too many allocations proposed there, Phillips.
No, sir. Not surprisingly, hopefully, and everybody will generally, I hope, support that approach. There is a little bit of an update that I would like perhaps Mr. Davidson to give, which links more, I think, to some of the comments that we made earlier, sir, in terms of the promotion of green spaces, their management, and also the tourism potential of some of these sites. So if Mr. Davidson could perhaps come in at that point. Thank you.
Yes, so the Hastings Country Park is the largest green space that we have in Hastings. It's the most designated area in the whole of Hastings. It contains a special scientific interest, special area of conservation. And the council integrated farmland, 150 hectares of farmland within the site. So we've got 345 hectares of mixed farmland, designated sites, and spectacular open access and countryside for the people of Hastings and for visitors. We get possibly about 500,000 visitors every year to Hastings Country Park, accessing both from at the main visitor centre area near Fairlight and also from the Old Town. It's a particular attraction for when you're down at the Old Town, you look up on the East Hill and you see Hastings Country Park there. It's a huge attraction for visitors. Part of the council's responsibility as landowners and in relation to our biodiversity duty as well is that we manage the entire site as a nature reserve. We receive countryside stewardship grant aid from government in order to manage it sustainably. And we've just undertaken to deliver a new visitor centre at Hastings Country Park. The new visitor centre will be an innovative straw build building, so it will be sustainably built. We're proposing to put in a planning application the early part of next year for construction starting next year, and we're working in partnership with Groundwork South, a local charity. So the current visitor centre is not quite fit for purpose if you were ever to go up there. So we want to create a new fit-for-purpose visitor centre, innovative design, and one that is in keeping with the surroundings and the countryside, and which will attract people to that area to enjoy the significant countryside experience around there.
In fact, I did have a look at, I did have a good walk around the country park when I was examining the planning strategy. So, good. Does anybody have any comments on 513, the council's written response as regards Hastings Country Park? Yes.
Yes, I would like to say that it's nice to hear there is such a large quantity of people going to see this venue, and I would also like to say, did he know that they actually visit Specklewood on the way? And also, on a slightly different matter, there's been a lot of concern that's been said to us recently about some not deforestation, wrong word, there's been some scrub cleared with heavy duty plant, and we've been hearing a lot of concerns from people of the surrounding area that maybe this is a bit overhanded and it should have been done by hand.
Okay, well, Mr. Davis, are you take note of that point?
Yeah, I'm taking note of
Good.
this, yes. I can come back if you wish. Because the nature reserve, as I alluded to, is subject to a countryside stewardship agreement, that's a legal agreement we have with Natural England and DEFRA. They place, because of the importance of the site, they place management prescriptions on us, which we have to implement. Part of that is to manage significant areas of scrub in Hastings Country Park. It's one type of habitat we don't have, we have significant amounts of. It's not a rare habitat in Hastings Country Park. And we have to manage it in a timely fashion, so we're given 2 years to manage the significant areas of scrub, and we set a specification for contractors to manage that. It may look a bit drastic, but it's part of our overall management, and which we're required to do.
Okay, right. Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
The inspector said you visited the site back when the planning strategy was being looked at. May I suggest you perhaps go and have another look, because certainly it's all over the front pages of the local paper, the Hastings Observer, about the council's environmental vandalism and taking heavy plant and machinery onto a country park, which has a quite a strong designation as protection. And they talk about scrub clearance. No doubt they'll raise the issue in relation to my client's land. We've been doing some ground maintenance by hand on a site with about a similar level of protection. I'd just like to ask perhaps Mr. Phillips or Mr. Davison if they could tell me what good practice guide they've been following, where they've allowed heavy plant and machinery onto a country park to do this work, and they have absolutely ruined the look of the park at the moment. And I would suggest you go and have a look at it for yourself to see the double standards that this council operates on.
Right, yes, Mr. Price.
Hello. I think Murray does a good job. You know, it's quite a lot of an area to manage. I'm sure that there's a time where the country park was probably free of a lot of this gorse, which mainly it is. But gorse is a late flowering plant, which a lot of invertebrates quite like. And I suppose I'm a bit worried about that it seems almost like a campaign just against gorse. It's removing all the gorse, when the RSPB say that gorse, birds actually, it's an important habitat for birds. It's a shrub and gorse, and when I walk around there, which is very regularly, I see whitethroat and blackcaps and all sorts of different birds that seem to make use of that gorse. So I just wondered, it's a question for Murray more than anything, I mean, is any of the gorse cover going to remain, or, and is there any monitoring in place to see whether it has any positive or adverse effects? I've not got any objections to what he's doing, you know. I think he probably knows what but I just wanted to ask those questions. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wise.
Well, I don't know whether it's interesting or not, but I happen to have been the first country park warden for just 11 years. Now the thing is, as far as I am aware, isn't Warren Glen Cottage sold? Well, why wasn't it marked on this little thing?
Sorry, Mr. Davidson, I think would probably best be able to.
Surely it should be just shown, shouldn't it? That it no longer, because the country park as a whole, including that cottage, was given by Major Sayers and the Millwood family from the East Hill to the people of Hastings to enjoy and roam across the country park at will everywhere. And it was a free, not like the Coomhaven Countryside Park, where we all have to only walk along the footpaths. The country park is a country park given to the people of Hastings to enjoy, to free roam, and how that little house, what the council are doing with the money for that little beautiful little bungalow and bits and pieces would be very interesting.
Right, briefly, can you answer
Very,
that?
very briefly, we do have a management plan for the whole of Hastings Country Park. It coincides with the 10-year stewardship agreement. I don't think I'll take ecological lessons from Mr. Hollidge in the way that he's managing his site, but certainly as far as Mr. Price is concerned, we do have, I'm quite happy to meet Mr. Price anytime, go through the management plan with him. Yes, we will be leaving Gorse, of course we will. Natural England we're working very, very closely with Natural England to identify that the specific management needs to take place in order to prioritise the habitats for which the site has been designated and is of international renown, which is its cliff-top grassland and not particularly its scrub habitat. With regard to Warren Cottage was owned by the council. We sold Warren Cottage. The capital receipt for Warren Cottage, it's been made public knowledge, will contribute to the development of the new visitor centre. So the new visitor centre is being funded through a contribution from the sale of Warren Cottage, and the council's quite comfortable with that.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, right, thank you. Yeah, well, very briefly, Mr. Hollidge, because I think...
Well, I must come back on Mr. Davison's very flippant comment there. I think there's a vast distinction between the hand ground maintenance that's been done on my client's land perfectly legitimately, which gives us a disputed area of local wildlife site, and the environmental vandalism that's been done in a country park by the council. There's a huge difference. And for him to make such a flippant comment, I would ask him to apologise.
Well, I don't think this is helping me at all.
I mean, certainly, sir, when we look at emission sites, the issue of the concerns you've had regarding the Barley Lane site, as Mr. Hollidge said, will rightly come up.
Yeah.
But you will see from your own site inspections, sir, both of the country park, no doubt, and of any other emission sites, and come to your own view.
Okay, good. Well, I think that could... Yes.
Just one other little thing. Hastings Borough Council themselves planted most of the blooming course.
Right, okay. Begin it.
Thank you, sir. Just very quickly. I don't think we can read the council's. Can you hear me? I don't think we can read the council's submission about the management plans and the higher level of stewardship and so on, without also being aware of the recent fiasco at Rocklands that was also reflective of their stewardship, and that is why there's so much concern about the council and its intentions, because good intentions are not enough.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Murray, for that. I would like to take you up on your offer at some stage to visit the park and see the management plan. That's great. I just wanted to say two things. One about my two representations, which you may be aware of, Mr. Hollocks. And the other one is just to ask if there's, as part of the management plan, if they're monitoring, have monitored the park for prior to the clearance, and if they're going to monitor it afterwards and see if there's any changes in the bird life, in particular things like yellowhammer, which I really like to see. Because if the whole thing reverts to grassland, I'm a bit afraid that the little yellowhammers I quite like seeing will disappear and the whitethroat. But I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I just wondered if there is going to be some monitoring. And on the points of my representations that I made, I've got 2 IDs if they're helpful. But it was really about the caravan and the caravan sites. And I made representations on both sites, Rocklands and Shearbarn. In particular, Rocklands, my representation was before the landslide that occurred underneath Rocklands that has blocked the access to the country park for so long and still blocks it. And it was subject of a 2010 letter by me where I copied India MP, Member of Parliament, and I complained about the fact that screening trees were being removed of Rocklands Caravan Park, and it was becoming very, very visible, which was answered along with a Freedom of Information request, which said that nobody has the trees. Nobody from the council has given permission for trees to be removed. Unfortunately, what then followed was Mrs. Basheli's report, which identified that actually Hastings Borough Council in 2010 did give permission for the trees to be removed. In 2010, I had offered to send a photograph of an oak tree being removed to planning, but they declined. But my representation, anyway, to get to the point, it was really to say that when the Rocklands in particular was given permission to have its caravan park licence way back, I think that the type of caravans that they were envisaging were little touring caravans, because great big American style mobile homes didn't exist then, and now that they do, I think it's an eyesore basically in the Triple SI right above the viewpoint, and it's caused all sorts of problems. And now we've had a really good cabinet meeting, so all this might be a bit of a moot point, where Councillor Birch, he's accepted the recommendations from Mrs. Basheli's independent report and the suggestions from Save Ecclesbourne Glen campaigners. And I just wondered, for Shearbarn as well, where they seem to be, I'm worried and concerned that they may be taking up some of the SSSI land, and certainly there's been some clearance on Shearbarn as well. For both these sites, can we please have a definition of whether a caravan is a mobile home or a touring caravan, whether they're a type of new, cheap, affordable housing that's sort of creeping along American style, and what the cabinet meeting is going to result in now. Are we going to have screening trees put up so we can block out that horrible obliteration of the view that I really hate? And those are my... I won't read in full my representations, but I really just said that it doesn't appear to be a site that's been monitored, and none of these caravan sites seem to be monitored or have enforcement taken against them, and I just hope that's going to change now. Thank you.
Right, well, no doubt the council will note those points. Did you wish to come back?
Can I just
yes.
Would it be possible to bump into that meeting with Richard and yourself and come along? Because I'd be quite interested to hear what management thinks, and see if we can apply some of them to Specklewood as well.
Okay.
Most welcome.
Good. Yes, Mr. Ingleton. I do know that there are no policies or proposals for the Hastings Country Park. So, but anyhow, yes.
One is a quick point. When in fact you take the trees down, it affects the soil stability. And and I make that point in relevance to, in fact, CBO1.
Yes.
Because, in fact, if you take the trees down, the soil stability is gone.
The roots hold the soil.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, good. So can we move on to 514? And having dealt with 514, we will then move on to what are described as emission sites. So 514, and this is, in conclusion, are all the estimated capacities in all the focus areas realistic and deliverable. So I will ask the council if they would like to amplify their written response.
Yes, sir. If I may, very briefly, we've set out at 514.1 and 514.2 our response, and attached was a table to show, sir, by focus area what we are intending to deliver and where. Now, during these hearings, sir, you've had various updates as to the very latest positions in respect of commencements on site and changes of ownership and permissions that have been granted. We've also, sir, heard from yourself that the capacities shown in the DND, whilst indicative and based on the best information, are necessarily subservient to design, good quality and the other elements. I just feel that in a roundup of that updating site by site that we've been through over the last few days, if I could ask Kelly Culbert to comment upon any significant changes to that table in terms of ups and downs on numbers.
Right, yes, and thank you for reminding me about these, the numbers being purely indicative, and I have got to write to you for, and I'll ask the programme officer to put this on the website for comments. But a few days ago, I suggested that the council might like to include in the development plan something along these lines. These numbers, these are the capacities against each site. These numbers are purely indicative as to what might be achieved on each site. Of greater consequence, however, for every scheme will be design, height, mass, appearance and relationship with the surroundings, including views of the borough's visual assets. These considerations, rather than indicative numbers, will lead each scheme to ensure a suitable development. Now, I mean, that's probably not word perfect, but it's there for discussion or for comment. So, 514, yes.
Well, just to be brief, yes is the answer in terms of those broad capacities that are indicated for each of the focus areas. We do believe, based on the present information, that we will be broadly meeting those ranges that are set out in the planning strategy. The table that is prepared there under Table 1 shows that when we add in those completions that have already taken place, sites that are under construction, small site planning permissions, we can see that across the 12 focus areas we are broadly in tune with the capacities that were indicated in the planning strategy. In a number of instances, we're already exceeding that. For example, you can see in focus area 1, there's a significantly higher number of units potentially to be delivered in that area. And I'd also probably add that during the course of these hearing sessions, we've indicated a couple of instances where capacities could actually significantly increase on individual sites. I draw attention perhaps to site reference LR03, which is land adjacent to 77 Ridge, where we'd indicated a fairly modest capacity, but obviously subject to your consideration, you may concur that indeed.
It could go the other way though.
Could go the other way, exactly. And another example would be site reference NBL3 Gambia House, where we're looking DMP indicates capacity of 15, but we have a registered planning application which is dealing with considerably more numbers of units, including an adjacent property to Gambia House. Again, that's obviously very early days, and that's not to preempt that particular planning decision, but just to be illustrative of how capacities are changing across those focus areas.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to comment on yes, Mr. Hollidge?
Just a couple of comments in relation to paragraph 47 of the MPPF. Clearly there's sites at Robsack A and Specklewood, Victoria Avenue in particular, I don't think qualify under deliverable and developable within a 5-year period.
Yes, Mr. Newbold?
Yeah, I would be agreeing with that. That was my sentiments exactly. But I would also like to know if there's been any variance in the windfalls, because obviously there was some suggestion that these capacities would be much higher than were actually available, which would give the windfalls to release some of these sites, such as Specklewood and Robsack A.
So the point you're making is that if there's likely to be more windfalls, then the council are suggesting that takes pressure off certain sites. Okay? Yes, Mr. Price.
It might be out of scope for this, I apologise if it is, but I find it really hard to figure out how these numbers are arrived at. Is it a population increase within the borough, or what's the reason for these numbers?
Okay. Anything else? Right. Council, did you wish to respond to any of those points?
I think it's really probably only in respect of Mr. Price's query. Obviously we've heard from Mr. Hollidge that he favours his land over Specklewood and Robsack, and therefore it's unsurprising that Mr. Newbold, who is passionate about Specklewood, agrees with Mr. Hollidge on that occasion. But to get to Mr. Price's query about, when you say numbers, you mean number of houses overall that we have to provide? I mean, essentially, the paragraph from the framework that Mr. Hollidge just quoted from, which is the National Planning Policy Framework, requires the Council firstly to undertake an objective assessment of its housing needs, and then secondly to look to see how far it can go to meeting those needs whilst being consistent with all of the other policies in the framework, and those policies might include environmental protection and other matters. So having gone through that exercise for the Hastings planning strategy, which is adopted, we have arrived at a figure of having to provide across the borough at least 3,400 homes to the period of 2028. And this plan is looking to show how and where we can best accommodate those numbers. So that's where those numbers come from.
Thank you for that. They seem quite high, which I don't know, that's a very vague statement on my part, but I guess that's why we're looking at nobbling a lot of these lovely green spaces, which I do concur with this chap here, I've forgotten his name, but I don't think Robsack A should be built on in particular.
We had a good discussion on that.
Thank you.
Including a site visit which went on for a good hour. So I think we've done that one to death for the time being. Yes, Mr. Newbury. So, yes, Mr. Newbury.
Yeah, just quickly, the numbers for the windfall, have they changed? It was 20%, you said. I think. 20%? Yeah, it was 20%, they said.
No, sorry, I can't remember where. I think in matter 2 for housing, we indicated that we felt that we could make the at least 3,400 plus. I think it's as like about or some 15%, and Kerry Colbert said it actually about 12% over.
Yes,
I think that's
was it.
I can't remember.
But
What I was trying to find out is if
it's
it's
in
the
the
same.
Matic 2 submission on housing, the council's response to that. So.
Yes, that was right. You were looking at the 3,400
from the strategy,
and taking into account these various sites. I think you were saying that we could produce about 3,700 or 800. I mean, that's purely my recollection. I stand to be corrected if need be. But that's where that 12%, the 12% came from. Right. Yes.
No.
Mrs. Jarvis.
In focus area 7, Central St Leonard's and Bohemia, it says in planning strategy a range of 240 to 300 new homes for focus area 7 indicated over the plan period. I believe this is unrealistic and too high for the following reasons. One, even if all the proposed allocation sites are realised, this only adds up to 78 homes, and this includes 57 from proposed allocations. I believe it should be excluded from allocation in the plan, as they would be harmful to the historic environment and regeneration. CBL 1 to 3 Chapel Park Road, and CBL 2 Taxi Office, British Rail Social Club. There are a high number of empty homes in Central St Leonard's, according to the Renewing Central St Leonard's consultation leaflet in 2013. There were 183 empty homes in the ward. I don't think this includes the 10 large houses, I think there are 5 bedrooms, in St Margaret's Road. There's a terrace of them which haven't been occupied since they were completed in 2010/11. And then Central St Leonard's is 31.75% more densely populated than any other ward in East Sussex by the 2011 census. It is also the most deprived ward in East Sussex, and the last thing it needs is inappropriate development that would harm the unique period character of the area and its potential for regeneration. And 5, conversion of Ocean House into residential would be a good idea if there is a possibility of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Are there any other points before I turn to the council? Actually, there's one point I'd like to ask. I mean, it's quite obvious from walking around St Leonard's and various other parts of the borough, the number of these sort of large 3, 4, 5-storey villas which have been converted over the years into flats. But does it ever work the other way? I mean, are there any instances where these large dwellings are being bought and returned to single occupancy? Because that would have an effect, the opposite effect on Winfield. It would be a sort of a negative windfall. Could you help me on that one? And also take up the other points that are made.
There are some examples of that, sir, but definitely it is the trend is all the other way. It's for subdivision and such housing units. So yes, whilst I wouldn't say it never happens, yes, we've definitely got examples, but at the moment it does not appear to be a strong trend, and in that regard, that makes me quite confident about the small site windfall allocation that we have.
Right, thank you.
And if I may, sir, just to assist Mr. Newbold, the figure and the percentages, it is matter 2, and if you look at paragraphs 2.1.1 and 2.1.2, we show how those numbers have built up from when the strategy was adopted in terms of what had been completed or granted permission, and windfalls that, following the inspector's report on the planning strategy, there was a modest allowance of 35 units a year allowed for windfalls, and then the allocations. And what we said was, in para 2.1.2, the combined total of these various sources of the residual, that's the remaining requirement to meet that 3,400, is some 15% higher than the outstanding requirement. And the inspector pointed out that our figure then of saying we might exceed the 3,400 units set down in the strategy by about 400, the inspector pointed out that that actually equated to a figure of about 12%.
Oh, that was my figure in here.
We put some 15% higher, and then we've given an indicative about 400 more than the strategy figure, and you pointed out, sir, that that 400 as a percentage of 3,400 was 12%. I think in response to the comments made by Mrs. Jarvis there, obviously we have at some length gone through the general concerns about high density in St Leonard's. We have heard the views expressed about the heritage assets around the taxi office site on Chapel Park Road. If I might, though, just respond to the comment that you made about the high number of empty homes. That was an issue addressed at the planning strategy stage, and where we were not allowed to count. I mean, it's not something perverse, it's just generally local authorities are not enabled to count those against the total figures of the new houses that they have to provide to meet need. So, and then we also heard sometimes slightly differing views, but we also heard views as to the attractiveness or otherwise of Ocean House. So.
We did indeed.
And also, I have asked quite often about those 10 empty new houses in Margaret Road, and I've never got an answer. They've always said they'd come back, and they haven't.
So that was about the tenanted houses in Margaret Road?
Yes, there's 10, a terrace of 10 big houses that were built just under 5 years ago. They were finished, and nobody's ever lived in them, and they've kept having estate agent signs outside, and then every so often one would have sale agreed in the window, and then it's all gone, and then another one comes and nothing happens. Nobody's ever lived in them. I wonder whether the ground is not safe or something, I don't know.
I seem to remember at the planning strategy, you were telling me that when a dwelling has been empty for quite some time, the council tends to chase up on the owners if you can find them, or was I told that in Rotherham? I can't remember.
I'm not certain, sir, but obviously from a housing perspective, quite often the local authority will employ somebody to chase it up on empty homes. It sounds that from what Mrs. Jarvis has said, the better explanations, not trying to evade your question, more likely come direct from the estate agents as to why things might have not happened or fallen through.
Well, they've been with all different estate agents, and I've asked various councillors and people, and nobody comes back with an answer. And I think they're probably 4 or 5 bedrooms each one.
Okay, can I leave that one with you? Right. Yes, Mr. Wise.
I think you'll find, if you go and look, it's what puts people off is what's at the back, because it's a sheer drop, and they don't want children there and that sort of thing. Truthfully, it's a lovely front on the road, but the back is not so good.
Okay.
You could see them when at the convent site. You can see where the seams is.
Yes, I know what you mean. Right, good. Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, just to confirm that was 408 houses that were in the windfall, then by that reckoning of 12%. And we would be looking at, from my estimation, 45 to remove just a speck of wood. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, we check those numbers. It was, certainly my recollection is it was around 400, so. But we will have those numbers recorded. Right, well, can we move on now to 515, where we're looking at should alternative sites be considered for allocation? And the council has very kindly provided me with plans of these various sites. And if we can deal with land at Breadsell, first of all, and this land did feature very much in the planning strategy. We spent quite some time on it. And Council, is there anything that you wish to add to what you have said at 515.1 and 2?
If I may, sir, deal with land at Breadsell first, but I have been advised that Mr. Kerrison will have to leave in half an hour and was staying for the debate in respect of Barley Lane. So I don't know whether possibly you might wish to move to that one after the next couple or whenever, sir.
Right. So he's got another half an hour here. Well, should we deal with Barley Lane first?
I'm happy to deal with Breadsell because it will be very brief.
Okay, right.
Fundamentally, sir, you will be aware that Natural England have reaffirmed their very strong objection. I would just like to point out two paragraphs, and these are the paragraphs towards the end of the letter from Marion Ashdown, who is the senior advisor at National England Sussex team. And she basically confirms that in your report, sir, to the council at the strategy stage, you dealt at great length with the difficulties surrounding development of land at this site and commented widely and with some assertion upon its unsuitability at paragraphs 70 to 80 of your report. The inspector attached considerable weight to the objection lodged at the time by Natural England and overall concluded that the important environmental role played by this omission site clearly outweighs any role that might be argued for it in respect of delivery of housing. She goes on to say that they are not aware of any substantive work, if any at all, that has been undertaken to alleviate their concerns, and that from their perspective, that to argue for the inclusion of this large area would be in direct conflict with the now adopted strategy for the borough, which was itself found sound and to be fully compliant with the framework. In our 5.15.1, firstly, sir, we would be absolutely wholeheartedly supporting those comments from Natural England, but we also make the point at the end of that paragraph, sir, that also in your deliberations, your previous deliberations on this, you also concluded that irrespective of Natural England's concerns, the land was not in a sustainable location, and that, to quote you, sir, the sustainable credentials of the planning strategy are better served with its omission. So that would be all that we feel we need to say in respect to Breadsell.
Right, thank you. I mean, does anybody want to say anything in support of land at Breadsell? I mean, if you're in agreement with the council, you're supporting the council. I don't normally hear you. But briefly.
I'm simply confused as to what it means, not in a sustainable location.
Well, can I suggest that you look at my report on the planning strategy, and it will hopefully set it out and hopefully even might convince you. Right. Are you happy to deal now with land at My Way Lodge? Happy? Right. I mean, we did look at that in a little detail sometime last week. But do you wish to add anything to your written response?
Yes, thank you, sir. If I could just pick up on a few points that Mr Jones made in relation to this site. I believe when he appeared earlier at the hearing sessions, he indicated a number of factors in favour of this site. In particular, he referenced the application for the Queensway Gateway Road. He referenced the fact that we have got a falling record of housing completions. He presented some data around that point. He referenced the fact this was garden land, and he believed that the development could be adequately concealed given its location within the AONB. He believed it was a sustainable location and it would be a suitable site for self-build. And also he made reference to the fact that there's never been any revision to the AONB boundary. So if I could just pick up on some of those points in relation to this site. Firstly, if we just turn to the issue of the completion figures that he submitted, I'm struggling a little bit with reconciling these with the council's own data on completions. I imagine, sir, that the explanation is simply that there's a time lag between the data that the DCLG collects on this and those that the council has, which are collected on a quarterly basis. So I just direct you, sir, to our most recent local plan monitoring report, and in particular table 2, which indicates recent years and recent completion figures, which are considerably higher than those in Mr Jones's table. Okay. Then just turning to the specifics of the site, I think it's helpful to give a bit of context as to where the site's located. It's a site on the north side of the ridge, on the northeastern extremity of the borough. It is entirely within the AONB, and what I would suggest, sir, is obviously we've referenced the fact that we need to have very careful regard to the AONB as outlined in the NPPF, in particular paragraphs 115 and 116, and in effect the tests that are set under paragraph 116 in terms of considering development within the AONB. And I'll just point to the fact, so that I think at this location, this site, as proposed by Mr Jones, is an undeveloped, open site, which I would suggest makes a very positive contribution to the AONB. In terms of its location, I would also contend that at this point, there's a clear distinction between the existing built-up area and the development to the south of the ridge and to the east of the A21. I think we're looking at a situation here where it's almost transitional development that's petering out as you go into open countryside. And I think therefore it would be inappropriate to consider developing a site like this in such a prominent place within the AONB when, as we have been demonstrating through these hearing sessions, there are many alternative sites that we can look at before we could look at a potential encroachment into the AONB. So with that in mind, sir, I really would suggest from the council's perspective that we would want to look at this site at this point in time, given evidence around housing land supply.
Right. Does anybody wish to speak in support of this emission site? Yes. You want to see it develop, do you, Mr. Wise?
I think it's common sense
to develop it.
Yes, because if you go down the Ebden Hill, there are already houses on this, and west. If you go along the A28, there's houses all on your ONAB site anyway, and the houses that this gentleman wants to build are, they're not visible, and it got lovely access on the A21. So what's the problem?
Okay. Right. Yes, Mr. Hodge.
Just to say that it's probably a better development than the one the council are proposing to build when they're putting 70,000 feet of industrial development in an area of outstanding natural beauty.
That's Allocations, isn't it? Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, it's curious. Is it still being used as a storage area for wood chippings, which is approved by the council in 2008?
Well, I've got no idea. I have been asked to do an accompanied site visit, which I will do, but I haven't been onto the site yet. Although I have seen it from the ridge. Right, does anybody wish to speak in support of this emission site?
I was just wondering, when you do your site visit, is it just to find out whether or not it should be built upon?
Well, the purpose of the site visit is for the people concerned, the council's representative and the owner and or his or her representative, to point things out to me. We don't have a discussion on the rights or the merits or otherwise of the site. It's just purely factual. The discussion takes place here. Okay? Right. Did anybody else wish to say anything before I ask for the council's comments? No, council?
I think only, sir, to reaffirm the view that we strongly believe that it's not an appropriate one. Mr. Hollige's comments about A and B, sir, I think just merely, sir, to show that he doesn't know two sites. You'll make your own conclusions, sir, from the condition of the land when you go to see it. Both that and ID Hampstead.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Just to say, I do know both sides.
Okay, right.
Can
I should get to know them as well.
Can I just say the point I was trying to make regarding the wood chippings is if the thing's covered with wood chippings, is it the same ecological site that it was before? That's what I was trying to say. And obviously I don't know the site, and this is just something I just read about the planning approval. So that's why I was asking, is the site the same as it was in 2008, or was it changed?
Okay, well, bear those points in mind when I look at the site. Right, well the next one on the list is Sandrock Park, but I'm happy to take Barley Lane now if that's going to help.
If we may, sir, because of Mr. Kerrison's
Okay, before I'd like to again raise a procedural issue that I raised this morning, and I would very much like the discussion about my client's exclusion of their land deferred to the January hearing so that the council can answer my freedom of information request, which they're refusing to do so at the moment. It does go to the heart of the matter as to why this site, which has been allocated for housing for over 30 years, was suddenly overnight turned into what the council suggests as a site in nature conservation importance at the time. I have submitted a detailed freedom of information request, and it does go to the heart of that matter, so I would really request that it's deferred until January so that the council can fully answer that.
Again, strongly resist, I cannot see how that can possibly affect whether the land is viable, deliverable, justified, or a sensible site. If Mr. Hollige is so concerned to suggest he hasn't had responses, there are letters to him. We're happy, if he is, for you to see, sir, the responses that he's had to date in respect of all of his freedom of information requests. I feel it's an abuse of this process to delay this matter. There will be issues that can be looked at again if he wishes in January, but I feel it's important that we conclude this now, so it is an important matter for all of us and for those people that have bothered to attend throughout these hearings.
Yeah. Well, I have to strongly disagree with that. The particular issue is the involvement of Councillor Chowney with this site, and that is what the council are refusing to answer. Yes, surely they want to get on with it because they don't want to answer any of these questions. It does go to the heart of the matter of why this site, which, as I say, was a housing allocation for over 30 years, was sold by the council as housing land, and was suddenly overnight, despite an assurance that it was to be a housing allocation, suddenly, without any consultation with my clients, became a site of nature conservation importance. And this does go to the heart of the matter, despite what the council say. I'm sure they don't want to answer the question, but I must answer.
Mr. Hollige, I'm going to deal with it as far as I can this afternoon, and if there's any outstanding matters, we will deal with them in January. So I will make sure that one way or another, you give a full account of yourself on this site.
can I ask for an assurance from the council that they will fully answer my request before January?
Yes, sir, you have that. I was about, although I'm sorry, Monica, your screen is now gone dead. I will read out the response that Councillor, in respect of Councillor Chowney's involvement that has been sent to Mr. Hodge, and then get to the absolute matters that I consider relevant from the planning perspective.
Okay, right.
Are you happy that we read this out? This is obviously a response to you, Mr. Hodge.
It depends which bit you're going to read out.
I will read out what I have in front of me.
Are you going to read out the bit that where you refuse to give an answer?
No, I will read your questions
No,
about
I'm
Councillor
asking,
Chowney's
are
involvement.
you going to respond to the bit where I've asked you a particular question and the council have said refusal?
I will confirm.
Are you going to answer that bit?
Well, look, if you give me a chance to answer, I might have a chance to answer.
Well, I think you're going to just try and
shilly-shally
shilly-shally around it. I'll refer into other
I'll
matters.
read you out this,
Yes.
and then we will certainly make sure Mr. Hollidge has his response before January. So his question was, in what council capacity did Councillor Chowney attend at the above site on Friday the 14th, given that he is not a ward councillor and it is questionable as to whether he was misrepresenting his position? Answer. Councillor Chowney did not attend the site on the 14th of November. Second question. Please provide copies of all communications between Councillor Chowney and both the Planning Department and all landscape officers, including the Borough Arboriculturalist, regarding this site since he became a councillor. To gather this information, requested would exceed the time limit set out by the Information Commissioner. Therefore, under Section 12 of the Freedom of Information Act 2000 provides an exemption from this obligation to comply with the request for information if the estimated costs of complying with that request would exceed the prescribed appropriate limit. We estimate that the costs of complying with your request would exceed the appropriate limit by a significant amount. For this reason, we feel unable to comply with this question. Third question from Mr. Hollidge.
So the second one that I wanted to explain.
This is number 3.
I'll hear the lot. I'll hear the lot.
Given that he has in the past expressed interest in buying the land, will Councillor Chowney be giving an undertaking not to speak about the site during the forthcoming DMP examination? Answer. Councillor Chowney has never expressed an interest in buying the land. He mentioned the council could consider a CPO to secure public access if it were to be secured as protected open space. That's what we've been talking about for some of these other issues this morning. Your fourth question. What other council officers attended at the site the same day? In what capacity and under whose instruction? Answer. No officer of the council attended this site. Question number 5. Who requested the attendance of the Health and Safety Executive? In what capacity and under whose instruction? Answer. Hastings Borough Council have no knowledge as to who requested attendance by the HSE. Please note that this site, this is your words, please note that this site is private land, and as the council are not prepared to maintain it, then my clients are obliged to carry out yearly site clearance, including removal of fly tipping. Any further harassment of men employed to do the job will result in a claim for damages against both the council and the individuals concerned. End of request.
I can come back on that.
I think the council is being invited to begin its case in respect of your land.
Yes, the thing I have
I
to
think
ask...
that's a bit rather answer.
Oh, just a moment. Can I just put it all in context? I mean, my job is to make a judgment as to whether this land is suitable for housing. That is my prime task. And I'm not sure, well, I'm not convinced that this exchange between you and Mr. Phillips helps me in that task.
Just come back on it. It's only really in relation to the second point, where the council refused to respond, claiming an exemption. They're not exempt from providing the information. They have to provide the information. There is a cost implication if they estimate it to be over the time limit. They've not told me what that cost implication is. They simply refused to answer the email. And this does get to the heart of the matter as to why it was suddenly became, having been a housing allocation for 30 years, suddenly wasn't. And it does go to the heart of the matter.
Well, I'm not sure that it does, Mr. Hollidge, because as I say, I've got to look at this site, look at the, and you've asked me to do a site inspection on Friday, and as I say, my job is to decide whether this land is suitable for housing. Now, who's met who on the site up until now, I don't see the relevance of it. Is this site suitable for housing? That's the question I've got to ask.
Well, I'm quite happy to get along with that, and I think we can quite clearly answer that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. And I think that there's obviously some sort of disagreement or dispute between you and the council, and I would suggest that you sort it out outside this room.
I'm quite happy to do that.
Well, that's good. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Price.
I'd like to point out 5.15.15 of that 20 HBC 10B FA 11 to 13 conclusion document. He says the reason why that site's excluded from housing is it's a history of land instability, extremely steep sides, topography, and there are better land allocations. And also Murray's looked at it and said it's a site of local wildlife interest. He looks against the DEFRA guidelines, I guess. So the only reason why this one is out and Speckled Woods CV01 is in is possibly because of this SNCI designation. Otherwise, I guess CV01 wouldn't be applicable either. Thank you.
Right, well, Council, would you like to add anything to 5.15.12 onwards?
If I may, sir, there are a couple of general points that I wish to make first of all, and then a number of specific ones I will hold back with in order to respond to Mr. Hollidge. Now, it gives me no great pleasure to do this, sir, but I've been concerned over this hearing at Mr. Hollidge's somewhat contradictory statements, and I have therefore approached the Member Services Manager at the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. That person forwarded my concerns on to the Regulation Officer, and I've received, sir, from a Mr. Adrian Bates of the RICS an email which I forwarded yesterday to the Programme Officer, and I would like to read that out if I may, sir. Dear Mr. Phillips, thank you for your telephone call and your email regarding my colleague Harriet Gregg. She's the Member Services individual. I have checked our records and can confirm that Mr. Keith Hollidge is not a current RICS member. Mr. Hollidge ceased being an RICS member on the 12th of June 2013. As such, Mr. Hollidge is not currently an RICS member. He is unable to use the designation Chartered Surveyor or the qualification MRICS. If you have evidence of Mr. Hollidge using either of the above, then please forward this to us so that we can look into this matter further. Now, I'd just like to point out, sir, that Mr. Hollidge's representation, 0693, on behalf of Mrs. Andrew Lawson and Michael Conn.
Excuse me, Mister.
It says, it's your agent's wording, sir, not mine.
But you did meet me.
It says, Mrs. Andrew Lawson and Michael Conn, and it clearly says, Keith Hollidge, BSc, MRICS. Now, these hearings, sir, have also been recorded. And you will recall at an earlier day on these hearings that Mr. Hollidge put forward the fact that as he was a chartered surveyor and also had a legal qualification, he believed that his view was somehow more objective than others. That was essentially his comment. And whilst nobody in the room, I think, accepted that particular view, it was again, sir, not just in written form, but verbally, that he was indicating and therefore misrepresenting that he was a chartered surveyor. That is my first comment, sir, of a general nature in respect of Mr. Hollidge. The second one relates to the fact that last Tuesday, and again to point out, sir, that the hearings have been recorded, he asked me if I would stop accusing him of requesting a doubling of the housing figures to be provided in the plan over the plan period, saying that he'd never said this. So if briefly, sir, I may now turn to his representation 0693, paragraph 3.2. It's a very short paragraph, sir, but I think in view of the concerns expressed around the table generally about the number of houses to be provided in the plan, it's worth putting this in full. So, quoting directly from his representation, Accordingly, in order to rectify this material defect in both the planning strategy and in consequence the DMP, it will be necessary for the Council to seek to make an amendment to change the target for new homes delivery to 6,863 across the plan period, equating to 404 units per annum, and comprehensively review the DMP to ensure that sufficient additional sites are made housing allocations to ensure the necessary 5-year housing land supply as required by para 47 of the NWPF. Now, in respect of what he was asking me to stop accusing him of last Tuesday then, sir, I would just like to ask him whether it was last week or this week in this representation that you haven't been telling the complete truth.
If I can come back on those 2 points. The fact is, yes, I did resign my membership of the RICS some time ago, but I have reapplied. So there's no, I don't know what the issue that he's trying to make here is. In relation to his second point, in relation to 3.2, I think he's taken that clearly out of context. What I'm saying under that point is that in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, the Council are obliged to make an objectively assessed assessment of housing need across the plan period, which cannot be constrained. What I'm saying here in this plan is that that has not been done. I don't think it says in that paragraph that I'm actually advocating they are, because what I'm saying is they have to make an objective assessment and then have a look at the DMP to see whether they can provide that. And if they can't provide that, then that's fair enough. That is then a constrained figure. And what I'm not saying is that they have to make, as I've said numerous times throughout these planning inquiries, which Mr. Phillips obviously has selective hearing on this issue, is that it is not uncommon in many local planning authority areas for the council not to be able to meet the housing need which has been objectively assessed, and therefore there is no problem in that. It is a consideration when applications come forward, but it's not an overriding consideration. For example, in Maidstone, I think there's something short of about 18 to 20,000 homes compared with their objectively assessed housing need. So I think he's rather quoting out of context just to be obstructive as previously. I'm not advocating that, and even if I were advocating that, I don't see any issue with that anyway.
Can I just ask you one question, Mr. Holledge? Are you a chartered surveyor, yes or no?
At the moment, I've reapplied for my membership. I resigned because I objected to
yes or no?
I'm currently reapplied, as I say. I'm not.
Yes or no? Are you a chartered surveyor? Yes or no?
Not at the moment.
You're not, right? But it does say here, and this is dated November, December 2004. Keith Holledge, BSc, MRICS. So that's not true, is it?
Well, that's what I say. I've made the application. I'm waiting.
But you're not a chartered surveyor, despite what that says.
Well, the application has been lodged. I've been a surveyor for over 20 odd years. I mean,
why do you have difficulty in answering this question? Are you a chartered surveyor now? Yes or no?
I'm not at the moment, but
no, right, you're not. So that's not correct.
Well, I'd say I've made the application. I was hoping that it would have been.
There's no point taking this any further. I mean, I think the facts speak for themselves. I mean, but it does raise a question as to the weight that I should attach to your evidence. That does raise a problem. Right, anyhow, we will now deal with Barley Lane.
So, if we may then, I can confirm that as of yesterday's date, the RICS was not advising me of any application for pending.
Right, okay.
Could I ask, sir, because of his time here, that Mr. Kerrison now is allowed to make some comments on viability issues? If it assists, sir, I have some photographs. They have been mentioned by Mr. Price this morning about local wildlife sites. and they've been mentioned by Mr. Davidson. There is a set to Mr. Hollidge. This is the condition of Mr. Hollidge's local wildlife site at the moment. But Mr. Kerrison may look particularly at the last of those photographs when he might be talking about viability.
Thank you, sir. Apologies, I will have to be brief to get a train. Mr. Hollidge, throughout the process that I've witnessed, has made a lot of criticisms of viability evidence for other sites, obviously in an attempt to try and undermine some sites to promote his client's site. The difficulty I have, because a lot of this evidence almost relies on hearsay and professional opinion, which we heard a lot about, which of course has now been undermined. But there is, and I think it's an important point, no counter-evidence submitted to suggest that any of the viability appraisal work is wrong. It's just opinion. And I think also it strikes me that if you are promoting an alternative site, it's particularly incumbent on you as a professional advisor to demonstrate the viability and deliverability of that alternative site, particularly where there's evidence from the council that all their sites are viable. Now, when you come to see the site, so you will draw your own conclusions, particularly about probably land stability, but particularly topography and slope. This site is, from the discussions I've had with the council and the pictures you will see, is a very steeply sloping site. It's difficult to imagine that there won't be very significant costs in retaining structures to create wider driveways, central spine road. And it strikes me that there should be a fully engineered scheme to prove that this site is deliverable and developable. Otherwise, what possible conclusions can we draw in the light of the council's very real concerns for the issues they've set out in their statement? And I think even if you look at the history which Mr. Hollidge has set out, there have been previous planning permissions, particularly you might look at the ones in the 1980s in the middle of a housing boom. Detached house permissions, apartment permissions toward the end of the 70s, and it just begs the question, if this site is viable, why on earth hasn't it been developed in all that time? And I think you can draw your own conclusion from that. I can't really comment in any detail because I was hoping to possibly respond, but unfortunately so I'm going to have to leave you with those comments. Thank you.
Right, well if there are any outstanding matters, we can deal with them in January as has been agreed.
Thank you, sir.
Does the council wish to add anything else at that stage?
There are a number of detailed matters, so that as I've indicated in opening, I'd prefer to let Mr. Hollidge have a go now and see how best we respond.
Right, okay. Mr. Hollidge, what do you wish to say?
Thank you. Obviously I'll put in a detailed submission. I don't intend to read all of it, but if I can read particular extracts from it.
I mean, obviously I have read it all.
Yes, I know you have, that's why I'm not going to read it.
Right, okay.
Just in general on the Clyde Vale and Orr Village area, and I'm quoting from the DMP here, and I'm referring to my submission at page 3, 5.1. And the DMP identifies Clyde Vale and Orr Village as a relatively affluent, popular residential area with good transport links and well served by shops, doctors and other community facilities. And I go on to say that such that the council will no doubt agree that in housing development terms it is a sustainable location. At 5.2 I go on to say that the DMP also contains an aspiration for 250 to 310 new homes to be built in the area over the planned period, yet only contains housing allocations for 102 units. Of these allocations, half of them are located on one site at Victoria Avenue, which I believe is the 51 at Speckled Wood. And I say which by the council's own admission is subject to severe development constraint, such that it cannot logically be seen to be either deliverable or developable in accordance with paragraph 47 of the MPPF, and certainly not included within their 5-year housing land supply.
Going on to page 4 of my submission in terms of point 7, the past planning history. This is by no means a list of all the planning permissions that have been obtained on this site. This is just some of the highlights, as I said. Back in 1971, the site was in an area primarily designated for residential use in the Hastings development plan. In 1973, the site was sold for housing development by Hastings Borough Council. On the 13th of September 73, planning permission for 30 flats with vehicular pedestrian access was granted. On the 11th of October 73, planning permission for 30 flats and 3 houses with vehicle pedestrian access was granted. On the 20th of October 76, renewal of planning permission for 30 flats and 3 houses with vehicle and pedestrian access. On the 15th of November 78, renewal of planning permission for 30 flats and 3 houses with vehicle and pedestrian access. On the 6th of June 1979, approval of reserved matters pursuant to previous outline planning permission for 4 detached bungalows with garages. On the 9th of July 1980, planning permission for 11 times 3-bedroom terraced houses, 5 times 2-bedroom terraced houses and 16 car parking spaces. On the 7th of September 83, planning permission for 16 terraced houses with parking spaces. On the 7th of August 84, planning permission for construction of non-adoptable access road, drainage, site footpaths and layout of 16 plots. On the 11th of September 84, planning permission for 16 terraced houses. There was a start on site which was effected pursuant to HS/DS/84/00292. There was a matter of contention between the council and the landowners as to whether or not this was commenced some days prior to the issue of the planning permission or subsequent to it. In any event, it was not continuing following the developers leaving bankruptcy. Now, if I can refer to that, I do have a plan here, which dates from 1984. It's an application by Crosswaters Properties, and this is for this is in relation to submission HS/DS/84/0092, which was planning permission for the construction of non-adoptable access road, drainage, side footpaths and layout of 16 plots. And this was the development which was commenced in 1984 but subsequently stopped. And I think you'll see from the site inspection on Friday. Unfortunately, I couldn't submit this plan as part of my submission because it's an old drawing and it doesn't copy well, and most of the writing would be lost, but I'm quite happy to put it up for display or pass it round in a minute. But if I may hold it up.
Right, yes.
There we are. Now, when we visit the site on Friday, you'll actually see that this estate road has been commenced and put in. There is the start of building at the bottom of the site. There's, I believe, 2 houses which certainly come up above damp-proof course level. I'm told that services are being brought onto the site, so there's a fair bit of development that's been undertaken. My clients did consider in the past submitting a certificate for lawful development, but that was withdrawn pending this allocation process, and it is something that we may well revisit in the future. But you'll certainly see the evidence on site that this development has been commenced. Now, the interesting facts on this plan, which I'm sure Mr. Phillips is going to refer to later, and it is something we continually question the council about. They keep talking about there's a history of land instability on the site, yet they've never provided any evidence of that fact. The only evidence that we are aware of was that there was a land slip in 1984, and you'll see quite clearly from this drawing but there's a retaining wall which runs pretty much the length of the frontage of the site. And just under that, there is an annotation which says existing highway works, existing highway repairs recently executed, presumably by the Highway Authority, and this is in the area of the landslip adjacent to the retaining wall. On the plan annotation, and I say this is stamped as approved by the council, it actually says the Borough Council shall maintain the retaining wall in good repair. The only instability or incident of landslip on this site has been in relation to the fact that the council failed in their obligation, and in conjunction with the Highway Authority were responsible for that landslip. The council has so far failed to answer numerous requests for information in relation to other issues that they allege have been land instability. You'll also find that when we visit the site that it is bounded on three sides, to the west, east and north, by housing development, built probably back in the 1950s. And as far as I'm aware, I've never heard of any issues with regard to subsidence or land instability in relation to any of those properties. So quite clearly, there isn't a history, as they say. And surely if there was a history... Sorry.
Good timing, actually.
And if there was a history of land instability, then surely they wouldn't have granted permission as they have done here. And just dealing with the land instability issue before I go back to the main thrust of what I was saying. The National Planning Policy Framework, and you'll have to forgive me, I don't know the exact paragraph, but I think it's somewhere towards the back of the document, actually encourages the use of planning conditions. And those planning conditions could deal with any issue that the council may have in relation to a perceived land instability problem, or those yet to be substantiated in any way. The Borough Council could require engineering drawings or whatever to support the planning permission. So that could quite clearly be dealt with by way of a planning condition. Do you want me to pass this drawing round, or?
I'd probably have a look at it. Did you want to have a look at it, Mr. Phillips?
I'm happy to have a look at it, not necessarily now, sir, but...
Right. If you could bring it along to the site inspection, that would be useful. Anyhow, it's available if anybody wants to have a look at it.
So I do apologise. I did try and copy it, but it's just the copy quality was so poor you couldn't read anything on it.
Okay.
So I do apologise for that. So that was the start site, which, as I say, is a matter of contention between the council and the landowners as to whether it was started some days in advance of issue of the planning permission, because certainly the planning permission was issued, or whether it was started afterwards. And it may be, say, depending on this process, that we go back and submit an application for a certificate of lawful development. We then go on to the sort of more recent history, if you like, in that the Hastings Borough Plan of 1993 allocated it as a housing site. The Hastings Local Plan Deposit Draft, October 1999, didn't allocate it, but suggested it was a site of nature conservation importance. And again, that was followed through into the revised deposit draft. But then in 2001, the Hastings Local Plan pre-inquiry changes, the site was allocated for housing development under Policy H1.
And again, in October 2002, the site was allocated for housing development under Policy H1, and that was the Hastings local plan, further proposed changes. And then we came up to the publication of the Hastings local plan in 2004, where it suddenly wasn't allocated, but it was designated a site of nature conservation importance. Now, despite a number of past requests, the council has not been able to fully explain why this previous housing allocation didn't follow through into the local plan following its designation for that use in 2001 and 2002, which are the two documents that came before the actual local plan was published. And then I refer Appendix B to my submission, that the council themselves wrote to Church and Co solicitors on the 3rd of April 2003, confirming that the site was a housing allocation in both the adopted and emerging local plan. Following on, now I'll sort of pass on to my previous representations in relation to this site. Following the 2004 local plan, the planning system changed and we reverted to what I call now a defunct local development framework. And the site was put forward for housing development during the course of the preparation of that plan, which was sort of subsequently abandoned before final completion, and also during the preparation of the current local plan. And these relate to in April 2008, the site was put forward in response to the council's call for land suitable housing development to be included in their SHLA to inform the site allocations development plan document. In January 2010, we didn't hear anything back from that. And I say in January 2010, without any consultation by the council, and unbeknown to the landowners, the site was excluded from the SHLA on the basis of landscape protection policies and an alleged but unfounded suggestion of significant highways issues. Again, that point has never been substantiated in any way. And then in 2012, a complaint was made to the council regarding lack of consultation concerning the SHLA, and subsequent lack of consultation concerning the Big Map exercise that was carried out under the defunct LDF. Those were Appendix C. In August 2012, the site was put forward again for housing development in response to the council's development management plan, focused informal consultation. And although again there's been a history of lack of consultation by the council on this, and again there was no feedback from the council, but it did appear from Appendix E, from what the council posted on their website, that the site was going to be put forward as a housing allocation. Indeed, I phoned the planning department on the 5th of November, and I think this relates to, there's been a great deal of discussion about this cabinet meeting on the 5th of November, but this was the day I phoned, and I was told that it was to go forward as a housing allocation for approval. I phoned the following day to check that it had gone through. I was naturally quite shocked to find out that it hadn't, and that it had been withdrawn, and the reason for that was an impact on ecology and apparent, but again unsubstantiated availability of other sites with less impact on the environment. In January 2013, a complaint was made to the council regarding this matter. Again in March 2013, an unanswered complaint was made to the council. In April 2013, an objection was made to the publication stage of the EMP. In July 2013, an objection was made to the planning strategy of public examination. And the crux of the matter is that it appears that the council's objections to this site being included as a housing allocation sort of revolve around two main themes. One is its designation dating from 2004 as a site of major conservation importance, which is now a local wildlife site, and this issue of perceived land instability, which I've just addressed. In terms of the site designation, as I've said, I've queried the fact that in 2001 and 2002, it was, despite the survey which appears to have been carried out in 1998 recommending this site as a site of nature conservation importance, the council still felt that it was better served as a housing allocation. That didn't follow through to the local plan, which goes back to the heart of my previous issue as to what's changed subsequently from this being a housing allocation for some 30 odd years, from 1970 up to 2002, and then suddenly it's not deemed to be suitable. As I say, a number of complaints have been made to the council, largely unanswered. Apart from one letter received back from Mr Cookson at the council, which Mr Phillips has referred to on a number of occasions, which actually supplies erroneous information regarding a different site than that of my client's land, which the query related to. Now that leads me to the question of, given that he supplied information on a different site, I have to ask the question as to whether the 2004 inquiry into the local plan, the wrong site was actually the subject of discussion. Because certainly from what Mr Cookson supplied to me, it seems to me that might be the case, because they've not put forward any reasons relating to my client's site in relation to that particular question. As far as my clients are concerned, we don't believe the site has ever had any nature conservation importance on it, or a site of a local wildlife site. I'm sure Mr Wise will be able to support me in this fact. He's a well-respected ecologist in the area with many years experience, and I'm sure he'll support the fact that there's nothing on that site of any value and never has been. I've dealt with the perceived issue of land instability, and probably at that point, again, I'll sort of reserve my position to come back on some further matters in relation to designation of the site in the first instance.
Right, thank you. Just one point. I don't know whether you can see the plan from here, but you'll know the site and the area. What is this area in here? Obviously, we'll look at it on Friday. It's to the north-east of your client's land.
I think you might find that's a reservoir.
That's a reservoir, is it?
There's two small reservoirs just at the bottom.
Oh, right. Yeah, one of them is marked reservoir. Right. Anyhow, we'll have a look at that on Friday. Yes. Should I hear from Mr Wise now? Did you wish to say anything, Mr Wise?
Well, the only thing I've got to add is that I was offered, when it first came out, a chance to belong to the Institute for Ecologists. That when I found out that I mustn't criticise any other ecologist, I said no thank you.
Okay.
You follow? It's not right. But once people have got a qualification, that should be it. Not anyone criticise this, that, the other, because you shouldn't have to just pay to belong to something and then you're this, that, and the other. If you're accepted, then that should be it. The same as you get your BSc or BA or all the rest of it. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, unless anybody else wants to say anything in support of the... Well, if Mr. Hollidge is happy for, you're the agent, it's...
I'd just like to make one remark about this land instability. I bought the land 30 odd years ago. There's never been any land slips on it since I owned it. And speaking to neighbours who have lived there all their lives, they've only ever known this one piece of instability. And I believe that's when the previous builders were on there and dug away at the side of the road, and the road collapsed. And that's when they went into bankruptcy. So I don't know where this list of instabilities come from, and if there is a list of instability, I've never seen it, I've never heard of it, and nobody from the council has ever given me any documentation to say otherwise. That was my point, thank you.
Okay, right. Council, did you wish to respond?
If I may, sir, and I'm not certain when Mr. Davidson may wish to, but he referenced earlier that the site had been, I think, managed within an inch of its life, so he may well wish to comment on that, sir. But I just wanted to confirm, in a general sense, sir, that much of the first passages from what Mr. Hollidge said is basically long gone history. Times change, and we've heard that, sir, in so many instances in these hearings. What I would say, sir, is that for the last over 20 years, the site certainly has not been allocated, and that indeed, since 2003, it was destined for SNCI status. Just for clarification, at one point it seemed to be that Mr. Hollidge was saying that somehow the 2004 plan was abandoned, but obviously it wasn't, so you dealt with that and it went through to adoption.
And I'll just clarify, it was the LDF that I was saying was abandoned, not the local plan.
Mm-hmm. So the local plan process rather than the local plan per se. Thank you. So, in respect of the site itself, sir, and I appreciate we do have the delights of a site visit to look forward to, it was clearly found to be unsuitable in the SHLA, and you will find that reference, sir, in the SHLA under the SHLA reference NOV 7, and it was for ecology reasons, local wildlife site. Now, Mr. Davidson has already explained to you, sir, that the transition from an SNCI to local wildlife site actually required those sites to have an enhanced level of nature conservation interest. Mr. Hollidge has mentioned that he made an inquiry of Mr. Tim Cookson, who replied to him, but had erroneously referred to parcels of land which were not hidden. Might I just ask, Mr. Hollidge, you're still at that Folkestone address, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. You denied that Mr. Cookson had apologised. I have here, sir, his letter of the 2nd of April 2013. We have further checked our remaining archives for the period in question and accept that the site on Barley Lane, which was the subject of consideration of the inquiry, was not the site of the inquiry. I apologise for the error. And then his final sentence says, however, the Council did not list a formal modification in the schedule of proposed modifications or October 2003, which would have been required to include your site in the final version of the Hastings plan. So, firstly, he did apologise to you, sir, which is what you adamantly said you did not last week. The next thing, sir, if I could take you back to Mr. Hollidge's own submissions, sir. He referred, first of all, to Appendix B. And you will see, sir, in that appendix, a letter from the Borough Council in the name of Stephanie Roots, who is a senior planner in the planning policy team. And this was the letter to Church & Co solicitors. It's only a brief letter, sir, but Mr. Hollidge only mentioned part of it. It says the site is subject to a housing allocation in both the adopted and emerging local plan. It goes on to say, sir, although there is serious concern over the ability to develop the site as a result of landslides in the area. It further goes on to say, planning permission was granted in 1984, but has since lapsed. It further goes on to confirm that the site has been identified as a site of nature conservation importance. We then come, sir, to his reference later on, which talked about the focused consultation. This is Appendix I. And he refers to the fact that he was surprised that it suddenly dropped out. What we have always said, sir, is that the land that was submitted through the Schlar process was part of the focused consultation in 2012, but fundamentally just lost out to better and more sustainable sites. So the land did not move forward either into the proposed submission DMP or indeed the revised proposed submission document, which was the document that was formally submitted by the Council for examination. You will also see, sir, in his own submissions at Appendix H, and this is from a Mrs. E. Collins in the Development Management section. And it is titled Suitability as Development Site. And she writes to say, I have examined the planning history for the site and would like to comment as follows. Firstly, she confirms that the site is subject to policy NC6 as a site of nature conservation importance. Then, importantly, at her point number 2, she confirms that correspondence on the file supports the view that the work pursuant to outline permission, and she gives that reference, was unauthorised and therefore did not represent any lawful commencement of development. Point 3, as there is a history of instability, I would consider that detailed engineering drawings and calculations would have to be submitted as part of any application. Well, you heard, sir, also from Mr. Kerrison before he had to leave us, that if one was putting forward a site for it to be suitable in an area with this history, and at least with one directly on the site instance of land instability, you would have accepted or expected something more in the form of evidence rather than hearsay. And then the fourth point, she indicates, and this is an advisory, I would also advise you to seek advice from the Highway Authority, as due to instability issues and the nature of Barley Lane, there might be problems with regard to vehicular access onto this part of Barley Lane. If at that point, sir, I could just, and without in any way meaning to preempt your site visit, photograph 8 in that bundle that you have, and I apologise for that, it's not going to win any photographic prizes, it was fairly glum that day, but you will see at the top of that steep embankment, sir, that is Barley Lane, and off there will be any access necessary into the site. And so you'll see also from the drawing that Mr. Hollidge is going to leave with us, or ask us to have a look at, that, you know, that access has to come in from that top part of the site. I would then, if I'd like to, sir, go back to earlier in Mr. Hollidge's representations, and where at page 8 he talks about at 11.2 of his submission, development had commenced pursuant to previous permission. And now, clearly, sir, by the Council's correspondence, you will have seen that we regard that as unauthorised. At 11.5 of that submission, he talks about the prospect of a condition being imposed in respect of engineering work. And I think we've heard throughout these hearings, sir, that it is now deemed possible to make it a matter of policy that that is in place before any permission is granted. And I think because of the concerns expressed by Mr. Ingleton and by many others, they were supportive of that staying in. There is reference also, sir, in his submissions to the fact that he considers the SNCI designation to have been random. Now, you've heard, sir, previously in terms of the Council's submissions and from Mr. Murray Davidson, that far from it being random, there was a panel, sir, that included Dr. Alex Tate, former County Council ecologist, Dr. Tony Whitbread, still Chief Executive of the Sussex Wildlife Trust, Mr. Davidson as the Council's ecologist, and also Mr. Andrew Brace as a local member of the Hastings Urban Wildlife Group. They sat down, sir, and assessed all of these sites against those criteria. I would therefore, sir, contest strongly his suggestion that there was any random designation taking place here. He then goes on to say, sir, and this is in the first page of his Appendix D, in the paragraph that you will find at the bottom of that, the second sentence, second sentence of that final paragraph, as far as we are aware, there is nothing on the land of nature conservation importance worth preserving. Now, unless he's now also purporting to be a chartered ecologist, sir, I would only say that I would prefer the views of Dr. Alex Tate and Dr. Whitbread over that particular comment. I think, sir, you then have issues generally regarding the condition of the land as you will see it on Friday. Reference was made earlier this hearing, sir, this session from Mr. Price. I think you will come, obviously, sir, to your own view as to the suitability of this site, but my own appraisal would be that this perhaps was less ecological maintenance of the site and more a fairly thinly veiled endeavour to further enhance the chances of this site being allocated for residential development. I'm not certain whether Mr. Davidson will wish to comment further on what I said, sir, or whether I've adequately covered in respect of our views, where we clearly do not feel, sir, that the site is appropriate to allocate.
Well, if Mr. Davidson would like to comment, I'd welcome his views.
Thank you, Mr. Howells. I think we need to get into perspective as well, and for clarification, the site itself doesn't constitute the entire site of nature conservation importance. When the survey was undertaken that Mr. Phillips alluded to way back in the late 1990s, it was part of the nature conservation strategy which was submitted to yourself as evidence of the sequential and methodical process of building up the nature conservation resource of Hastings and identifying it. The aim of the nature conservation strategy was to provide an overview of the natural network of the borough to ensure that visitors and residents are afforded a quality natural environment as part of their daily experience. The strategy itself sought to protect and enhance this network by creating diverse wildlife habitats and creating this concept of a green network within the urban area of Hastings, which had never been provided before. That green network to this day has been transferred into the current planning strategy which has been adopted, where we do have an actual policy to protect the green infrastructure network. We've also got policies to protect the local wildlife sites. The site of nature conservation importance, or the local wildlife site as it's now known, is known as the Clydevale Valley. It's identified on the proposals map, and the inspector will see that it's not just this site, it is the whole valley ecosystem that runs down the Clydevale, including the reservoirs and the Bourne stream. Very, very important habitat, which you will actually see. It's a collection of habitats. When you go on site, Mr. Hodge, and anyone else that goes on site, Mr. Wise knows the whole valley very, very well. It's a collection of habitats that run down that part of Hastings. It contributes greatly to not only the visual appearance of Hastings, but it provides a very important wildlife corridor down that part of that part of the borough. There are many protected species. There's badger sets in there. Indeed, Mr. Wise was instrumental in working with the council around about 1996, I would say, in providing. I mean, Mr. Wise, Mr. Hollidge, I have to give him his due. He's probably the foremost badger expert in Hastings, and we, in recognition of that, we worked with him, and he provided the council and with an assessment of all the badger sets in Hastings, which was the first time we'd ever had that. And there are badger sets in that Hollington Valley that Mr. Wise identified. That provided another aspect in relation to the Council's information, which is essential when considering planning applications. So you'll see that the piece of land that Mr. Hollidge is talking about is a small piece of land in a much larger matrix of nature conservation habitats, which are identified as that Clivevale local wildlife site. It's interesting to know, sir, that way back in 1996 or 98, when the strategy was written, it says it does actually state there would appear to be no management for the site, which is quite clear because there's a multitude of different owners. But that some clearance of areas would not appear to be appropriate for this site. And I think you'll see, sir, when you walk on site, that continues to this very day with Mr. Hollidge's clearance of the site, which is not appropriate to ecological management and is not appropriate to the management of this resource and this site as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, Mr. Wise, did you wish to say anything?
Yes, please. Unfortunately, Mr. Phillips keeps talking about ecology in the sites. Unfortunately, Park Lane were allowed to build on the bottom of this Clivevale area, ruined quite a bit of the Bourne stream. Rare plants have disappeared. Unfortunately, the badger sets have grossly interfered with just there. There was about 15 badgers on that site, 126 Harold Road actually. And since then, the way that Park Lane have built the property, it's moving and they have awful problems. Now, in other words, instability there. But if Park Lane can get over the instability problems, there will be instability problems more serious than that at Grove School, if that's ever developed.
Well,
that's why it's not being developed, it's just fields and no school.
Can we keep to this particular site, Barley Lane?
Yes. Well, at Barley Lane, the Clivevale site, wildlife site, from those, you held up the thing with the reservoirs, but it's below that we're talking about. So the whole thing is shut off, so wildlife can't go any further because of what Park Lane have built. Now, whether Mr. Whatchamacallit's little development up Barley Lane is going to have any more or any effect at all, that this is, because it's been spoiled already. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a couple of points.
Yes, I'm allowed Mr. Hollidge or...
Well, I would like to say a couple of points before Mr. Hollidge starts. If Mr. Phillips was saying about preempting that you won't be able to build a road onto this site, and he has been down there and already seen the site, if he had noticed there was a drop curb and there was a road at one stage already built onto this land, so I can't see why there would be an extra problem with building a road down there. You must have seen that when you were there. And as for the site never being cleared, I have cleared it myself nearly every year since I have owned it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yeah, obviously there's quite a lot of points to come back on there, and perhaps I can deal with them in turn. Mr. Phillips said that times change. He said that the other day. The designation of this site as a site of nature conservation importance really stems from a survey that was done in 1998 by Mr. Murray Davidson. Although he still won't tell me what type of survey that was, whether it was a Phase 1 habitat survey or whatever you want to call it. It's a survey he did, of
according to his own criteria. Now, that's 1998. Now, despite that survey, the Hastings Borough Council did consider, both in 2001 and 2002, some years later, that it was still a housing allocation. And in fact, as Mr. Phillips quite rightly pointed out, in 2003, the council actually wrote to Church and Co solicitors saying that it was a housing allocation in the existing local plan and the emerging local plan. So my calculations, if I'm right, from 2003 to current day, that's 11 years. Whereas previous to that, for over 30 years, it had been a housing allocation. So I think his numbers are quite selective there. Now, it turns on the 2009 consultation. Well, perhaps I want to take you back to the 1998 survey. And I know that this has been copied to the programme officer, so I don't know whether you've had a chance to read it. But this is the 98 survey for the whole of Clyde Vale. It's about a page and 3/4. Now, at that point, and this is where Mr. Murray Davidson was trying to confuse the issue, I think, that the survey didn't relate to my client's particular piece of land. Again, this is the map that accompanied that survey, and it shows it was the whole of Clyde Vale, which is more of a valley. This is my client's land here, this bit. This is the whole of the Clyde Vale. So this was a survey done in 1998 across the whole of the Clyde Vale, and not in relation just to my client's land. And within this survey, I can't really find anything that refers to my land, other than I think there's a suggestion that towards the bottom of the page, he talks about overgrown gorse which needs to be cut back, and that would apply to my client's land, but there doesn't appear to be any particular reference to that. We then move on to the 2009 survey, I believe it is, which apparently purports to be in accordance with the DEFRA guidelines, which I believe were published in 2006. Now again, the survey that's been done relates to the whole of the Clyde Vale. It doesn't look at my client's land in particular. And this is the map that accompanies that now. And you'll see that if you compare the two maps, there's quite a big chunk on here, which I think is now occupied by 3 tower blocks of flats. And there's a development I think Mr. Wise was talking about down here. And he actually does mention in the report that there are 2 housing sites within the area. And this is my client's land here, and you'll see from the site visit that it's, you can see from the map that it's out on a limb. And this is the valley that runs down here. So it's at an elevated position. So much of what these surveys are talking about is the main part of the Clyde Vale area. Now, in accordance with the DEFRA guidelines, in terms of the relevant parts, now we've had a lot of discussion about sort of ecology and biodiversity and the rest of it, but the DEFRA guidelines talk about the role of a local sites partnership. I've not heard any details of whether one exists and who comprises it. But basically, that the local sites partnership should agree the basis for site selection, coordinate site selection procedures, including survey, establish a process for monitoring, review the operation of the local site systems at suitable intervals. It then goes on to talk about, this is on page 11 of this guidance, and it's record reasons for selection of each site. And this is paragraph 32, and it says this information should be sent to the site owner. Now, I'm sure Mr. Lawson will be able to confirm in a minute that he's never received any information regarding the proposal to keep it as a SNCI or LWS, whichever you want to call it. It then goes on to paragraph 33, which is the heading is allow site owners an opportunity to comment. And there's 3 paragraphs there which sets out a detailed consultation process. And again, I'm sure my client will be able to confirm that the council did not consult with him or offer him an opportunity to comment. And at the bottom of paragraph 35, it says that the partnership can deselect sites which no longer qualify. And right at the back of this, it refers to in paragraph 83 on page 22 that a suitable review period is between 5 and 10 years is recommended. Now, this survey was done in 2009. I'd like to invite the council, it's 5 years now on, whether they would like to survey the site again and now deselect it. If I can answer the other points that Mr. Phillips has raised, he talked about himself demanding an apology from Mr. Cookson. I'm not quite sure where that came from. I've never asked Mr. Cookson for an apology. The fact that he apologised with his own volition, he clearly realised that he'd made an error, and nothing further in that letter. All he did was explain that, yes, when it got to Cabinet, despite what I've been told and despite what was on the website, it wasn't put forward at that meeting, and it was excluded. If I can deal with the other points raised in relation to Appendix B, I think this is the letter to Church and Co solicitors, just confirming what he said about 2003 is not very long ago. But it also says that is the council's opinion that the development that was commenced was unlawful. It is not the opinion of my clients and their advisors, and so we may be submitting as an application for a certificate of lawful development in due course, depending on the outcome of this process. Again, there seems to be loads and loads of references to a history of land instability on this site. As I say, we've explained we know of one incident, and that was to do with the failure of the council to honour their legal obligations to maintain the retaining wall in conjunction with the Highway Authority who were executing repairs at that time. And that's, as far as we're aware, and the council haven't provided any other evidence, despite numerous requests, that there has been any history of land instability. Mr. Phillips also talked about there not being able to be any access onto the site, and I think when you visit the site you'll actually see the base course of the road coming into the site, and my clients confirmed that to be the position. Just talked about the certificate of lawfulness. The engineering solution, the council can demand drawings up front. The MPPF encourages the use of planning conditions to cover that. I think, given that there hasn't been no proved history of land instability, only this one incident, which was of their own making, that would be quite an onerous request for these drawings to be provided up front. It can clearly be dealt with by way of a condition. It refers to my suggestion about this being a random designation. What I was to say, dealing with the surveys which I've just been through, the 98 and 2009, I say I can't, they both relate to the whole Clyde Vale site, which is more than just my client's land. There was no particular, my client's particular piece of land, given it's in private ownership, has never been addressed in isolation. It's just been wrapped up in the whole of the Clyde Vale and I'm sure Mr Davison will confirm that there actually isn't anything of major conservation on that particular piece of land, and never has been. I think that's probably all I've got to say at the moment. I'm just going to reserve the right to come back on any further points which are raised.
I mean, do you think that the my site inspection will be a crucial part?
I think it'd be critical.
Critical. Okay. Right. Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, it might be off the point, but the information Mr Davison and Mr Adrian Kerrison gave, I could equally think that they would be talking about speckled wood from what he said.
Right, Council, do you wish to respond to what Mr Hodge has said?
I think very briefly, sir, I'm sure that Mr Davison will. I believe what I said was not, in respect to Mr Cookson's correspondence, was not that Mr Hodge had asked for an apology from him. I think you said you had never received an apology from him. I'm glad that today you seem to have confirmed that you did receive that letter. The other point that he made, I don't believe I said that you would not be able to access the site. When I looked and showed you and referred you to photograph 8, I said that the site would have to be accessed from Barley Lane, i.e. from the top of the site. Yes. It can't be from the bottom of the site. And I see that your client is nodding in agreement.
No, I'm nodding because the road does come from the top, from Barley Lane. And I'm sure if you checked properly when you were down there, you would have seen the drop curve and where the road led onto the lane.
I'm merely...
So if you
can
only
what I
refer
said.
to one picture...
I'll see it.
Yes,
I'll
show you when we're there.
Clarify. I think Mr Phillips is trying to suggest that the access is coming from here, which is the steepest part of the site. Well, actually, the access road comes in down here. And it's actually, you can see the road coming in. It's been built. It's been previously passed by both the Highway Authority and the planning and the council in the past. I don't know what his objection is now. Perhaps, I don't know. It's a fairly.
You'll see it, sir. I mean, you're aware council views that the work was unauthorised, but Mr Murray Davison might wish to comment on some of the survey elements.
Mr Hall, I don't want to repeat myself, but I did actually indicate that this site that Mr College is referring to is part of a wider network. It is actually shown in the proposals map. But I don't want to repeat myself because obviously Mr Hodge didn't understand me the first time around. But as far as this, the consistency of methodology is concerned, because Mr Hodge keeps throwing in this random survey is concerned. In the Nature Conservation Strategy, the Nature Conservation Strategy was based on a habitat survey of the borough which was undertaken over a number of years by the Tourism and Leisure Department to assess the habitat resource of the borough. The habitat survey provided a record of the extent and location of wildlife habitats throughout the borough, a statistical basis for monitoring habitat and land use changes, identification of areas to be considered for protection, identification of a green network, information base for consideration within the planning system, and a basis for the first nature conservation strategy. The borough was divided at that time into 1 kilometre grid squares, and habitat types were recorded and mapped. At that time, the Hastings Country Park and the sites of special scientific interest were not included in the survey because they were nationally designated, so there was no point in resurveying them. In the document you've got, it quite clearly sets out the methodology which was undertaken, so there was nothing random about it, and it provided the council for the first time an overall impression of its nature conservation resource, regardless of land ownership. It has to be stressed that land ownership has no bearing on nature conservation importance. Any land can have a nature conservation importance. It can have a badger set, it can have protected species. It is immaterial of land ownership. Hastings Borough Council in 1996, I think it was,
was the first borough to employ a professional ecologist in East Sussex. At that time, there was the county ecologist, as Mr Phillips has mentioned, Dr Alex Tate. No other local authority in East Sussex had a professional ecologist. What Hastings Borough Council were then in a position to do was undertake its own habitat surveys unilaterally. So it didn't need to undertake the surveys as part of a wider partnership, as Mr Holly seems to refer to. What we did do is we undertook the survey because we had the resources at that time, and then we collated that information and assessed it with the panel of experts that Mr Phillips has already alluded to. Some of the sites did not qualify as sites of nature conservation importance given the criteria as it stood at that time, but a lot of them did. Now, it was felt at that time, the local authority took the view that the best way to actually identify or have a public consultation over the identification of sites of nature conservation at that time was through the planning process, and that was through the local plan. That was the most effective and efficient way of getting information out to everyone in the borough who would have an interest in nature conservation, landowners and interested individuals alike. This we have done this time as well, because it would be far too onerous an issue to try and contact every single landowner, because as I've said, not every single site has a single owner. Some of them have multiple owners. So the most appropriate and efficient way that we can get out to a consultation is through the local plan process. And that's what we've done today. And Mr Hollidge and his client have had adequate opportunity now to address you and the council on what their views on the identification of their land as part of a wider site nature conservation importance is. And the council feels that's very appropriate. And I thank them for their views. The other thing that I think that Mr Hodge's client mentioned was that he undertakes site clearance on an annual basis. He may well do, sir, but the council has no recourse to advise him otherwise. We can't influence that. He owns that land, and if he chooses to cut it down every single year, that's his prerogative. It certainly doesn't detract from the fact that that site is part of a much larger matrix of habitats that constitutes the whole Clyde Vale site of nature or local wildlife site. It's very visible, and it's a very important river, sort of stream corridor habitat. So I hope I've addressed the points of methodology, which has been consistent, it's not been random, and for public consultation, which has been through the democratic process of the local plan consultation processes, both in 2004 and this one here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Hollidge, yes.
Yeah, I can come back on those points. I perfectly understood what Mr Davidson was talking about. I perfectly understood how he was trying to dress up the fact that my client's land hadn't been subjected to an assessment in itself, and that this was an assessment of a very large area. And part of that is that he actually does say within his 1998 report that SNCI designation is problematical and impractical in relation to part of it, whereas in private ownership. In terms of the public consultation, the planning process is not that. It is in relation to many matters, but clearly the DEFRA guidelines, which were published in 2006, and to which the council responded with their 2009 survey, clearly set out the method for consultation. given that my client has made numerous representations to the council about their land, you'd have thought the council could have consulted with my clients in relation to this piece of land. They abundantly knew of my client's objections to it, but simply didn't want to hear them. And that's probably all I've got to say about it, unless you want to add anything to that. But I'll reserve my position to come back on any other points.
Mr. Wise, did you wish to say something?
Please. It was Mr. Cookson who altered the conditions at 1226 Harold Road, which spoiled it now spoiled the Clivevale wildlife site, as they've tried to change in the upleaf. And it was the reason Mr. Cookson changed it because there was a planning appeal. The inspector said, you've got to do this, that, the other because of the wildlife. And Mr. Cookson said, but I've got the permission to do, but he hadn't because there was more than two objectors. So that was how Mr. Cookson got sidetracked, because he misbehaved, or whatever you call it, over the situation at 126, which has ruined really the Clivevale wildlife area.
Can you point 126 out to me at a site visit?
Yes, I think, if I go back to this map, I think the 126 is this area here, which has been taken out of the Clivevale SNCI, is now occupied by, I think, 3 tower blocks. Is that the one you're talking about?
It's a block of 27.
Yeah, it's the 3 tower blocks.
Yeah.
It's there. You can't really see it from my client's side. Well, you can actually. You can see it across the valley because it's huge. But I say planning permission was granted on that, and also the site further down here, which I don't think was Park Lane. I think it was another developer who built it in conjunction with Allwit Housing. But certainly that was part of the Clivevale SNCI. Again, planning permission was granted on that. And I think as we've seen through this plan process earlier, that there's at least 5 sites included in the proposals map for housing allocations, which are in sites of major conservation importance. Clearly, the council feel they can build industrial blocks amounting to 70,000 square feet in areas that are outstanding natural beauty.
I've got that point.
I mean,
I've got that point.
I say, on one hand they're saying, well, these 5 sites can be built in, but yours can't. So I think when we visit the site, you'll see there isn't anything of any importance on it.
Right. Did you wish to respond to any of the points?
No, I think we've reached that point of diminishing returns again, sir.
Right. Good. Well, we've still got a few emission sites to look at. What I propose is we have about a 5-minute break and then come back and our programme officer's got an announcement.
We can't come back. There's a meeting here at 6. We've got to vacate in the next 20 minutes, half an hour.
I think half an hour would do it, quite honestly.
Okay.
Yeah. So just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Obviously, I support what the council are doing now. When I spoke before about CBO3, and I found some more information out now. I looked at the site for CBO3, and it's pretty clear that the Portsdown, whoever, or Mr. and Mrs. Down the Army, own about just over half of the site. So even with that allocation for 10 there are several paths there which in fact must be kept, because if you go from the corner of School Road and Old London Road, there's a path that goes all the way along the backs of the houses, right the way through to the council green space land. So obviously that's all got to be kept clear, because that's people's access to their back gardens. There's another area there of small private ownership, and quite a large area. The rest of it is in fact unregistered land. And this is the land which was divided into allotments, which the various groups in fact want to bring back as allotments. So we're quite keen that CBO 3 doesn't go ahead, so we can actually bring those unregistered parts back into local use. And as for going down the area and making it a much larger site, 80 to 100, I've done a little report which you've got, which I know we object most strongly to that, and make general points that where are we? Just turn the pages. I've made about their population density of this area here, and it's 30.4 people per hectare. For the whole of Sussex, it's 3.1. This whole figure for the south east is 4.5. But some of the densest populated areas, such as Orchester and Clydevale, have 90 to 100 people per hectare, highest urban average in the county. So what I'm really saying is, well, like we've said before, it's a highly developed area there, and to build 10 down there is not the best of ideas. And also, we've not heard anything at all from East Sussex County Council about the access down into the site if it was to go ahead.
But your basic point is, in terms of this emission site, you're at one with the council on it in resisting development there.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Yep, I find myself also in a very unusual position. If I'm at one with the council, I would resist development in this site. I go further and say that the comments that the learned gentleman has made over here would equally apply to CVO3 itself, and actually we would not want any of it.
Okay, well, I think on that note of harmony, with virtually all arguing with the council, it's a nice state to be in.
Go home quickly.
Yes.
Sorry, if I may.
Sorry, I thought Mr. Wise
I beg your pardon.
Did you want to? Oh, right.
If I may, on a springboard off that note of harmony, and in response to Mr. Ingleton's point that we haven't heard from the county, in our representation, sir, we have indicated, this is at 5.15.18, we have said the County Council's Highways Authority has also clearly advised that they could not support more than the number of units indicated for CVO3 because of highways access issues, sir.
Absolutely, but I would just say that perhaps they might not recommend 10.
Right, well. So I think that brings us towards to the end. Now, Mr. Hodge, Friday, 9 o'clock, I mean, subject to what the council says, if it would help you, I don't know what traffic conditions are like between Folkestone and Hastings, but if it would help you, I've been prepared to postpone it until 10 o'clock. Would that be, or are you still happy with 9, depending on what the council says?
10 o'clock would help me.
Right.
Saves me getting up in the middle of the night.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Hollick, sir.
Thank goodness for that.
This harmonious I think I'm going to wake up. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And it's 9:30 tomorrow, and